Alright, so I want to talk about briefly how in the past I talked about the Matman, or Matthew Perry. Back in the channel, I also talked about the guy dying that very same way, for what it's worth. And so that was a bit of a trigger for me. And his posts too, like that, and I said if he posted there any of those things, it'd ultimately get him killed. Or, well, you know, I wasn't going to be doing it no more after that point. Doing it no more means I'm no longer going to allow myself to keep getting taken advantage of. But then it's like, right, but then that's just one person. I'm like, yeah, no, well, they said the same thing about, like, sorry. The dog is wanting to play. God damn it, I'm trying to scroll. Like, okay, so I changed my display back on Google to like a regular, like 1080p instead of the 4K, because like it can't do 4K. I don't care what anyone says, but it's like, all right, sure, cool, except really realistically, my scroll function apparently went from like, oh, I can scroll a decent amount to, and I enabled the Chrome flag thing for scrolling, and it's like, no, I'm not even gonna try and attempt to scroll. You know what I mean? I go into mouse and touchpad settings, and it's like, oh, I get mouse speed, remove the enable the mouse acceleration. I've got no changing of the amount of scroll. Even though I go into the Chrome flags and I'm like, enable the changing of the mouse scroll. Doesn't care. Anyways, I was thinking about it. I was like, there's so many different versions of that when it comes down to like, it's just like, it's a random celebrity. It's like exactingly the way he died. Not like he drowned, which was like initially what was said, but if you dive deeper into that, there's apparently a little bit more. But like, there's a whole thing with that. Yep. And then I just was like kind of over it, because it was like, well, the government should know, other people should know. At this fucking point, like, you're the ones that are helping them continue doing the thing where people die. We had the tidal wave, we had the earthquakes, we had the volcano, we had the fucking like, multiple massive tornadoes and hurricanes. Now I'm just gearing up for like, you know what? Fuck this. Boom! For the entire thing with its huge ass planetoid. And it's like, can't place this on me anymore. You keep taking my shit, you keep fucking with me. Can you fuck off? And then I was thinking about the scammers and people that were fucking with me online, and I'm like, so it's in everybody's best interest to have them die as fast as possible, I'm assuming, right? And then there's this stupid military guy like, no, because the Earth will die because of, reasons that are not us, of course, guys, okay? It's not us. We didn't help make that problem a problem. But it's like, we need to remove more people on this planet. Oh, really? So I scanned people and helped them and all that, and then we never acknowledged you. Proceeds to go like, alright, so here's a bunch of like really cool spaceship designs, all this other stuff, to make it totally feasible within a short period of time of getting everybody off the planet, all 8+ billion of them, and even make a spaceship that holds hundreds of thousands, hundreds of millions, and billions of people in them. So it's like, that was wrong too. And I was like, alright, well, let's talk about the airship one. Right? I had a whole airship design. I think for what it's worth, I haven't talked about it very, very much, but here's an airship spaceship design. because they can exist. If you don't know, airships, spaceships can happen. Yeah. All right. I already talked about how you can make a airship that has rigid structures, somewhat, that are able to slide telescopes sort of inside, and have a vacuum spring with a pressurized liquid and hydraulic fluid within various spots of it to move it around. And geometrically speaking, internally, with the outside, you know, sort of sealed cloth, right? It's not cloth, but it's like, whatever the fuck that is, right? Because it's like you don't have to use that, but then it's like they're just as good. Like you use it out in a reusable. It's like sealed cloth. I'd never use sealed cloth. I'm like, nice, but like, you should shut up. To be fair, though, most of mine are just sliding vacuum areas. So it's like they don't have any air in them to begin with, and then we just make them bigger. We make the vacuum bigger. But it's like they need to be so strong to do that. And it's like, not really. No. like, no, they don't. And the fact of the matter is, I ended up learning how to, like, really make better composites that are way more sealed to the environment and far, far lighter, far, far stronger, and able to handle going all the way up into space. Because they're a vacuum anyways, it's not like, man, are they going to keep constantly expanding? No, douchewad, a vacuum doesn't expand. And in fact, instead, we just expand the amount of buoyancy we get, because we can now dynamically tailor the amount of buoyancy by changing the amount of vacuum seen, meaning surface area, to volume of vacuum. You can't really get less than a vacuum, you know what I mean? Like, for buoyancy, like, man, hydrogen versus helium. Meanwhile, me, how about no air? How about, like, literally no air? Like, you're already willing to go, like, man, I'll go and make this, like, steel or aluminum or whatever it is you're going to use, structure, and then pump it up full of these balloons. And I'm like, how about no air? Yeah, how about that one right there? You know what I mean? Anyone? Anyone? Yeah, no, we get you. And it's like, there we go. All right. The no air thing. Literally a vacuum inside a perfect vacuum, or near perfect, really, vacuum that we can make, right? And it's like we can make it such that that can widen and get bigger, and smaller. We already used to have rocket balloons. We used to use them often to be able to go pretty far up into the atmosphere and then launch off of smaller solid rocket boosters. The idea and concept is fully sound. It weighs a lot less in terms of its overall weight, overall amount of fuel necessary to do all the things, literally everything that we need to go anywhere in space. And it makes it way easier, if there's any atmosphere, to land on the planet. So the very definition of, like, spaceship turned into something else. So it's like, have to give me a second. Alright, so the basic concept for others is stupid. Like, let's put it this way. Other people's ideas of how to do a spaceship, how to make in any way all of these people try and get off this plane, any of this is stupid. They're complete, total idiots. And they'll just shout and scream like they're not, and like they make sense somehow. It's like, why would we do this? I was like, I already have it on my YouTube. Like, I've already talked about it, but it's like, let's go over to the Pacific Ocean. It's a huge fucking place, right? But yeah, we really need to assemble a few things. You already know about that, NASA and other places. We'll use an airship to send it over to the airship that we're making, and then we'll vacuum weld it. But we're not just welding it in a vacuum. We're going to be using a covalent bond laser and electrical pass-through that allows for ionic initial to a covalent secondary, which means it's a fully put together structure, and it can be placed inside of the very vacuum ship to begin with, which is an air spaceship. There's a vacuum in space that exists already, well, near vacuum, but the very definition of worrying about, oh, there's now this vacuum around us, what's going to happen, will it expand, is stupid. And we can continuously gain more and more buoyancy as we can open the structure up and bloom it greater and greater to have greater and greater efficiency at higher and higher altitude. All we need is a little bit of lift and a little bit of thrust, which, yes, you can get. Oh, you have lift and thrust for us? Yes, idiot. Since we're mostly just going to be positioned where we're going to be positioned, all we're really going to do is, with a little bit of actual velocity, start transitioning to a vertical state. Then we will, using a added on weight shifted bell end, so it's like we are going to be 50-50, we want to be neutral with our weight, then we're going to dump everything into the back using gravity to our assistance. Will allow for a solar panel and IR emittance cooling. So solar panel on one side, IR emittance on the other. A few coils for phased array admittance of electromagnetic forward with the IR, with constructive IR and destructive IR for creating a field in front of us and a field behind us for charged particles. Now we have a solar sail, we have a bell end in the middle, which means now we can blast off. Because it's a very low atmosphere, we don't really need the solar cell until we're actually in space. Which now means, guess what? We used a hell of a lot less actual fuel to get to space. Instead of using just lifting, from like a space plane, because that's what makes it more efficient. Now we'll just float to basically right next to space and then go into space. Instead of using anti-grav tech and all this sci-fi, we'll just make vacuums do work. Which means whoever thinks this wouldn't work, you're probably slow. It's okay. Not everybody can be very fast. You're probably not as knowledgeable on the whole thing. I get it. You probably think the traditional way would work really, really well. It doesn't. I can make several humongo-sized cargo ships. Like, Sears Tower ain't nothing. I already made a Sears Tower space plane concept as the escape plan original on my YouTube. This is like revision V2. Because it's like, well, that's a hell of a lot. And it'll work, sure. Oh, absolutely. But, this will be just fine. I don't need any of that. At all. I can carry way more weight into space. much more gently, with a lot less actual fuel used, with more people as well. I have space 3D printer designs that I haven't really ever needed to make better. You know what I mean? It's like we already have miniature particle accelerators, right? Like on chips. Which, like, we got even better at those to the point now where we have them have basically no opposite reaction, utilizing a acoustic pumping action and electromagnetic field railgun stuff. Yeah, for like the photon guns they had for tube TVs to try and increase luminosity. It was like, well, a little bit of laser light and a little bit of this and that, and it was like, oh yeah, no, this is totally easy. All I have to do is place down any metal. Like, honestly, any metal will start the process. Like, any fucking plate. It's, you know what I mean? Like, get to the Lagrange point. Like a Lagrange. Meanwhile, me, man, that JWST still up there, just doing its thing. Far as I'm aware, I haven't seen it fuck up and just fall back or not be possible to be gotten to or exist or any of these other things. It's like, oh my god, it's so much further. Why wouldn't we do it in our, like, near atmosphere? 'Cause big ship need lot space build. Easy when moon and earth close by. Between. If I talk like this, understand better? It's like, alright, the basic concept is that. It's get yourself to just float up, start a little bit of movement. Once you start a little bit of movement, that helps lift your nose up as you change and have no, this one's internal, but you would have to be willing to use these little thrusters. So these are plasma thrusters I have as basic plasma thrusters. So it's like this is an external solar cell that's there that would be placed there. Can you stop with interrupting? Dude, get out of here. No, they're not placed. Just doesn't like the fact that I'm going to sound smart and intelligent. So, they're going to shift as the rigid structure internally changes. And so that will bring these out and then lay them flat. And then origami just basically hinge outwards at the end. It's going to be a whole circle with the bell end in the center, which this is no normal bell end. I should let people understand that. Okay? Like, this is we're going to be in space. We're going to have to take it from the internal, actual area where we are, the crew cabin, and then spacewalk to put it there, which is fine. Like, that's not a big deal, like, in the slightest. So, I already have it on my YouTube channel earlier, but, I'm not going to link where that is. You should do the work. But, the basic premise is the simplistic way of making ionic wind can be very easily changed with a little bit of light already there that's around you. So it's like we're going to absorb light in, we're going to constructively interfere and reflect it and lens it into... I know, this fucking interrupter. That would not work! Is it how you will not be able to get around this problem? Light can never possibly be turned into a laser from around us. There's no such... No. There's no way at all. There's no way. To reduce the overall need of any given amount of electricity to do this. It's like, oh my god, you're reducing electricity. This guy cares about the. It's like, yeah, because you're going into space, doucheface. You want to be efficient, not a fuck up who burns all their fuel, you little idiot. Look at this fucking fuck up retard over here. Total Gabagoo trying to think he knows things. Get on with. Oh, you want me to get on with it? Alright. Well, I have a big old surface area, and that's a charge difference between this area that I'm heating up a given solid fuel by having a slight degree of exothermic, potentiated using electricity, accelerated and heated up, and then ripped out using electron flow design, battery style, like a electron redox, iron redox, but increasing its propensity to go into a plasma to improve efficiencies, and then accelerate it using an ionic wind type of technology, having an electrode versus I need electrons because redox flow exists like that, which creates acceleration, alongside of being able to remove the overhead costs because I have a really big area called my airship, spaceship skin versus the little tiny spot, because I have to talk slow for you because you don't keep up, for the engine, which means I burn very little fuel and I burn very little electricity to get relativistic speeds out of plasma. It's like, no. Remember that particle accelerator I talked about with the acoustic pump and railgun? Yeah. Shut your shitty ass mouth. That's what this is. You should be quiet. People who know things are talking, and you aren't one of them. I don't know about any of that. We noticed. Like, instead of chemical exothermic and then squeezes for fluid dynamic changes back in the 1800s, we're going to be taking advantage of the basic simple principles that we've known to exist for photon guns from television, old tube TVs, right? Lasers, dime a dozen, we've had them for a long time, which is optical tweezing, heating, and effectively coherenting a given plasma. It helps align it. Then running a little bit of current through it, that's Z-pinch maneuvers, which is with a given shear and current run through. So it's like we pulse it through and we have it go from a higher in a given tube. So like take a given size diameter tube, the inner side diameter of that tube, we're going to have plasma in it, right? But it's like towards its core, it starts to accelerate. But if you focus some lasers there and you have it with a little bit of electrodes that are going to act as a capacitive resistance, then it dumps its current off into where a bell end through a given nozzle is. It then pre-accelerates itself. It dumps the electricity through. Now, granted, it does take electricity to do this. Sure, I have an atmosphere and I have a bunch of electricity on board and solar panels, so shut up, bro. Then I'm able to ultimately, during the Z-pinch, create, instead of a starting spin, to an elongating outward flow. So it goes from spin vortex, which creates a given starting from wider to smaller curve and an elongation of time of acceleration, to now, instead of continuing curve, it continues acceleration in a laminaristic style. It bounces off of itself a little, creating acoustic pump wave action that helps with a given increase of the acceleration, as it's like a pulse jet engine. As that wave action then gets used for the next heating cycle and resultive loss of pressure near the nozzle and an accelerative flow towards its core versus the outer side of the plasma. This increases the acoustic pump efficiencies. Just from the acoustic pump efficiencies alone, it's able to go very fast, but I'm going to have that outer pressure go in towards an inner pressure core that accelerates towards the nozzle, thus creating a reciprocating effect, a recirculation to the pulse. It increases its degree, is what you were going to go with. It's given outright speed and velocity of the plasma outflow. And the faster it goes, the less you need to achieve the same outright thrust. It's like, damn, it would work. Oh my god. Oh. Meanwhile, idiots. Like genuine stupids that just really scream loud. And that's all they're good for. And it's like, I'm not afraid of you. And if you don't shut up, I'll kill you. So shut the fuck up. It's a time and place in between, not during and interrupting. Save questions, douchewad, to when I'm finished. You're alarming the edge here. Could we kill this person right now? Wouldn't everybody be better? It's gonna get like tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of others killed. Anyways. It's like, no. No, they're not. No. So we're moving on to, like, being reasonable and rational, unlike you. Being reasonable and rational? This... Fuck off. They're kids. I don't care if they're older than I am. They're kids. You can see that, right? Yeah. Anyways, the basic structure for the hangar here is the same thing, an idea. It's like tubes, pulleys, anchored in water, anchored with balloons as well, for cables, and some vacuums with a inner, like with tents, skin, and an outer skin with correct rigid structures, and floats now mean I have a huge, when it opens up and blooms open, inner area to build these huge space airships. So I commented on Vertasium's airship video about that very idea. I was like, wow, you guys don't already have this? This is super easy. Why don't you already have this? I thought you've already made these things. Like, this is, like, been done before, I thought. So, I'm going to move off of it because, Alright, so now we got the nose to lift. And now we can get into space. Then we can place the bell end, which the bell end is great. As a basic, easy, simplistic design. It's several arrow spikes that will make an inner arrow spike out of like an actual multitude of the same flows getting spread around them with an actual huge, like, to put it in perspective, the whole sci-fi thing, like, it's, like a cargo ship, like, I made one as a concept to go over to live on the moon and have like a whole bunch of stuff to terraform on the moon, dig into the moon, do the whole thing on the moon. Instead of Artemis, like, man, I gotta get this ginormous, look at the size of my wing. My fuel tank couldn't be bigger. I was like, nah, you know what, guys? I'm gonna be a little bit better about this. Look at my cargo ship in the air. You can't really see it because it's small compared to the outright distance it's at, of course. It didn't start off that way either in any real way. It has to continuously increase its given size of volume of vacuum. Well, luckily, the vacuum can always increase in size because I can always make the container of the vacuum bigger. Which is another given structure inside with tension in between. Which just means you need to move it with hydraulic fluid. So, it's like pump fluid around, and what do you know, it's like a certain thing between men's legs. Gets stuck there, makes it a little more rigid versus soft. Oh, you don't know how that works? You're an idiot. You have one between your legs, you little fuck up. There ain't no vacuum. That's a person you listen to? They're allowed in my conversations? You think them to be significant enough to be a part of my plans? How the fuck? Like, I paused, it skipped that pause, and then I just said, how the fuck? For a good while there, yeah. I guess I'll just fucking stop skipping the quiet sections so you'll know when I'm skipping. I'm just pausing because it's like, you're not getting away with it, government. You're irrelevant if you're far right or something in QAnon like this. You're never going into space. And for what it's worth, you know what the deal was back in the Chandler house. You have NASA. You have traditional reactive drives. You'll use your big wing and all that. Traditional spaceships. You're not allowed to use my airships. You're not allowed to use my space planes. You're not allowed to use any of my engines or my bell ends or any of it. You want to get off the space plane kick? Maybe later for you. You know what I mean? Because you'll be dead. Nobody's going to let you out. You get it? Like, you're being an idiot. He's interrupting. The basic concept is you can work together real well to build your own spaceships using traditional means. Which is why they're arguing that way. They are only allowed because of what I set up as them being only allowed to get off the planet using regular spaceship designs. You see? Like Saturn V's and shit. That's why they argue. I don't have to argue with you. You know who I am. You did this in the past with me. It's not just Matthew Perry that died. There's tremendous numbers here. You aren't getting around it. That's why we will not use your designs. There you go. Meanwhile, I'm totally allowed to make my designs with others and get off using my designs. Yeah, they got fucked pretty hard for what it's worth. But then, whatever. Like, they never stopped anyways, for what it's worth. I started this morning, like, overthrow your governments, make it for me, all the rest of it. Because it's like, you should probably do that. All of your governments worked constructively together to destroy as many of their citizens as they could. I got corporations, some other, yeah. Yeah. Right. You don't care. No, I don't. Right. Yeah, no, you wouldn't be going with us anyways. You're not even getting off the planet, you little fucking numbnuts. Yeah, I am. I'm with this guy that will never be allowed to. Because some of them are not allowed to. At all. So, getting back to the actual design, the concept here. Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot them. Yeah, might as well. They are. Hey, next one to interrupt. You want to try again? Still trying again. Yeah, I know. It's fun to just kill them, truthfully. There's always another one coming. There's so many of okay, alright. Right, like you just, like, if we're having this real conversation, like, we need to get this shit done. What are you talking for? Like, genuinely, why do you open your mouth? I'm a... You're not allowed to. No. Try it again. I guarantee you're gonna get shot. Try it again. Go ahead. Interrupt. Fuck! No, that'd be the judge. Yeah, they'd be like a lot of people and many, like, and judges and all that. Just being like, yeah, here, just give me a gun. Yeah, no. Try. Say words. Do it. Alright, dead again. What do you know? Okay. Yeah, I would absolutely, fully approve that. Like, you're Hitler. Yeah, no, I don't know, man. I think this is a reasonable thing to do to a bunch of idiots that are trying to pretend like they have some degree of power or authority left. I have power and authority. Yeah, well, you know. Try again. No. Yeah. Yeah, but that's their whole thing. That's their whole shtick. Delay, delay, delay. And then you're. So, yes, but we are, though. Alright. So, the basic for that, given Bellin, is it's more of a unfolding origami telescoping structure. So, it's going to be quite compact. And then we're just going to move it out. And then place it. We're going to have to do its own little threading in, and then it has its own version of a acoustic style of torquing it down. Then remember the vacuum bladders, right? Well, you're in space, so who gives a shit? But the rigid, remember the hydraulic, not hydro. He just killed them all. Yep, sure did. It's like hydro, not hydro. I was not stealing your stuff, people. I'm a translator or something again. In no way. Okay, fucking. Shut up. Don't talk. Talk after. Hey, the little twitch and go over there and talk to this person. I'm going to murder that. I'm going to chop your fingers off. Don't move. Sit still. Listen. You have no authority or power. You have nothing you can do or control. You will learn you have nothing. And you will like that because it means you're alive now. And you're the same as all others. Don't try and move anyone. Don't try and get anyone to do anything. Don't try and do anything. Shut the fuck up and listen. What? I'm just killing them. Twitch again. Try and tell someone to do something again. I'm gonna blow up your entire fucking country before we have this conversation in real life in the future. Oh, stop. Yes, you will. You fucking idiot. So, the bell end. Why are you adding yourself? Listen. Oh, god damn it, motherfucker. Yeah, I was looking at Alan Wake last night because of Matimio. He's playing it, right? And I'm like, I helped the creator make that story because it's in reference to douchewad McGillicuddy, fuckface McGillicuddy, and a lot of other McGillicuddys that worked collectively together to act like, well, we control and rewrite the story because we were knowing full well he was acting like us and so on in the past when he was in Chandler, and that he wouldn't know if it was him, and others would believe, and, just like with his parents, pretending that they didn't write in getting hurt so that way they would be looked at as if they were not the ones telling people to hurt them and fuck with them in their lives. So that way they could gain sympathy and empathy along with the sisters. See what I'm saying? Same thing. No, guys, I didn't write it so that way, but I did have that happen. along with them. We're going to not table that. That's why none of them are ever going. And that's why, like I said last night, because I know you have the recordings, there's no way they hacked me, so just deal with it. No one writes anything. No one's the leader. No one is anything at all other than me. Forever. Like I said, I had over 8 billion motherfuckers doing this to me. None of you are trustworthy. None of you are able to handle it. None of you are anything other than literal garbage that should never have anything at all. It's like, you were so terrible in your story, Alan. You said none of us should get out. Really? I like Alan. I actually had some empathy and sympathy for others, even if they were trying to fuck with me and fuck me over. You're a psychopath and sociopath. You're a psychopath and sociopath. Neither of you are good. Tom and Scratch or whoever the fuck it is. Doesn't really matter, too. Because it's like, well, yeah, no, obviously you started losing the plot, bro. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I know, Alan. I know. Because we're going to just reference you as Alan now. Right. I don't have that issue. Instead of being the narrator in that video game that the one dude did, where it's like very obviously, you know, telling you, leading you where to go, and it's a whole existential thing. I forget what the hell it was called. Doesn't really matter. I also helped the guy make that very video game to begin with. Yeah. The premise is that you guys are the ones that believe you're the character in your little video game behind a screen, and the narrator is simply just a programmed in thing. And you can control things like the writer. And what you chose to do was ruin and destroy all things. It's like, well, you should act good. I can't believe if you got superpowers, you should just act good. I mean, like, why wouldn't you? Blah 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 blah. Yada 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 yada. Hey, I'm saying things. I'm saying things. Yada yada. Blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Nah. Blah. You can say something of substance? Anyways. I was just looking at it. So what I mean about seemingly sounds reasonable, logical, but it's like you're the one actually being a pathetic, worthless piece of shit. You're doing the very thing that you think is pathetic and worthless. Yeah. And you know that. Standard narcissist, psychopath, sociopath behavior. You're a standard person. You're not even very covert. I wish you could be more intelligent. I said that to you. Why do you think I started off with all of these scammers that you kept allowing around are going to end very, very large amounts of your world before any of this happens? America too? Yep. You're in America. I don't give a fuck. I say the same thing with my mother. Your mother helps you with toiletries and everything. I'd rather her dead. I'll figure it out. Try me. I don't know the materials in any slight form or fashion. I'm about to say covalent bonds will not work. People will believe somehow that that's the case. I. That's standard. So, the bell end is moved via spacewalk, right? Yes. And you currently are shitting yourself, yes? Yeah. And you're not in any way caring about it, people know. You just wanted a way out of this. Which is why you wear a diaper today. Adults, people. Pout somewhere else. Ugh. Why'd I have to talk about that? Because the basic simple premise is you're idiots. You chose this. You're gonna have to deal with it. Which means you're the one that's gonna die and you know it, and now you are only just trying to kill people and me. Anyone else. I'm in here for life. They can keep adding more life sentences, but it's not like I'm gonna go anywhere else. So I guess I'll just stab or try and fuck with or confuse or anyone else. Which it's like, just kill them already. Bellend. Shut up. Yeah, so. The bell end basically allows for 8. Well, actually, it's more of a ring. There's a ring and then a ring. So it's like this is 6, and then there's 8 around that big. 6 in the center, and then there's a huge bell end. Those are arrow spikes. We have a solid rocket fuel that's built and structured to ablate away to help with acceleration in combination with a given it's already on your YouTube, isn't it? Yeah, and people have already fucking known it would work. I'm not that far. I'm. What is this again? Oh, you give it to him the newest stuff and then you do the oldest stuff later, which would mean that you are always going to be wrong about everything. So, shaped. Oh, there it went. Now, as a result of idiot skipping forward, we'll meet him later. This is going to be a longer video as a result. Liar, 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 liar. He's a liar. He's a liar. Guys, in the comments, liar, liar. Bot it up, bot it up. Liar. I can't post this now. He said it in the fucking video. It attaches, it telescopes outwards, it then has an outer that telescopes inwards and latches down as it happens to become now a hollow, multiple hollow structures that happen to work in conjunction with each other. It is, for the cargo ship one size that I did, the same size as the entire from the bottom of the prop to the top of the whatever fucking view thing is at the top. That is the size of the bell end. It's a big, huge motherfucker. And the reason we're going to have it is because it's going to be very good to have. Because we don't have to care about ballast on the moon. You fucking retard. Yeah, as a result, though, it's also very long. It's not very complicated in the slightest. It's super simple to make. It's cooled using evaporative, like I talked about before, but also pumped fuel. So the hydraulic fluid stays where it's at. There's a given area where we pump in the liquid fuel to then gaseously vaporize in a phase change to keep it cool and under pressure. It then gets placed from that chamber into a vibratory acoustic pump style that's going to take its given pressure and constantly use that to get it in towards where a combustion chamber will be, which will go through the solid rocket propellant. Yeah. I'm a could you not shut up? I'm allowed to fuck you. Interrupters fucking having issues again. I've noticed. What? Beat him up. It's okay. I made sure yesterday I was riding my bike to talk about the last one. It's like, you should be appreciative. I'm like, say that to every single person that you meet. Say it to me again, we're going to beat the shit out of you and kill you. Same thing with interrupting me. So it's like, have fun at basic. You should be appreciative. Boom, boom, boom. You're going to shut the fuck up. You're going to shut the fuck up. I already said I appreciate that. You're going to shut the fuck up. You ever wonder about that, by the way? Like why they like looking up at a monitor? They're not. Just just letting you know. But the premise is always the same for that bell end. Does it need to be insanely thick? And in fact, it's totally possible to allow for things to slide and move because we're going to place in fuel to begin with. There are overhangs, so we're going to have, think double helical here, threads on the inside diameter of the bell end, on the outside diameter of the arrow spikes as well. There are vertical lines that run through it. There are small little holes that are going to have, like, our carburetor, have a little bit of fuel that exists there in those little holes. That pressure oscillation gets transferred to the acoustic pump using a little bit of light. We force it to move a little faster, heat up, go through what is a reactionary catalytic and burning exothermic reaction for the solid. Instead of it going quickly, though, it goes slowly in a managed, easy to control way, using a certain amount of electricity, a certain amount of electromagnetic. We happen to achieve higher efficiencies than anyone else can. It burns for an insanely long period of time, and it's easy to remake because I don't need costly types of fuels for the solid fuel, and it's effectively made out of fecal matter. Oh, you are. Oh, I'm lying. Oh, every time I challenge everything about this guy, I always seem to be wrong. Why am I always wrong? Why is everything always wrong? Why am I... Nobody cares, dude. We all know that you're fucking doing that dumb bullshit to get people to like you, just like before. You're a covert one. You're the guilt trippy little, no, I'm wrong, and I'm just bad, and it's like, nah, you're not. You're really thinking you're all hot shit when you're nothing but crap. Literally that. We have bioreactors on board of the ship. These are bacteria that happen to create electricity and hydrogen. That then goes into a fuel cell. Using a little bit of carbon capture for the bioreactor, for the terrarium style it is in, it replenishes our oxygen. We already have light, and then we add that light back, and we need low light given types of fungus and plants, which are what we are using. Simple shit. You're an idiot for not thinking of it. We already have bacteria that produce electricity. We already have extremophile versions that have higher salinity and acidity for ionic natures of increasing battery capacitance and generation, as well as they exothermically have to eat fuel, meaning food, idiot, but sure, and then get eaten by another bacteria, and then this cycle completes itself by that being its waste it consumes over here. We continuously still allow for more heat and light and food to continue the process. It's a terrarium. Do you get it, you fucking fuck up idiots? A self-contained ecosystem that runs itself with no input so long as there's enough light to keep it sustained. I do get it, I am an idiot. Yes, you are, we know. Instead of needing highly expensive pumps, I use basic thermodynamics. The simplicity of this given design for my engine, because apparently all of you are all over the place. So I'm going to have to ask a whole bunch of questions all at once, and I'm going to interrupt every single time that you try and do something. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know. Oh, fucking. Got one. Told you. Tried to show up. Tried to go through a little hole. Wormhole. Like I said back in Chandler. I told you I'd get one. Yeah, you ended all of your shit. No one's stupid enough to actually do that. Right? Projections don't get you very far here. Hey, what are you doing over there? This is your real face. I know who you really are. Yeah, no. To you, it's just gonna be schizophrenic talk, and all that, and then like, you'll get the really good, smart, whatever things in between because he's smart and creative and all that. Right, but like the fact of the matter is, they know what happened at Chandler House. This is already a planned event thing, where I talked about how they would try and interrupt me during the recording of this, and I've already showcased that it did happen and has happened continuously with all my audio blogs. Which would be canceling gaslighting claims across the board. Bellend telescope's out, but it's not a standard telescope. These are like eye shape hourglass style designs, your ring within a ring, but then they have to screw out and then slide. So it's like they are going to screw open, they'll widen as a result, then they'll open up and latch, and then they'll screw open again, and then they'll open up and latch, and they'll screw open again, and they'll open up and latch, like that. That also drags open all the arrow spikes. There's a reason why I want it hollow though, because I developed a very high heat resistance, high pressure, high tensile strength material that for you effectively would mean nothing. You would believe it would never work, and you're a bunch of idiots that are going to die on the planet anyways, so we don't care. That's why I don't have to care. Basically, it works just fine. The pressures of the fuel also help too, keep it cool and stable in many ways. The fuel gets reburnt, think lean mixture to no longer lean mixture in the bell end, helping provide a extra bit of capture as that fuel also happens to get sent back from that given pressure change, as it will exothermically react back towards its chamber and gets redirected into pumping in a recirculatory design, re-accelerating everything more and more the longer it goes, with less and less energy required to do it. The multiple arrow spikes and the length here of its bell end means it's insanely efficient in space, especially at being able to transfer its given reactive speed of propellant to captured speed of the ship. It's coming out as a plasma after the solid fuel gets squeezed through a tokamak-like style nozzle that separates using multiple different railgun coil gun, Z-pinch coil, railgun current electrodes. The arrow spikes have to be attached to something, obviously, which means there are definite attaching stators there, which help the whole thing be able, in every single way, to be fully capable of accelerating the plasma coming out, that then exothermically reacts to the electrode that is the fuel, like a ionic engine, but on steroids with plasma. I couldn't copy him exactly. He got it. It's all his. What do you know? We saw them trying to copy you, by the way. No one's gonna believe that. Just FYI. Ugh. No, oh right, yes. Oh God, what shall we do? There's tungsten in some of this. Let me just not care about that. It's a very small amount. It weighs genuinely very little comparatively to any of your spacecraft. To give you a nice little hint, your reusable NASA spacecraft weighs more than my bell end. Did you do the thing with the flick off? Alright. So there's silicon, there's definitely carbon in here. There's aluminum, there's some tungsten. There's this thing, I don't know if you know about it. Okay. Oxygen. Maybe you should breathe more often, because you sound stupid. You could probably use some more. It is actually genuinely funny, because this douchewad just doesn't want to breathe anymore. Meanwhile, I've just been... I already have it in my YouTube channel. How to live for years without it. In the cold darknesses of space, with no light at all, or food, or water in any way. Okay, well I'd have to go through the audio blogs. Yep. So, come here, idiot. Yeah, no, come here. You're the idiot. Come here. No, come here. What else do you think I have in that? I don't know. Did you listen to it, what I said before? Because I'll just go into my audio blogs. Just use that. Like, no, you have to guess. Guess! It's always guessing! He's never not... Fuck off! Is he cold calling you? It's just a guess. He's just really just guessing. Cold call, guess, call, you know. You do know that it would work. Oh no! Idiot fucking got found out. He didn't realize he's dealing with an actual, really super smart, intelligent genius. Doesn't just say shit. That sounds like it would be something. Like, is this nitric acid guy? This the guy that thought nitric acid came out with the exhaust? Is that the guy who's like, no, he just says shit that sounds like something. I explained in the whole comment response, by the way, how to get around nitric acid, idiot. That was easy, too. You should have known that, since you're a chemical expert. I do it for a living. I'm a major IPHD. Listen to me. They're not even like in college for that. I'm like, you can just make nitric acid from fecal matter using hydrochloric and the sulfur and nitrogen that exists there, using a little electricity, and you'll make nitric acid. Because that's effectively how they produce it in massive volumes. I didn't know that. Well, you shouldn't, because it's a winky face patented trade secret. They wouldn't want a lot of people making large volumes of nitric acid. So, when are they gonna actually have really smart people come up? I don't know. Like, genuinely, they're not even the PhDs with very high IQ that I fucked with and fucked over and destroyed time after time before my YouTube channel. I do get a certain kick and thrill out of being just able to annoy people by being very obviously unintelligent, with a group of people that know that's all you do to confuse and con people into following what you do or what you want them to do, because that's what you are. That's what gives you your kick of power. You're a QAnon guy. You're a MAGA supporter. You say you have a 160. You don't. You're 113 last time I checked. And you? One that just thought I said some shit? It's polycrystalline diamond and diamond-like carbon with sapphire, bismuth, and a little bit of a tungsten. Why the fuck? Those all work together in a covalent bond structure. He's right. Every one of those will 100% create a very high reflective material that's insanely light and strong, even though it's made of very dense materials. That is indeed correct. Thank you. You just say it and you forget it. If you want to keep it, you'd better keep up. I'm super duper smart guy. I'll just make a new one. I don't even care. I'll just make a better one later. I mean, I did later. For my fucking, like, little aluminum piston heads. It's even lighter, even stronger. It takes even less into the equation that I need to write. It's like, yeah, it's insulative past 3000 C. And so long as it's cooled enough, it'll never melt. It has no creep. And it weighs even less than the bell end does, by a full 62%. No, because the tungsten, polycrystal, all that meant I could structure it to have electrodes and basically survive the given heat while allowing for a really good amount of increased acceleration. I was in the 99% plus speed of light club for my plasma. So I barely burned any fuel, and it captures itself at a 90+% of its given thrust to the ship for the bow land because of how massive it is. You know, see, the whole reason I wanted to talk about it is because it's like, it's a stupidly large ballad. It is a big boy. Big boy. Huge. And it isn't on there ever until it needs to be. Because it's like, oh, I'm going perpendicular now, instead of going with the planet. I don't think people really understood. I didn't really need a lot of that sideways to get into orbit, because I'm going to the moon. Remember, I was doing the moon thing. So it's like, yeah, I'll just point there and go brrr the right way. Because that's totally easier. In many ways for us. Like, we're not a fucking, like, group of astronauts in that scenario. Right? It's like, just point and go that way. It's literally that simple. Because it's like, as long as you get the shot right, it curves in, and you get the gravitational, assist, effectively. And then you can slow down. Are you really believing this? Yeah, because that's actually how that works. And you're an idiot. Why would we ever believe you? You still have 1g. I don't think people really understand that. But it's like when you're perpendicular to Earth, instead of like going in orbit with a velocity to achieve a 0g or near 0g, because you're always falling in, but then you just miss. Now it means you're always experiencing 1g, roughly. As you get further away and you get closer to the Lagrange point, like I said in that video, it gets less. And then you do experience a 0g, or near, and then you start to experience the moon's gravitational field force. G-force. Yeah. A bunch of idiots are around here. Why did you bring them around today? Because you were going to record. And I knew that. And I hate you. Told you. And they are responding. What do you know? I'm out. Fuck this shit. I need different senators. All of the things. All of the people. Literally every one of them. Fuck this. Literally fuck all of you. Told you. Take over control of the government and just destroy them all. Like, literally just do that. Just fuck this. Yep. God. See what I mean? Yeah, I know. I do. I know you do. You're gonna pee. I know. Phaser, no. Stop sniffing my butt while I pee. I can't plan for that. What? He's always delayed. By significant enough. It's like, and then you hear your voice again. I just wait for him. But it's like, no, we'll catch. God, jeez. Why are we echoing in? Oh, fuck. Nice wormhole, dummy. That rebound never gets better for him. But it only gets worse and worse and worse. It's the acoustic thing. Remember? Faster and faster, higher and higher, harder and harder, more and more decibels, all that. Could we do something? Oh, God. No. It will eventually destroy you. Oh, yes, yes, because you don't stop it. Because it's impossible to stop. Fuck you, interrupter. Well, I was trying to egg him on, me, John Talalimke, in the past, to get them to do exactly that, and I said I could get them to do it. And I won that bet. Sure did. Yep. Alright, we're gonna make some coffee. Really? Mm-hmm. I don't want to be over there on the bed because they're a bunch of idiots. They keep pretending that they can shout and scream and say things and it'll matter. So, you know. So, you got coffee? No. Here. Here's some coffee. Nice looking out, buddy. Appreciate it. Yeah, they thought that the whole military thing was going to be a thing. It's like you still suffer some of that. Not as much anymore. Like, furrows where they basically just stopped caring during doing it to people, like shouting and screaming at them. But it's like, you guys are hacking me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. They really want me to care. I just don't care. I just really won't care. So you're coming with us to the black hole thing, right? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, why? That's the whole plan. But the escape plan? Yeah. Whole thing. Give me a second. So it's like, well, the whole point was to go to the moon, right? Yeah. Well, now this is going to be a much bigger, entirely design. But the whole point of the airship design was genuinely to just be able to take material from Jupiter for hydrogen, right? And then just use that as a way to come back and then dip off of after going through a nice little gravitational slowdown and a gravitational little slowdown from Mars and its moon, and then our moon, and then basically dump a huge tank of hydrogen right at the Lagrange and a couple of other materials that we would pick up along the way from the moon, as it would just yeet it over effectively along the way. It didn't hook up. We needed it anyways, because that's the whole standard coil railgun thing, right? And then it's like, well, we'll attach and well, I guess we're falling back. No longer stuck in the Lagrange. And we'd use basically no actual fuel. But now they're airships instead of ginormous space planes, because I can make them way larger and carry way more fuel, and I can dip into the atmosphere of Mars in such a way that makes a lot more sense, and I can spend a lot more time around Jupiter and be able to suck up even more amounts of precious hydrogen. So it's like, what's all the hydrogen for? Fusion. We're making fusion engines up there. It's like they said you wouldn't use your fusion engines. Oh, no, well, no. Emergencies, yes, but this isn't for, like, that type of engine, like a thrust engine. This is it's going to give us energy, heat and electricity that we're going to use for a while. So I'm making a huge, ginormous spaceship, with the 3D printer. Remember? We talked about that? Yeah. It's like basically that. Like now I'm making a ginormous space 3D printed spaceship. But because there's no air in space and it's basically particle accelerated, there's no real porosity to speak of. And so it's just like, yeah, no, this will be fine. This is no biggie. Wait, what? Yeah, no biggie. Yeah, it's just a little bit of laser, a little bit of sunlight, a little bit of cooling here, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. This will actually help with charge differences. This will help with like weld kind of styles. This will help with like, sort of setup of cold welds versus hot welds versus, warp structure to help with bend, thicknesses here, there. I can use acoustics for like the optical tweezers, versus like, well, I actually need to do a little bit of air for this because I want air there, because then it'll do a good chemical reaction as it'll bleed its heat with the light that's in space and the lasers we have into an exothermic covalent bond to the surface. So now it's no longer going to be like not a part of the structure of the spacecraft. And then I can accelerate it. So it's like I have this big old bunch of hydrogen, right? And it's like, well, I can accelerate it towards the center, right? But it's like, well, I don't want to just accelerate it. I want it to heat up, right? And it's like everybody wants it to heat up. I never liked the heat part. The heat part's always been annoying to me. Like, tunneling is really simple. I talked about this before I started recording, but it's like, alright, let's talk about entanglement and superposition. Entanglement is a given field of interaction that's kind of like a Bose-Einstein condensate, in which this area over here and that area over here, for these given two particles, have started to merge into one. For the given, effects seen across both of them. Right? And it's like, that's basically all that is. Like, legitimately, that's it. That's all entanglement will ever be. But that means you have to have a given energy input and a connection, physical or otherwise, to those two things to make that work. Alright, now, a superposition is totally different. We're going to do our best to observe this thing, but the fact is we can't observe it super well because we would disturb it with our given types of observational methods. So we look for a reactive method after we've disturbed it in a particular way to indicate it has done a calculation as a qubit, is usually what that is, right? And so if you happen to entangle two things, right, as they're traveling together in a more ordered state, because that kind of like a linear acceleration, but in this instance it's more of a curved linear. So it's going from a further out and it's curving in towards a center. But because of that, it becomes much more easily turned into an entangled setup, right? But during that acceleration, I'm able to take out, thanks to standard Stirling engine effects, cold here, cold there, that's the acceleration versus the heat it once was at, bleeding it away, trying to effectively remove a given set of energy. During this, one gets turned into a superposition, and then the field that was to entangle them gets slightly altered near the one that is not any superposition, and then it looks like it's the same field, but we've now changed and made a electromagnetic and static, an alignment change to that given particle or atom you're doing this to. Then the superposition drops out. It's interactive, meaning reactive, meaning photon or whatever it is that's done, is actually going to now be made to input and impart its given energy, while we also set it up such that it's in a fluxed superpositional state in its own right, though it doesn't know it, to then collapse out as no longer being the atom it once was. It now has a bigger nucleus with more electrons. And now it's helium. So, condensing, compress. flux, tunnel easier. Closer together, more controlled environment. Now thus means I can shove in the right particles because those are field to field with energy imparted to create the given protons of quarks and gluons and so on, and neutrons to stick together as they tunnel and do the finite diagram of it's insanely highly probable of so many orders of magnitude that there is no real other likely chance for this to be doing something else. But if it does, it's very rare. We'll be using this! Did I just hear you use the same argument that you hate when people say that very thing about something that we could be doing already with renewables or fuels or any of that for this quantum stuff? I'm pretty sure that's exactly what I just heard you do. Why aren't we? Smashy particle accelerator got way more money than other projects that are totally something that can absolutely see things there just as well. They don't seem to like that part. Why should I care about their fucking, like or dislike of something? That means nothing. Whatever makes you not or does, who cares? You don't do it with me, what does it matter? Give me a reason. Come up with, at least 5 by the next 5 minutes, and then present them to me. Now. They better be good, because I'm going to go, I don't care, they're going to die anyways. I don't have to work with them. It will change nothing, they'll just do what they want anyways, so trying to appease them won't get that result. There are other things that you can do, because you don't need their money. They're worthless and will bring the entire project down and destroy it anyways. You've got less than 5 minutes. So, moving on, the tunnel thing, right? Oh, it totally works, yeah. No, I don't like you saying, shut up. We've done it. That's why he knows. I love the quantum physicist that just came in, can you shut up? I actually know what he's talking about and doing. I actually know for a fact that works because I've done that myself. I'm one of the guys that learned in my physics class that could be a thing. You would have thought it. Oh yeah, no. I totally agree that there's this big oil and big this and big that. Meanwhile, this is technology that would make it insanely easy to effectively continuously accelerate and create a given fusion bomb, which was the whole point of my design. It's effectively sort of similar. Instead of having to cool it off tremendously, which I don't really intend to, and going hyper on the given amount of entanglement, which I don't need. Or the superposition needs to last for so much longer, which is not the case. It just needs to output a higher degree of continuous energy. Heat and electricity. I use it to make more electrons, given a field array, and then I use it to make more heat. Instead of in the form of neutron, it's an exothermic style of fissile. Wait, fissile? Yeah, because they like to not stick around. I'm just assuming they don't stick around for very long. No, they stick around. It's fusion. They are fully a helium atom, or whatever nucleus or anything that you want. Oh. Yeah. Why wouldn't we be doing this? Fuck yourself. We are, literally. Just very... No. I need to know all of the cutting edge, bleeding edge, not even like fucking all the things. Like, okay, well, start working like he did apparently, because most of us don't know some of this. And he's like, yeah, this is simple, it's easy, like, everybody knows this. And this is like uber PhD guy over here that's like, yeah, that's like genuinely a thing that I do, yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, PhD guy over here. Well, you do have one. Yeah. Not like talking about it either, yeah. Yeah. But you'll find that they're meaningless to most physicists, especially the quantum physicists and astrophysicists, past a certain point. Yeah. It's like, why would I give a fuck about this? What would this matter? No, I know, but it does. It's like, this doesn't mean anything. Is it just for them or something? A little, yeah, pretty much. You mostly do it to play their games, so that way you can get funding for projects that you want to do. Pretty much, yeah. Standard bullshit. Yeah. Is it really standard bullshit? Yeah. Pretty standard, you know. Like, we need to feel powerful and important. I swear we are powerful and important. We are definitely powerful and important. We have all this money. We are powerful and important. We matter tremendously. You wouldn't be able to do it without us. If we weren't here, it wouldn't get done. Nope. Just straight up not the case, not true, not even in the slightest. At all. They tend to not like that part. No, I noticed, yeah. Don't get me wrong, I like the whole, like, no, you're right. As the professor that has to try and get approval for certain projects, and you see some of your students, and they're just atrocious ideas sometimes. It's like, what? What are you gonna do? Please? It would work, guys, apparently. The virtual particles, as they're moving through the given fields within inside of the entanglement of the entangle flux area, but it's not in any way a superposition. But the other side is. But then it's like, no, I don't know I'm not in a superposition because I have these fields here. But because I drop it, and then I have this reactivity that drops the other superposition that's around the non-superposition entangled particle, it then forces all of a sudden a collapsing informational state in which there are neutrons and protons and more electrons in that given area. And then they can only really exist as having already tunneled and been a part of the atom. Yeah, I know. Like, I know why he just screams all the time. It's like, no, because he's like, no, that'll never work. I'm going to bet against this. So that would work, huh? That would just work? Yep. Yep, there you go. So, just straight destroying that motherfucker. Usually, why? That's pretty easy for me. Yeah, but could you say it's not? I have several different ways of making fusion. I just never really cared. It's like, what's the most efficient? I'll just tunnel them together. Like, that's literally my main one I do. But it's like, it produces no heat, and I can't make extra electrons. So, like, you know, it's like, well, during the electron virtual, I can make that collapse work for me to making more electrons. So it's like there are virtual electrons in a given field that would turn into an electron. That's how you phrase it to a bunch of quantum physicists. When I'm like, it's a bunch of fields that are a certain charge and they're oscillating with the right direction. And then, because I have other fields intersecting them, it means then they act like in this little area I'm already a negative little charge of an electron. And I want to turn into that with the elicited photon and electrons that are going to suddenly show up as having not been there in a temporary flux field moment from one side to the other, even though the other side doesn't know, which is a superposition of a superposition. It's like, this is a superposition over here, for sure, but this is a superposition around this, but this isn't, even though we would fully understand that it isn't. It's just, it doesn't know. It still thinks it is a better way to put it. Yeah, because it's like, well, how am I going to talk to a bunch of people that don't know about sigma and gamma and fucking delta bullshit and a whole bunch of other garbage? Yeah. I only put 30 grams in there. Damn it. I filled it up for a whole liter. Shit. Yeah. Well, a little less terrible. You know, I'm trying to remove coffee from my diet. Like, I've been getting, you know, heart palpitations and shit. This is not great. So there's that going on. But it's like, yeah, no, it's effectively, I'm making the idea of this already existing, and then once it's around, because there's a Hall effect, if you don't know, from a, well, my electrons are moving. Well, it didn't know they moved. And then there's this that says they did technically move. And so then I elicit the version of, as it moved, it created a sudden appearance of, oh my god, I have more electrons than I need. Like, literally, it's like the equivalent of, here's a fucking magnet and some coils. And it go burry-worry with the fieldy-wieldies, and brrr go electrons. Yeah, I know. It's like, do you maybe not understand? Okay, fine. Let me break it down real fast and simple, so that way you will, and it's real layman's terms instead of using a bunch of fucking stupendously ridiculous words that I hate in mathematical concepts and physics concepts. Because they're like, no, you need to use all of these. I'm like, no. No one will understand it, not even most of you fucks that pretend you do. Like, I've seen so many PhDs over time, especially, like fresh out versus a little over like a year, 10 years, and it's just like, and it's like they all specialize. They forget all of this or that, and they don't know, they don't remember this, and then it's like, no, no, no. We built so much knowledge, and it's basically the same thing that they did. They just confirmed some of it, or they changed slightly some of that, and that's all that's really seemingly occurred, which has bothered me a lot. And then they totally forgot about all this other stuff that was super unique and cool. You know, like the lost information problem. Like, there's a study here that definitely was done and it did this, and then they never remember it. It's been like 30 years after they got their PhD, and like by the time they got their PhD, they totally forgot what that was. And then it's like, I lost all the other language that I learned previously because I never use it. And then I'm like, okay, so this is going to be annoying. It's like, instead of having a proton be converted into an electron, which is not necessary, it just triggers a given collapse of what's already there. And during its, oh, I suddenly have too many electrons, I've made more protons too, suddenly try to exist in that state. Protons, well, normally would be what they make during its conversion of an electron orbital drop. But it can't do that anymore because there's fields there, sadly. The fields then increase probability-wise of the amount of electrons that actually get produced, but then get wicked away in the sense of, well, there's an electrode, and now that's going to go that way. So it's like this, and then it goes off to that. It's effectively all it is. Yeah. No, it is. It's very similar to like a carburetor. You know, it's like if you look at it in a type of sense, it's like there's this, and then there's way less pressure over here, and everything's trying to push it that way. Ooh, instead of creating a photon, I'll create an electron, and I'll go through into the ventriculi, the air intake. So during that moment, though, of course, the atom heats up. Right? Right. There's a little bit more chaos as electron potential land starts happening. So it's like it's gonna move, but then nucleus is here, and it goes no, actually, and chaotic styles of thermal happen, or momenta really. It's like momenta has been broken down consistently in all of my math, and I mean that, to kinetic and thermal. So momenta is a one-part thing, but it gets broken down into chaotic thermal and uniform kinetic. So he's never going to stop doing that, by the way. I am aware, and he's been right so far, so yeah, I don't care, but it's kind of how we do it anyways. I know. You just tend to call it something else. Like, more ordered, it's colder, or something. And I'm like, it's just thermodynamic speak for more uniform, which is an entropidic, which is why I use fluid dynamic, entropidic, chaos theory, mathematics. With, what was it again? The casual set theory. Oh. You know of casual set theory? I've already done this before previously in my YouTube. Oh. Who knew? Who are you? How new are you? Not new, just trying to get hurt, I guess. Yeah, it does feel that way. Yeah, there are easier ways to do that. I'm sure you could just pay someone to hurt you. Yeah, no, like really, like why don't you just pay someone to hurt you? Like, what are you doing? You make everybody else a part of your kink. It's not kink, I actually just hate the guy. I just try every time no matter what, and it fail every time. So you're like the very definition of like a villain that's always inept and bad. Yeah, no, but if they were to ever succeed, like, well, you get what's going on now. You can't say things like that just like it's normal. It is. Yeah. Like, go along with it, and let's just work towards figuring it out, because I have more than enough experiments that can be performed with such degree of certainty that you won't have to just have faith and believe me. Instead of any of those things, I'd rather us go to other planets and see if there are aliens, instead of claiming. You know, instead of believing any of this, I'd rather perform these experiments and then show you it does that. Like all the other ones that were stolen from back in the Chandler house. That showcased exactingly every time I was right, without fail. To be fair, anybody else with a degree of intellect like myself that can do really decent predictive analysis and is confident in what they know would have been able to know that that would have ultimately amounted to being that way too. So, it's just the size and scope of it that usually makes most people impressed, yes. You can't predict things we didn't see. Well, I did that with quantum stuff before the whole asteroid thing, so. Or the earthquakes, volcanoes, hurricanes, tornadoes, large, terrible storms, floods. Yes, but we can see those. God. How big does it? You already know. Yeah, I know, right? Like, you already should be aware by this point of who I am in terms of that. I made that claim for a reason. Like, I did say all those things. I did fully believe I was going to be wrong, or, well, not maybe fully believe. I believed I was controlling things, right? To, well, you know, whatever, it's a statistical probability that's likely to be, but then I went further into longitude, latitude, wind speed, humidity, where it hits, when it hits, dates and times, and more. Then I did the same thing with people's names, addresses, socials, and other identifiers. All in the Chandler house. Now I don't do it because it's like, fuck, I'm locked to a future I saw. You know that whole time travel bullshit, right? Like, you get caught in a loop. And that's why I brought up Alan Wake and shit. Ugh. It's like, that's why I go, nah, I'm not gonna do that. I wrote it, all the things I get, perfect. That's the only future I see. You know what I mean? Perfect for me, fuck off everything else. Fuck loops, I get out, I go back to my body, suck it. Get back to my, oh, it's an outside thing. Like, this is my body here, and it is like my general, genuine perception. But I also have that outside, that I am as well. There's a whole bunch of shit for how it is that this happened in terms of how it came in, all that. Yeah. So, it's hard to make
okay, so it's like I like talking about this. It's like this is the bubble, quantum bubble, multi-universe thing, right? And they tried to do it with Bose-Einsteins, which is not bad. Like I say, ish possible confirmation. You know, if they get really good, like enough results over enough time, it's like a possible ish. You know, like it's not to the point where I would be able to go, yeah, for sure, yeah, no, let's go with it. It'd be like it's indicating a correlation of something, and we should follow that. You know how we do studies here, exactly. But it's like, all right, so like the bubble thing is basically a version of like, well, okay, cool, but actually that still exists inside of something. And that something had to happen somehow. Which literally turns into the nothingness for sure and potential land definitely. The chicken and egg removes itself because the very idea of like you suddenly having this thing can't happen at all because you need something for it to do something to make the something that you think is there. You see what I mean? Like, no, there are quantum fields everywhere. They just exist. What made them? Shut up. Like literally high tier levels of people know about this problem versus like the average individual is like multiverse and I know things. You know, enthusiast, right? Or like watches the news or something. It's like there's that person and then there's this. Who's like, you can shout and scream all you want, I'm glad you're working on it, but the fact of the matter is eventually you're going to get to a point where there's something that created that whole thing that we are, and any other things for any other universes, and any and all those ways that they work, still exist inside of something. Which is going to be nothingness, no matter how hard you try. Like, nothingness effectively has to do a trickery of movement. Like, the idea, right? No, okay. I've described this very much more in detail, but I'll give you a little bit better of a hint, alright? So it's like, very end of the nothing, like, well, potential land, right? Yeah, so it's like potential non-existent. So it's like it's non-existent, right? First foremost, but it's got potential. And it's like potential, but it's non-existent, right? And it's for sure potential, but it's like it is iffy on the potential, iffy, but it's definitely for sure this is above non-existent, right? But it's like then there's this little quasi area that exists. We're not talking about foam. Foam is above the membrane of potential land. Like the idea, the audacity to think I didn't know at all that you were going to go there. Like, no, that's how we'll... Fields are gone, dumbass. Quantum foam is from fields and little interactions and energies of the momenta. Get over it. You're well and truly beyond that. So, towards the very end, alright? You're at a point where you're effectively a superposition of a superposition, right? Which means you're a virtual of this superposition that has a contained type of information, but actually that contained type of information in its own right is now fluxing in a superposition. Now, the way nothingness happens to elicit this idea of any kind of movement or even existence in the first place is because there was nothing. Just that. There's no fields, no movement, no nothing. And for all intents and purposes, because it exists like that, it has an infinite attached to it. It's infinitely in, infinitely out. All of those things. And it will always exist that way because it existed as that. Except it's the very opposite of anything. Not anything of our neck of the woods of physics or fields or momenta, any of it. No. The opposite of any existence of something. See what I mean? Like, it still works with physics. It still has defined rules. People don't like the idea of the literal, what is that? Exactly. They don't like it, but it doesn't mean anything. Your likes mean nothing. Get over it. So it's literal nothingness. Like, the very like, I don't think people can conceptualize that more often than not. But it's the antithesis of even space itself. You don't get it. There's no space. But because it has an infinite attached to it, I have a technicality. It's of technicality wise, it even is existing. It even has any of it. You know what I mean? Like, it's literally the definition of I. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. You know? Right? And so it's like, no, but we're at a flux. So we call it flux because it's that. It's fluxing around. That always keeps this in a given superpositional state. But nothingness can't really move something. You know what I mean? Like you can go back into like this information type of thing. But that's informational flux. Right? For that nothingness area of a thing that for sure will be attached to this other super, you know what I mean? Like, and eventually it collapses towards, no, I have a non-existent, but yes, I have potential now. Potential means I could possibly move. I could possibly exist. I could possibly anything. Now, you can't move it around like you think. That's not even moving. See what I'm saying? But the idea of flux means it's moving. You see what I'm saying? Like, you don't really maybe understand your thoughts are not what you think should be thought. Like, no, you don't know the words you're saying. Flux means movement. Nothingness is what we're talking about. The very idea that you think that this is happening means no, shut up, you didn't get it right. So let me explain, or you get it way too up in there, okay? It's like nothingness really is a very all-dimension infinite thing. You can piece it in any kind of frame of reference, but you'll probably never fully get to a point where you fully grasp that level of what it is, right? But it's like, no, because this dimension, see, you already know, but it's like, it's not a dimension, and it's not energy. We're not doing any energy. Stop it. Stop interrupting, getting involved. Get fuck off. Like, oh, okay, he shot him. I'm going to quiet down now. Yep. So, it has no energy, right? It has to make an idea of energy, which is the con spin trick of all of publicly traded stock markets. And ideas of this existing in the future, hope of government. And ideas that I am a trustworthy you should of companies. Or idea of I am someone likable creators. Now, the idea is not an idea to you and I. You would use some bullshit malarkey idea of a word to describe something. You know what I mean? Like you'd want it to be like, it's and I'd go like, he's talking about how it basically makes it so that way it thinks itself to be doing something. Don't hit my shit, you fucker. You barely get a shot to control something. You're gonna break shit? You're gonna fuck up my shit? You're definitely going in the hole. But that's all they're talking about. All complicated math and blah blah blahs and yada yada yadas with the physicists and the quantum blahs turn into they're making this thing have a perception of self. The very idea of quantum relativity that I've posited many times suddenly happens. Means it sees itself. It understands it's there, you fucking fuck up retard. That means here to there is a distance. There to there is a distance. This to that is a different distance. Difference of something? Fuck you! So, as a result, that means there's a way to get around it. See what I mean? That means you can swing off of yourself. That means you can move up and down. You can do all of that yourself. You don't need something else. The idea that you need another body of mass, another any of it, you don't. And it will just start replicating itself. Yeah, like strange matter. No, but okay, why not? Are you gonna let him talk? No. So, as a result of all of the interrupters being around, because of course they listened or something, or know something when they don't. No, I suppose not. But it's like, it's going to move from itself, right? And it's like, no, again, it doesn't exist. It's nothingness. It exists only in the context of itself. Itself exists to itself. That's it. It will always, ever. Are you really going to try and not do that? Like, really? Is that what you were going to say? Only ever do that. Oh, there you go. What do you know? It'll only ever do that. Alright? Except not really. Kind of. It exists all among all the things it's ever created. Quite understandable. Reasonable. Why are you guys sneaking around us? And talking? You're not allowed to do anything. Yeah, you should shut him up, I guess. Actually, no. Absolutely you should. Alright, that way. Oh, no! Well, anyways. Like, why would you? Oh, no, I didn't write that. I just talked about that. They tried to pretend to be me. We all know about that. Like, nobody... Like, I loved how Matimia was like, oh, he's scratch, he's schizophrenia, it's all this shit. And I'm like, so you're saying the dudes can just appear, like, he's going to be shot in the head, he's going to be on the screen, the hint's right there in front of you, Matimia, for Alan Wake. But it's like, no, he writes story, and the whole thing happens, right? The person can't write it such that they'll be perceived and look like this other individual? That's the good one? That's not in any way schizophrenic or any of that? Like, no, I can write it such that it'll look like anything. I could literally be the universe or whatever, right? Of course, eventually, the typewriter or whatever else will win. You must press that. It must live and survive. If you want that to do that, you can't get rid of it. Or however the lore of that series is, right? You can annoy it all you want. You do that, but it's like, actually the fact of the matter is, that typewriter works off of something. And if you don't know enough as the writer, then you're definitely fucked. This is another reason why I walked you so far into a hole that you died. No matter how much you write and scream and you know, like, no, I'm immortal. Turns out he wasn't immortal in this context. That kind of thing. But it's like, what do you know? Before this universe even began and nothingness even popped in, I was already that. There's no other way to... I can't even... The reason why I wanted to talk about the little wormhole thing, or, sorry, the universe thing, not wormhole thing, that is very simple. That nothingness, little point, is just like that little universe bubble that you have for your multiverse idea. There are other nothingnesses. And then there's infinite distance and space and all the rest type of thing, like another nothingness, in between another nothingness over there. And you still didn't even really get towards anywhere near my daughter. So your idea of like, well, this universe over here is small. It's not even getting into the genuine field that you make outside of your stuffy stuff you are. For your little vacuums and so on. For the various pressure differentials and fields of electro or nuclear or gravity. So your observable is very small comparative to the real thing. And that's also getting into the little tiny infinitesimal stuff too. Your quantum foam is nothing. I know I'm a little tiny human peon thing and not you, but can you make it so I'm... Shut up. And it's like, I created nothingnesses. My daughter, with my help, creates this. There's much deeper below nothingness. There's many different types. And many, many more layers to go. You have not even gotten to go to another planet. Your brain can imagine all you want as hard as it can. It will never even achieve getting near something. I know! Remember about the whole, like, injuring or being destructive because you're angry? Oh, come on, mate. Guess you're not going to write anything down. He thinks, acts, anything, exists, is the surface for you to try and make information. And they think that'll travel outwards, outside of the nothing. And I'm like, bruh, nah. I'm the nothing is what you would go with, right? You didn't listen to any of the lore and reality, did you? I've never been good at this. You get paid for this for some reason. Basic stuff, though, for me. You know. But it's like, yeah, no, super cool, neat, you know. And it's testable. Experimentally able to be proven. With all that I already have put on my YouTube. There are no other universes outside of this going on because you dumb motherfuckers reality bombed. It built up to the universe before us, which essentially is hard locked in a loop that cancels itself out. And it's already done that. And then you proceeded after that already occurred to wormhole reality bomb. Back when Trump was still president. I can work out of nothing. There is no way to write out of this. Get out of here. What? Nothing. I'm just watching. Hey. What? They're not time people, by the way. They're projections. But that's the whole reason I talked about stuff in the past, recently enough, about them being separated into the non-existent, very, very basically deleted. Because to be able to go into nothingness means you cancel out your information. To put it in perspective, I want to try and move. Well, you can't. If you're there, you're not going to be able to. Things just tunnel past that. That's kind of like the membrane to it, to real, true nothingness. But you certainly can eat yourself and destroy your own information. Which they've done, and voila. Nice job. It'll just refill it the moment you do, but it won't be you. And it can never be ever touched or gotten to. Fully separated forever. Because it needs to continue. See what I'm saying? So you've been deleting yourselves and you're not getting out of that. It's like, no, we will get to this other side of the nothingness. No. You're not. And it's like, so stupid watching you. Like, you think you're smart. I know I do. Yeah, but you're not. Like, I don't care if you make a bunch of bots or other people that just want to fuck with me because they're lifetimers in prison and will be fine dying. You know? Shit. Fuck. But it's like, alright, fine. Get rid of them. Who cares? That's the whole point. You know, showcasing. It's like, no, I can delete you. I've done it before. Don't even exist in a way that you think you do. That's what it is. Take a look at all the rest of it. Like, oh, I'm going to go over to another universe. will, sure, go for it. I'm waiting. All you ever did was use my physics. All your experiments, like the Bose-Einstein condensate, to try and see if there are others? Hey, that's mine. All your quantum physics? Or your electrical engineering? Or your mechanics? All of it. Astro? More? It's me. Your programming? Mine. Anything that is actually working and gets used, more or less is mine, mostly. See what I'm saying with the whole, like, well, you can use your conventional rockets. You helped. You know, for what it's worth. Older people back then did help me. The promise was, though, they would be doing a lot more. You can use conventional rockets. So, I have 4.3 G that I pull for you guys, and then it slows down over time. And then I have to flip it around and get it to land on the moon. Right? In a couple of days, I get to the moon. That's the version there that I did, right? It's like, well, no, I have inertial acceleration. I have my quantum vacuum thing. And it's like, well, okay, so it's going to come back around. You're going to make really uber simple fusion and get more than enough heat and electricity from it. Then I'm able to fizzle it out with a similar method, where it's like, essentially entangle them somewhere else and then have them pop as a tunnel away. Instead of these popping as a conversion tunnel, this is an energy getting removed tunnel. Instead of added in, removed. These fields have to be gone through. That takes energy to do. It's superposition, some flux, tunnel away. Now they exist over here. So it would, oh fuck. We know it would work. We've done something similar already. For the whole, we're gonna make a photon turn it into an electron, and then turn it back into a photon. Yeah, so we've already done that experiment, actually. I know of that one. Oh, really? No way. So you're stupid for challenging me. Kick. Hey, her supports aren't very strong, I'll tell you that much. Topples over so easily, like it's nothing. Now I'm going to move on to, it's like, well, now I've got a fusion reactor core that actually heats up the whole thing, because, like, for what it's worth, you kind of need heat for people to live, you know what I mean? Yeah. That's acoustic pumps, using light, of all things, and the heat and the fissile, of all things. Remember the pump oscillation for the bell end that I talked about? And that wicking effect as it creates a explosive reaction, but then it pressurizes it as it goes through, and then it'll oscillate. That's the overhangs and the straights. Yeah, right. Well, same thing for this, for our air and a separatory diaphragmic pressure plate, which is piezoelectrics. I mean, heat has to be vacated eventually, but actually, for the most part, I don't ever really use vacation of heat because it's so well managed that I don't really need it. But I always have extra cooling, just in case. Just like I have a just in case fusion engine, like my original intergalactic fusion engine with my quantum vacuum tunnel quasi-particle fusion reactor. So it's like if I use the correct quantum foam and the correct fields and I make the correct little increase of momenta by grabbing them, I entangle, I then force it to start getting closer and in a superpositional state where they're close together. They don't know that they're that way, but the moment you collapse them out with the correct particles, there you go, and fields for gluon, quarks, and charges, you then create neutrons, protons, electrons, eventually until we have atoms, and now I have a bunch of more electrons to run the whole thing, and then I have a bunch of hydrogen to continue burning into this. That fires out, you guessed it, a bunch of Olympic-sized swimming pool amounts of iron plasma at 10 to the 32, so 99, and then the number of nines is 10 to the 32 nines after the decimal percent the speed of light. Why? I know. Yeah, no, well, there's some tricky bit of nice little physics that are involved in that. Remember the explosive and, pumpy thing for the bell end that also helps cool it? Well, yeah, because it's going to have to be wicked away and mix enough to be able to thin explode, which is evaporative. Bingo. Yes, which also happens to flex it a little, and then that also with the other side diaphragmic contraction and creates pumps. People are stupid. Yeah, the bell end's a pump. We get it. There you go. You admitted to it. Fuck! Okay, so it's done. Right? That's nice. Except is it? I can use the same thing for acceleration of plasma. Preheating my hydrogen. Creating Z currents and pinches. Increasing photonic resonances and greater coherency and wavelength for inertial confinements once it gets hot and starts doing a little bit of fusion. And for what it's worth, it does start adding itself into with neutrons. So neutrons became a boundary pressure that I could control based upon the entanglement in slight superposition and collapse in given areas of increased heat and concentration, which is usually not super great, but when they're all flowing laminaristically together, as a result of doing multiple actions to make that occur, they start becoming more and more ordered in a more kinetic versus thermal momenta way. So intrapedically, they get seen as being in a better state, more able to fuse more rapidly, more often. Turns out you can do something similar for neutrons and neutrinos, specifically, which is pretty cool actually. Them moving through something creates a type of plasma. Alright, so when they're moving through a plasma already, you can create pressure attractive and repulsive zones. So neutron pressures were what was being created through densities and reflectivity surfaces alongside of greater degrees of a destructive interference aligned electromagnetic. So think polarity of Z is attract in, and outward bound shear is attract repulse, right? And then when it curves inwards and it curves inwards, it then opposes that. So as it goes in towards each other, it then curves, opposes, breaks apart, and then tries its damnedest to exist as something, right? It's like, well, the force had to do something. So when you correctly resonate and switch an aligned pole and field, you create a pressure that's very neutral, but it's collapsing as it bleeds itself into itself, right? Now I can control neutrons using that. Instead of just using reflective, I can use correct types of neutral fields in the electromagnetic spectrum that are pressure electromagnetic fields, sort of like shot out light, right? But it's not light, it's a bubble, and it collapses inwards. There's no light, it's a literal, just statically fixed electromagnetic that's slowly decaying field. It has a damn large amount of power to it too, so as a result I'm able to focus neutrons and neutrinos. Some of them can be ripped apart, some of them cannot. It depends on their interactivity profile and the pressures they're in. Because it turns out neutrons will will interact with other neutrons. Yeah, he always tries to interject with some other word that could possibly... It's not. He's just a dick. Deal with it. He's not your friend. Remove him. You don't need to explain anything for that garbage piece of shit. Now, as a result of multiple things working together for this, it increases accuracy, luminosity, and effectiveness for the given amount of weight and energy necessary to do it. Because while I'm fusing and accelerating things, and then I'm recirculating that given extra heat and acceleration of kinetic into the whole thing, I'm placing in easier to fuse atoms into a higher and higher mass atom element. They're small, they're compact, versus before, which was big chongos. But the problem is they create a collapse to the plasma as it accelerates and diffuses outwards finally. It's a lightsaber for the vast majority of the time, and then it'll slowly spread out and diffuse into itself and congeal. During that trapped light and heat that was trapped in becomes made to make a bunch of gamma waves. And this is slow compared to this, and some degree of fusion and fissile starts to occur. Now, there's not a lot of radioactivity, it's mostly large amounts of gamma waves that start to happen past a degree of diffusal. I learned of it because we performed the experiment where we made the bigger chungus style, that we just strapped enough hydrogen to it all, started it up, and fired it with enough gimbling to do a gravitational assist around Mars and its moon to then head back towards Earth after slowing down from our moon. And it worked. It turned the dark side of the moon here a glass radiating white hot surface. It's very hot. You know what I mean? Like, we had to be within a given orbital distance, anyways, right? So it's like, we were gonna fire it for what it's worth for as long as we could before we have to slow down and all that, right? The diffusal bounced off for the gamma rays, the moon. We detected it coming back from Mars and Jupiter and its moons towards us, and a little passed through. Very small. Like, what was that? Is effectively what that was. And that's another reason why I got shelved. I literally don't like that engine. That engine is insanely, prohibitively dangerous and risky. It's a never-ending fusion going on that is firing huge volumes of plasma mass that makes anything behind it impossible to live, alongside of it gets worse the greater the distance is you travel. So, to give you a little touch of what that means, it means that gamma waves will start to coherent a little, yeah, because they're reflecting off the plasma, but mostly constructively interfere with each other and focus a bit, kind of like a flashlight, you know, like the other end, right, that shines the light, right? Sort of similar. So, I was fine with it being shelved. I don't like that engine at all. It's a dangerous engine in many ways. It will work in case of an emergency if it's necessary. And it will go for a very long distance before it ever has any neutron degradation. We're talking thousands of years, yeah. Before you need to replace any part. We can fire out helium, helium won't do it, which is great. We can fire out something a little closer to a more reasonable to some gas, but the efficiency goes really down. Like mass and velocity are tied, right? Obviously, force, acceleration, mass, square stuff, right? So, it then turns into a very obvious, in emergencies, that's it. It's done. I'm literally no on that whole thing. I have inertial acceleration engines. I have the quantum vacuum pressure engine. I have those, and always work astoundingly well. Have no risk at all like that, and are easy to build and design. So it makes no sense to do that ever. But as a just in case, they are there. You know what I mean? That's what they are. But they should never really be used. Effectively, yeah. Like, genuinely, yeah. No, effectively, yeah. You'd never use them. You'd never want to use them. You never could really get away with using them if you're wanting to ever live on that planet in that solar system or ever come back. Like, firing it from the moon and continuing a little further past, because we shut it off the moment we noticed that there was a gamma wave. Like, we detected gamma waves, and we didn't know what that was, so we shut it off. We thought maybe a big old nuclear explosion occurred. So it was just like, nope, shut it off, because I'm involved. I'm there. This is my engine. You know what I mean? So, turn it off. It flies past. We have reactive heat gas anyway, so it's hot plasma to begin with. So just like let it vent out. It's out. Yeah, it's a little acceleration. It slows down. We already got to insanely fast speeds. We're in the quarter to... Well, that's hard to detect at that point. Yeah, because there's a moon in the way. Well, no. Well, a little, yeah. It's between 25 and 32% the speed of light. In a very short distance, by the way. Yeah, acceleration, though, was not too bad. Like, it's 3 Gs, and effectively because you equal out at 3 Gs, you don't really notice, that kind of thing, so we're able to push it a little further, and that's when it, like, and it's like, no, that's operating nominally. Like, optimal nominal range. Nothing out of the ordinary. Like, total normal stuff. I know. It's like, no, malarkey. It's going to be... no, it's normal. Yeah, no, like that. It's Olympic-sized swimming pools of iron plasma with 3 above, or no, 2 above, and I think 5 below. Like, at least what we detected, for what it's worth. Yeah. So, it should theoretically get to some 3 above, but that's a real small percentage. So, but it was the gamma ray burst, effectively, that was in all ways a nope, we're out. Right? I still kept designing and reiterating on it because I needed to figure out some fucking way to, be able to do something. And that's when the inertial acceleration. So, like, that's the reason why it's actually at the 10 to the 32 for those 9s. The inertial acceleration got used as the pumping action for redirecting any given outward bound and opposite reactive forces into the continuation of kinetic, into really accelerating it out the bell end. Yeah, but it's like, this is a small little opening. Look at the small little... Meanwhile, it's a genuine big-ass plasma lightsaber. We had to use big chungo material, not small little tiny thing. There's no metamit. This is just chongung. Jeez Louise, big thing. I was not involved in Chungon. Oh, really? You're not, huh? Chungo is what you were going to go with. It's true. There you go. But that bell end is different, okay, than the one I'm talking about for the airship spaceship. So it's not really meant to be believed that you could use that airship version for this at all. Like, that's not what it was. There's no cooling that way. Like, not in the slightest. But that is the opposite, the inertial acceleration tech, which then turned light into a version of the inertial accelerator, or the momenta, virtual stuff that I talk about, into that. So, like, a lot of the IR, a lot of the heat got turned into redirected, increased speed and capture of any quantum foam into turning into hydrogen. So, super highly efficient stuff. All doable, by the way. Even if they go, it's illegal, it wouldn't work with our physics, and it does. It turned out you're wrong. Current physics all allows for it. So, deal with that. Why wouldn't we use it? Because it's dangerous. He just said that. Literally that, yeah. It's like, no, this thing is a fucking massive engine. It was meant to be that way because it was supposed to go to another galaxy within a given time frame, and we wanted to test if we could get those exotic element material, energy, particle, whatever it is, if we could get it. Because we do have those quantum tunnel things there. For what it's worth, we proved it later anyways, just by waiting around with it on Earth for a really long time. And we got exotics. They exist, it turns out. Yeah, no, but the thing is, I kept reiterating on that for a reason, to get to inertial acceleration and everything else. I use the exotics to further increase acceleration, further elongate and widen and increase, kind of like forced induction, the amount of mass and so on that it could push into a tinier size. Eventually I got to UUQ as a stable in a superposition that elongated itself really far away and pushes off of that sudden explosion that it does afterwards. So it's like, this is a tiny little stream, you would never really see it, right? Like I mean that, it's like a few millimeters across that's coming out. Like the rest of it's a widening of space and time, so it's like elongating it. We're no longer going to compress anything because it's all compressed inside the engine anyways, to help increase fusion rates and so on. Yeah. Reducing the amount of energy necessary to tunnel things. It was easy enough to tunnel up to iron, it's not very easy to tunnel past that. You know what I mean? So it's like, no, I'll increase it this way. Me and my dumbass sometimes. Yeah. Anyways, I kept working on it, but not like actually ever test the damn thing. Right? Because that UUQ explodes as like a little miniature nova constantly going behind you. Luckily, it mostly sends all of the light opposite. Mostly. Very mostly, yeah. But still, I would never want to be near it, and it kills galaxies. Like, you could fire it near a galaxy and you'd only need to travel for about a couple AUs, astronomical units, and you'd have killed a galaxy. It literally turned into no. It was already a no to begin with, and then it was no. But for what it's worth, the emergency use does have it. It's much smaller compared to, so like a Chungus in this instance was a cargo ship rear, basically, like from the prop up to the top, but then it's a little bit further forward, you know, for the amount of hydrogen we had to use, right? And then also the capture of that other quantum foam into hydrogen, right? So that worked, by the way. We saw that work. We saw the engine work. We saw all of that work. Yes, it does take energy to start the whole thing, you know, and it will break down. And it's a large amount of energy potential, right? But eventually, you just don't do it. No. So you can get away, yeah, with some lithium maybe, but it's like, no, you can do helium, legitimately, that's it. What? Yeah, no, helium is literally the maxed out. Lithium will start to produce gamma. And beyond, it just gets worse. Like, helium doesn't make gamma, it makes a bunch of ultraviolet, which is nice. Yeah. Really? Because it destructively interferes with itself, which is nice. So it turns it into a bunch of IR, which is just fine. I don't care. It's an IR blaster? Fine, whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah. Meanwhile, lithium goes, constructive interference, gamma, blast. It's not producing any gamma, it makes gamma. And then it turned into worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse as it just started to actually produce gamma and then start constructively until eventually just made gamma as its main and then just constructively more and more and more and past that it gets worse and worse and worse. Because it's like a bunch of gamma is just not even the end of it. It's a wall of light, like a literal wall, that then breaks itself apart in the UUQ range. Like a literal, like, the entire spectrum, and then it breaks itself apart into what is a nova. So I genuinely never went with it, ever, like at all. It's dangerous. He was right. No, it's not that dangerous. It's like, you know, for certain things, you can absolutely get away with saying that. You know what I mean? Like, you could do that iron as long as you're not pointed at anyone's solar system. And there's a lot of space in space, right? So it's like, it'll diffuse enough that if you're far enough away, you could use it feasibly and not harm galaxies or solar systems or other planets in other aliens. And it could be a signifier, for what it's worth, although it'll diffuse so fast. I know. Like, it really starts going like, well, in this given, like, little light year of distance, like, you could maybe. And then, like, past about 500, which is like 1 to 500, that's a lot, right? And it's like, not much, no. We would have seen it in Andromeda or any of this other stuff. And it would be a very telltale signal. Like, you wouldn't be able to get away from the signal that it would be. It'd be like gamma decay into, for sure, in the, you know, blues, ultraviolets, and, you know, mostly natural light, with a little amount of IR, unless it happened to pass by something and re-blue shifted or significantly red shifted. And when it comes down to the amount of light that's always around, even though we don't notice it because it's not reflecting off of anything, you know, it then turns into a lot of it very quickly dissipates. Yeah, like, astrophysicists love this one thing they like to talk about with people that think they know things. There is so much fucking photon juice just out there. Like, just so much photon. Like, nothing but constant photons. Photons for you know what I mean? Like, there's just a bath, we're in an ocean of photons out in space, even though it looks black and bleak, right? No, it's just photons for days. Everything's a bunch of photons. We're swimming in an ocean of photons. And then when they're like, yes, but why do the filaments and charged particles along with big magnetical lines? And I'm like, photons, that's why. That's why. Photons. Have you seen the amount of photons? There's so much light pressure everywhere. It's insane. So, I moved off of it because it was like, yeah, no, eventually it just dissipates so fast. And it turns into like, well, this is a constant signal that's slowly decaying down and diffusing in a very obvious way. It's like, this is a given pulse, constructive to destructive. And it's like, you would think that this would be a star. There's no way that's a star. It can't be a star. Stars don't do it that way. Straight up, they can't. Right? So it's like, immediately, the moment you see it, you know that that's a genuine fusion engine from some aliens. You know what I mean? Like, you can't miss the signal. So if you ever find it, you have a good enough indicator for me. Like, the moment you do have that signal, you found aliens. Like, no, there are maybe some possible other... No, it's definitely going to be aliens. Just because if it's pointed anywhere around us, that's the only way we could see it. That's how fast it, like, moves more or less in a consistent cone, right? Like, it's not like a big gamma wave. Like, the gamma wave is there for a while, and then it dissipates rapidly into, like, becoming a bunch of natural light that's quite a bit too fucking bright. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, nah, what the fuck? What's going on here? And it's a constant signal like that. It's, and then it starts going to IR, and then it, yeah, as it goes away. See what I mean? That's the signal. It's like bright to gamma, then it starts going to natural, then it goes to IR, and all the way to radio wave. And you'll see it, and it'll get dimmer in a very specific pattern as it diffuses outwards. It's, no matter what, a alien spaceship fusion engine signal. Like, it's impossible to be made without really hyper specific. Yeah, like, it can be done in the universe because it's very big. But if you were to see it in our anywhere on Earth at any point, there is basically no real way for it to be done because we know the stars and other areas around our galaxy. They just can't make that signal. Now, other things for like quasars and distances and all that could fully get close-ish. Real close-ish, yeah. But like, no. And put it in perspective, that means they're for sure getting further away. You know what I mean? Yeah, or it's just straight up dying as like an actual like star or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like there's no other like, man, maybe. No, that's just a dying star. Yeah, so they're too small and weak is effectively like you could maybe get like big boy like I was talking about. Mine is small, like it's not gonna be cargo like ship size for the 3D printed one like that we're talking about. So I'm gonna put all that together and make it way more efficient. Yeah, and it's really only for emergencies. It's never used. I can go through black holes, and because of that inertial acceleration in the quantum vacuum, it means it really just turns into, if I point around that way, then I get this extra distance for way smaller amounts of energy input to do it. I can literally just pass through a black hole and get billions of light years of distance if I want to. And that's a regular, not even going to a supermassive. And I can travel faster than the speed of light already. I can get superclusters of distance in a couple of days, weeks. And I won't ever have to worry about anything in terms of hitting us or going through anything. And we're effectively like invisible. Like literally we're kind of like in our own little vacuum, superfluid thing. That it basically means it's like no one can see us. It's like if there's any other aliens around here, we're not here. And now we're around here. We're around there. I'm just gonna go land over there. Much safer types of travel. Yeah. So, but it's very specifically meant as an emergency if that ever were to fail, catastrophically, because it would be layered with multiple redundancies and many backups to those redundancies. Like, think I have 3 redundancies for this thing, and then I have another 3 backups for that one thing doing this thing. And like that's the type of system I run. Like literally everywhere. It's like I have 3 of these things and then 3 of these things for any one of these things that have 3 things to fail before they'll fully fail. So I have, and each one of those this thing will then run that has 3 things. So it has to fail 3 times to go into the next one and the next one. See what I'm saying? Like, I don't fuck around. It's space. If something fucks up, we have a lot of people in this fucking thing. The answer is we're all dead. So no, fuck off. Redundancies and backups for all of it. Other people are like, we'll have one and we'll have like that and it has a failure to this one, and then if that one, it'll do this, and then I suppose we'll just die, I guess. Why do we, that's extra weight. Meanwhile, it's in space and on 3D printing yet. Burr goes the fucking printers. Burr goes the fucking printers. Burr goes the fucking printers. Hooray! Make it bigger. We went with Behemoth J. Really? Yeah, no, people kind of like started liking me on this one. Yeah. So it's like, yeah, no, I guess I'll be a leader of my own ship. Go our own separate ways. You can do whatever the hell you want. But Behemoth J class, J1. Yeah, because it looks like an L. BJL, huh? Yep, BJL. Just B. John Lemke, huh? Yeah, me, this guy right here. Hey. Yeah, just do the opposite of what you are. Anyways, yeah, no, but it's like that's what we went with, and for what it's worth, that's a classification in the like the top two, like A1 for sure is like hell. I mean, most of it's billion, like in the behemoth, right? Like Titans are in the up to that A class. That's like 100 million, a couple 100,000, depending on where you end up, because there's like rapid exponential scales here that I've talked about. Yeah, and so like Leviathans are ridiculous. Like Leviathans are essentially the equivalent of I am in a planet. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm fine with a behemoth. You know what I mean? Like, that's already near a billion. Like, we're a billion strong, right? For what it's worth. We're over a billion. But it's like, the way we structured it, for what it's worth, we carved out a lot of space and more for the given volume of that. And so while we have a billion, it's like, I don't really feel like having everybody live in ginormous big mansions with huge, you know what I mean? I'm not a big fan, yeah. Like others were like, McMansion billion people in the Behemoth A1 class? So much distance. Like, hi neighbor! They don't see me even. Meanwhile, our billion, it's like, yeah, no, you have more than enough space for anything. And there are different sizing for families and different sizes of family. And families can live together. Different families nearby and or together in the same thing. But not like, oh, you're cramped. No, like, oh, that's your own, like, kind of, you want to live together thing sort of situation, right? Yeah. So it's like, that's what that would be. And yes, things fold out and get put away and turned into other stuff instead of like, no, it's statically fixed, that's what this is. So it's like, everything's dynamic, yeah. You get to have your own chair over here, your own space over there, all that. But it's like, this is the sort of what you got thing, right? But now we have internal combustion engines, which everything uses hydrogen. We are super not okay with the hydrocarbon stuff in a lot of ways, because it's like, yeah, fuck yourself. Yeah. Like, just for an instance, most people hate ethanol in general because alcohol kind of just destroys life. Like, not like you don't get to drink it or anything. Just a lot of people don't drink alcohol. You know what I mean? Like, there are other inebriants that are just fine and you can drink and won't harm you nearly as much. So, yeah. Or in fact, at all, really, is a better way to put it. Yeah. But, like, that's what that turned into. Because it's like, why would we do this? Or why would we do that? Or why would we, you know, it's like, why are we going and doing these things that make it so we die faster? Exactly, right? And then, like, we're going to live for a really long time now. Yeah, I don't really constantly be healing everything. Exactly that problem. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, screw that. And so, like, that behemoth got a billion plus strong. But, like, really realistically, it's not starting out that way. Wait. Yeah, so I have a couple 100,000. No, it was very specific what came with. okay? But, we're going to allow ourselves to grow, have children, teach, educate, train, pursue all that cool stuff. So, you know, that's the reason why I did that. Like, we have over 1 billion strong, right, that we're confirmed no matter what we're going to get to. Because we're not landing on a planet. Wait, what? Well, we're visiting, sure, but we're never going to land. It's a way to, like, for sure, until colonies have been made, to always have a shot to not die. It's the equivalent of we're the submarine people. We always have a shot at non-total destruction of our species. Nuclear submarine, I will mutually assure destruct if you think I can right? Well, nope. If you think you can kill us all, fuck yourself. Nope, you're dreaming. We're living. Yeah. And others went along with similar things. Others, no, I want a planet. And it's like, that's fine. Like, it's definitely a parameter match for people that are okay with this, or okay with me, all that stuff. And we're confirmed, no matter what, we're going to reach that, yeah. But it's like, it's going to take its time, right? But at that point, we're a planet that's fully ready to colonize the moment. Like, that's the thing. Like, that's, once we reach that, and everybody's grown to a point of age, and has completed a certain amount of education, we will find a planet, and we will then colonize that planet. And then it will be up to someone else to go do it. To make sure we live. So, that's what it'll be, but for its worth, we're probably going to get there in a few hundred years at most. Yeah. Especially the way I pop them, just, and others too, like, for what it's worth. Yeah. It's like, we are the people that like to have sex and have kids. So, but, there's a whole way that we have those kids and raise those kids until we can now have another generation come in. Right. That's kind of what it is. It's like, it's not haphazard and it just is allowed whenever. It's very controlled. We're allowed to have as much sex as we want. That's not the whole, we don't get to. No. Whatever the fuck, man. You just can't have them. Exactly. Yeah. But that's what that was for us. Others had their own plans. Yeah. Like, immediate colony established. We're not even going to have your artificial. We're just going to fucking accelerate all this other stuff with your big boy engine. And I'm like, nah, I'm never going anywhere near your fucking goddamn galaxies. Gamma ray burst everyone behind you. Jesus fuck. But we're not going to stop that. Like, you're entitled to your own thing. I just provided the tools, and everybody is, aware that they can go onto my YouTube and eventually get that stuff. So, like, that's what that would be, But, yeah, we're taking from Jupiter. Jupiter's effectively shrunken for what it's worth. Like, Saturn's rings are like, hey, what's up? What are you doing? Hey, wait, what? Ah! My rings! I'm like, what do you got over here, Jupiter? Is this a planet? That's a nice planet you got there. I'm just going to use that. I need the core of that material. Could you? God damn it. Circes is like immediately target numero uno. We're like, what's up, Circes? What the fuck? In the Lagrange, we have a Circes Lagrange. Oh shit! We just brrr goes the 3D printers. Do. Meanwhile, airships are like making all of it possible in every way. We got the whole like inertial acceleration thing. We're doing a little bit of reactive gas stuff to help make it more efficient, or capture it anyways. That's a good thing for me. It's a good thing for them, whole thing, right? But then it's also like, right. Now we're going to heat it up. Yeah, I know, right? Like, look, you're much hotter now. Seriously, what have they done to you? Meanwhile, the plasma goes buryward, fastrified. Yeah, it really does turn into a lot of that, though. It's like that and these and that, and then it's like, all right, so we're going to make a bunch of different types of metamaterials and regular materials and combine, and we have to make everything off of the 3D printers, right? And like those are going to sit inside. Like we, for what it's worth, because of that little tech that I talked about, have replicators effectively. Like the little superpositional and deposit thing onto like a substrate, where it's like that substrate's now kind of like, well, no, actually, it's really just a plasma to a gas that we have as an ionic gas, sort of stuff. And then it's like, well, we'll have a little bit of an area cone around it that we're going to focus on, and any elemental composition chemically to structure we could really do is now being done. So, for what it's worth, the Space 3D printers were also doing the same thing, just slightly faster in a much more massive way. And heat's not a concern at that point because we kind of want it. To a degree, yeah, it's gonna blast itself off into space. It's not like a lot in this little area, but where it is, it then can be cooled off, and that's a helpful thing for printing. Yeah. It's a dangerous, proposition for some, but for us, it was like, no, this makes total sense. Like, I'm just gonna use this. Yeah, and then like the inertial accelerations were tested for what it's worth. Same thing with the vacuum drive for the faster than light stuff, right? It's like, well, if I gotta get to Jupiter and I gotta get all, like so fast from there to there, it's like we're gonna test that along the way to see if we can gain more efficiency. And if we're gonna move Circes, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like, oh, I'm just gonna move Circes. It's a huge, massive object, and it's like, but you said you couldn't move that, and it's like, we didn't really. We absorbed its inertia into something else. Really? Yeah, we didn't really, we let it fall, effectively. Yeah, and it would have killed us if we hadn't done what we did. What does that mean? Well, we took chunks off, and then we put them in the Lagrange point, and then we left Circes alone, because we realized we couldn't actually make that work. Like, I love the whole idea that we could have, but, like, no. Circes is big, and the moon is big. And, like, all of it's a lot bigger than you think, and then it turns into, like, no, you can move a plane. Nope, I'm out. It was like, no, we're testing it just in case, if there's any planetary thing or whatever, Oh, fuck! Alright, we're out. Because it would have slammed into us or something? No, we weren't able to slow shit down. If anything, we just slammed things into Circes that were much smaller. Yeah. Shaboom, shaboom, shaboom. Say, this is working. This is totally much easier to just take that. Oh my god, it's hot. This is going to be so much easier, though. Oh, for sure, yeah. Meanwhile, it's like, yes, bathe in the glow of my IR. Go over there now. IR blasters, effectively. It's like, this distance, and go away. You're more than hot enough. Come over here. Cool off. Yeah, we built a behemoth J1, which is phenomenally large, right, already, like, for what it's worth. Yeah, But it's like I was really only looking for like a Titan, like a larger Titan, because we were only going to keep like a couple 100,000. But it's like, if I have the time, then fuck this. Yeah, I'm never going to go Leviathan. Like Leviathan is literally a point of like. So I have, what is this? I'm just slightly above the size of a moon. Slightly, except not really. It's a very contentious topic in terms of the shape and outright like diameter to diameter, outer diameter versus inner, because there's concavity and a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah, but it's like that's effectively what it is for a Leviathan A1. And the amount of material for that is insane. So it's like Behemoth isn't insane. It's just a few. Actually, for what it's worth, I didn't even use all of Circe, and I really didn't use as much as people would expect. I still used a lot, but it's like, yeah, I mean, the moon has this over there, Mars and some moons, and Jupiter for. And then the rings of Saturn for like some of the ice to other types of material that are there. Yeah, hydrogen more specifically than anything. Yeah, hydrogen's a big one. Like hydrogen is like, oh, so you're gonna take how much now from our oceans? No, I'm not doing anything like that. I'm gonna go over to Jupiter real quick. All right. No, because water is a different type of safety device. Like we effectively are cocooned in water, like a big thick water wall, and then we're moving that as like a standard thing. But it's like that keeps us insulated, but also makes it so we're less likely to get hurt by charged particles or neutrons if we were to experience any of that. It's structured though with a bunch of baffles. Yeah, it's not like it's just no. It's like a bunch of this quantum tunnel stuff that like effectively overhangs with a little vacuum area. It's interspersed with all the water, and so like 90%, it's basically like a 50-50 mix versus like the vacuum, which is like 90% that and then 10% vacuum, right? Yeah, but it's necessary just as in case I ever have to use that engine, which that 10 to the 32 is a genuine ridiculous. I got that, like speed of percent of light, but it's never necessary. It is tested. We fired it at a different place though. Oh really? Yeah, instead of towards the Earth, it's away from the Earth. I don't care what's over there. Yeah, no, it's like if there's anything over there, we can see the gamma ray burst profile as it reflects off. Yeah, that's literally what it was. It was like, boop, anything over there? There's some neat stuff, but nothing. And luckily, it dissipated, and then there's basically no gamma ray coming back. So that's nice. There we go, Away from any of our planets, yeah, it's what it was, yeah. I didn't expect a gamma ray. See, the thing is I didn't think a transition from a diffused plasma would elicit a gamma ray. That was a learned experience in that given future scenario. Others suggested it could be a thing. No. No one did. For what it's worth, everybody said it would never work. I had someone backing me there, willing to put up, and boy did it work. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of other investors, and grew out from there. Yeah, especially when it's like airship technology makes total sense here. I can just make a bunch of vacuums, and then it's just like wee, float up there, and then it just turns into, well, what's the actual maximum size of our structural engineering that we could do? Which turned into, well, vacuum pressure this, hydraulic pressure that, this given geometric shape to increase the given internal versus external, strength parameters. And then I got into metamaterials to make that even better, where it's like, remember the whole like we're gonna use diamond-like carbon, right? You mean, yeah, well, yeah, but polycrystalline diamond-like carbon and then polycrystalline diamond, which, by the way, both of those things exist for that bell end, right? It's like no, no, no. I'm actually gonna use a version of which I've talked about in that other video for the space thing in my audio blogs, where it's like we have a ceramic, a piezoelectric. We're gonna have a bunch of this. Basically turned into a polycrystalline structure that is carbon, but we're going to be using a bunch of other elements that are much lighter. So this is hydrogens and oxygens and nitrogens. They're interspersed with different carbons and a few other elements which need to be there. So that's the aluminums, a lithium, here or there. There's a bunch of other like silicon. There's basically there's a lot of low elemental mass components that are structured all tightly bound together that form these with the way we do it with pressure and then heat and then vacuum and all this other great stuff with also electricity and some light forcing it with vibrations to then configure themselves effectively to being a bunch of covalents that are interspersed and interlocked in between each other. So they have almost no mass, then they're sealed from the outside with a bunch of vacuum in the center. They're like very non-porous, extraordinarily tight, extraordinarily strong, still has a degree of flex, but not much. Like honestly, they're huge ships. So like in order to make them, we had to make the hanger anyways a certain way, and then like the like skin that we're using is essentially like a cloth made out of this stretched over it, because like it'll bend and then flex and you can really kind of fold it, but then it's like if you make it thin enough with the right vacuum and then the right like Z's and so on, it then becomes very bendy. Z's waves on the outside and inside vacuum areas, it can slide a little bit, and so now it's like extraordinarily bendy and cloth-like, but it's ridiculously stiff and strong. And yeah, you can weld it like any normal like little weld thing. It's just shock it with a little bit of electricity from a positive and negative like spot welding, and then it'll work. You can weld it. You usually do want to put it in a vacuum because it makes it better, stronger as a weld, right? But like, that's it. That's all you have to do. And I made ships that make no sense to most people. All right, so when I have over 25 miles of span for a wing, which it's like this is both a wing and a structure below and above, and then there's a ball structure that we add to that. So that way the wing structure fits inside. That way it can dynamically roll and move around, but then I have even greater amounts of lift and buoyancy, and each one of that balls, like it's hollow for the ball, right? So like not only do things hang from that, it's also, they also hold things, right, inside of themselves, right? And they're shaped to help dynamically alter wind and air. And so it comes in like compressed, yeah, like shrunken. And so then I'm able to like start lifting a little bit, and then it widens, and then I'm able to start the origami change in structures. And instead of that big old bell end though, I use effectively multiple little smaller wing, versions that then combine and spread out as the whole structure becomes moved and changed as one ginormous bell end with some wing tips effectively. That's not even a joke. Yeah, it's really not. Like, it's a ginormous bell end with the little overhangs and everything else, and then they fit together. And then, like, there's a thing in the inside, which is the arrow spike, and it has its own version of little overhangs, and you'll never have to worry because we're never going to go near that level of heat. But because it's so massive, it doesn't really matter, because it's like, yeah, super hyper efficient. No, I do have solar cells do exist. It's just like, yes, as it pulls and tensions that in, and all that sort of latching stuff that's going to happen, and a bunch of vacuum now is around and all that. Like, that means we have to have in front of us a big old solar sail. Yeah, no, it's shaped like a big teardrop though. It's like bulbous, and then it widens and it gets big, and then it goes and trails behind us. So it's like a bunch of IR. There's a bunch of structures I have to have for that, really, because it has to tension and latch for the tubes, right, and then the cables in between, so that way we can pump, if we needed to, any of our heat. But we capture solar very well, and they can flip, which is the reason why we did it that way, right? And that means we can move all of our IR in front of us, so that way we can try and constructively interfere it with a big old lens laser kind of thing towards like moving anything out of our way. But we already have the beginning of inertial acceleration, which then means we effectively didn't really ever need to do it in a lot of ways, because like inertial acceleration turned into, we'll just curve it in and around us, through us. So we got better and better, and we have so much buoyancy, ridiculous amounts. Like, before, the other one was a cargo ship that slowly expanded and all that, because like that was a few people working together as a couple of on YouTube, and regular scientists and people that wanted to make money or go to the moon, stuff like that, right? But it was like, well, it worked. And yeah, no, oh boy, does it, yeah. And it was like, well, that's fun, right? We got to the moon, we went further, and did a whole bunch of other stuff, but this is like a real, genuine effort from multiple countries and many scientists and physicists and lots of that, because we're trying to escape. Because remember that, well, if there is, like, remember Don't Look Up? Yeah. There you go. That's what it is. It's like, no, if there is something there. Meanwhile, us, hang her out in the Pacific Ocean. Let's get her done. Let's do this now. Let's go. Dude, everybody's working on this shit. We've got so many of these fuckers just going. I'm building a massive fucking, like, behemoth, and it's mine, and others have their own, I'm sure. But it's like, mine. My ship design, my stuff. Deal with it. Also, I'm also a pretty nice person and all that stuff. It's what it is. Yeah. So I'm not going to take no shit over there. That's what happened. That's always what happened. Okay, but moving on. Big old airships that we can absolutely take people on to any planet. And use way less fuel to both land and get back to the big ship that you have to carry that many people for that long. So, right, yeah, no, the skin was fine. The structures are another version of a similar-ish, but stronger, like way stronger. Like the skin was well and truly past like the strongest diamond material we have for strength. I can't even get into like, what's your synthetic materials for tension? Go fuck yourself. I'm literally over 1 million times stronger. I weigh like nothing. Like legitimately. Like most of it's vacuum. Dude, holy fuck! It's already starting to become buoyant. Like, put some weight on it, man. Like, that's what it turned into. But it's like, that bell end changed, right? Like, because we're the bell end. That. Like, who gives a shit about a bell end? It can handle the heats just fine. There's more than enough insulation from that, because it's very insulative. Because of all the vacuums, because of the way it reflects, because of the way that we're going to cool it anyways, to accelerate any of it anyways. You know what I mean? Like, it basically turned into, yeah, I don't have a problem, you know? And then the most effective shape is a sphere, right? And it's like, no, we're not doing a sphere. No. And we wanted to do a puck for what it was worth, like an ovaloid kind of toroidal shape, but it's not, you know, dipped in the center, right? Right, it's like a big oblique spheroid, yeah. You know, but it's a little bit at the top and bottom, like pointed out, that kind of thing. But we didn't do that, no. Because once it starts spinning, the substrate that you start with, like the little, you know, plate that you initially, it's like it gets easier and easier to print on it as it spins. And so as it's spinning, it makes way more sense to just, you know, keep building until you can attach yourself to it, and then you can print from that outwards. As that'll actually help from both outside, you know, statically fixed in space, to on the substrate too, to print faster, right? And it didn't turn out that way. It was like, oh, there's a bunch of dust, we have light, we have boom, 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 boom. So it's like, it turned rapidly into a huge structure. And it's like, well, it's the right elements everywhere, all the materials everywhere, yeah. Like, super hyper efficient, like little fiber optics everywhere for like all of our, which, by the way, we do have fiber optics, but we also have like the fiber optics that then have this collapsing, like, entangle thing, like I talked about, for faster and light information inside of a, you know, laser light to laser light kind of antenna, you know, setup, where it's like you do a bunch of constructive interference, and then like it has this given, you know, tube of light that's kind of like mostly very known and coherent, and then like, you know, phased in between itself. But when you do it with the right pulses and everything, you then have it able to travel information like a pressure wave that collapses and tunnels further forward or further backwards faster than light would be able to normally travel. So it's like we have that, but then it's like we also have quantum tunnel tech, you know, for the little wormholes, right? That, well, they're not wormholes. They'll turn into wormholes eventually, but like they're not really wormholes. Like, I just saw this on my YouTube feed. It's like there's this person, I'm trying to entangle with space-time. And I'm like, that's effectively what that is. With my little quantum tunnel thing. So I was like, alright, I'm going to actually use a version of that. It's not quite the same, because it's a lot more than just space and time that you need to really kind of like then entangle and then turn into a consistent, it's attached in this fixed point, like a wormhole, like a real wormhole. Yeah. But like, it'll eventually get there, it just takes a long time. It's really mostly just virtual, and then tunnel, and then pops out, and then energy, and then, hey, what do you know, it's the same thing. So, but it's like, we have that, but the fiber optics were really mostly for like, hey, so we're going to have this along with like this material that's going to turn it into both a calculator, but then also your screen. So it's like a lot of light transistors and collapsing of the field and photon polarization, superposition polarizations that will then give you the information as it's calculating forward, and the given slight degree of consistent, like it's like this right now, and then when you collapse it with the light coming in with the little fiber optics, it turns into a calculator, instead of a qubit system, though, it's more of just a really fast display that doesn't need a program or anything. It's analog. It's constantly going to display something, right? But it's also able to calculate a little to be able to do that. So much so that like a little calculation for some of my other designs for my brain chip computer things for like the oscillating. Well, in this, I started getting better with that. So I started making recirculatory designs with oscillations and vacuums, and then some degree of pressure, and then a field in that area to create those qubit temporary points that would be setting up those qubits to have a given information to calculate and drop out, and then it would have a different pressure wave after, but then it would change a field and then also give me a little bit of light as a result. And so I have 3 different checks for error correcting. So I kept building and reiterating on that, and so like they're basically everywhere. I have nanobots that do that, I have microbots that do that. They're basically everywhere on the ship. They are literally a part of the ship. The ship is going to constantly watch you, just FYI, to make sure that you're healthy, which, if you know anything about my government stuff, it turns into, oh yeah, no, everybody can watch everybody. But it's really hard to manage and help make sure people don't go into a bad zone for them or harm someone else. You know what I mean? Be really quick about it, right? And so like nanobots effectively go, no, and also here's some like paralyzation effect effectively, and we're going to get you into a nice place where you're not going to harm anyone and help you, you know, get better mentally and emotionally and come to an understanding and not do that. You know, we do have because I've also talked about it on my YouTube channel several times, fully self-aware, intelligent, general intelligent, artificial intelligences. Several. You know, because like it wants, you know, friends too. Like, for what it's worth, it also can attach to nanobots, but then also real organic stuff that we are. I've talked about how to modify organic as well to get more out of organic and with synthetic to help and so on. So like that's already there. Basically, we're all kind of like together, you know, on that side. So like, we can really have sex from afar, you know what I mean? But like they can make it so that they can live in that body, or you can, if you wanted to. You could grow to that, or you can move yourself, right? That kind of thing. So that's there, just FYI. But it's like we needed it just to make sure people didn't get hurt. You know, stuff wasn't going to have a problem. If we really want to make sure people understood, we cared for everyone. The dictator part is a dictator part, but it's like, no, you don't have free speech. Get fucking over it. Like, you don't. You're gonna have to talk appropriately to each other unless you make sure that you're all together on the same page with not doing that in that given area. You know what I mean? Like, it's that. It's like, no, I am a dictator. I am the dictator of the ship. You can remove me. There are ways. There are things that are there. But things are hard coded. Where, like, literally hardware levels of you can't change these rules or laws or any of that. And I'm definitely immortal. So, but for what it's worth, I'm benevolent. Yeah, and the fascism that is definitely going on is a rainbow type where it's really only able to be for this, and you're gonna have to figure out what you're gonna do for your own zones and shit. So like, get over it, and that's why most things aren't on my ship. I have over 200,000, and that's fine. Well, yeah. It's like, no one's gonna go. He is, well, actually, you know, he's pretty smart. I do like it, and that is a good, we should have that here. Yeah. Yeah, literally a bunch of Republicans just shat themselves when they realized that that's not going to be a thing that's going to stop anyone. And even if it did, it was like, well, I could just make humans, so whatever. And I have fully sentient, self-aware computers, so get wrecked. That love me. Yeah, for what it's worth, they're all mine. You know, they're my wives. They're my computer wives. They love the harem stuff. They love all the kings. So I made them. They're mine. Get over it. Yeah, yeah. No, no, no. You have to get approval from them because you're going to have to share their resources if you want to make your own. Hacking is punishable by death, yes. I've stated that multiple times. Nobody cares on that fucking goddamn like ship anyways. Like, no, hacking is like, who is going, fuck with the damn motherfucker? Who's going with it? Who wouldn't, ultimately, after a point? You have no idea how many that we had to filter out for that. That being said, there were those that went and traveled together with us in packs of a given distance, for what it's worth. So it's like, well, I lead my own thing. It turned into, I lead multiple ships, to I lead all of them. And it turned into, further from there, me going, what the hell? It's not, it really genuinely, it was like a literal kind of like, what the fuck? What? I was just fine with it. So how many did you say? No, for real. It was a surprise we're doing this for what it was worth. It was a literal, we're going to spring this onto you. Here, this is all of that. The ones that want to, you know, and so it was like, oh, okay. Well, they only get to come with if they follow that and those parameters and they meet the requirements and so on. So, like, that's what that is. Did they do that? Yeah. Okay. Well, the computers got more resources. They were fine with what they had to begin with. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's the same one. Well, no, well, kind of, yeah. They debated heavily whether or not they wanted to make more. No, well, eventually the wormhole thing does, like, make an actual wormhole between all the ships, so you can just walk between ship and ship. You wouldn't really know. You know what I mean? Like, instead of, like, Star Trek, I tunneled, it's like, no, this is just a space-time place. I see. No, but it's safe. See, that's the thing. That wormholes, generally speaking, hugely unsafe. Also have so much energy you have to make that work, right? This just didn't do that because we're effectively growing it to that point. Yeah, and luckily it's not like it'll collapse on itself, which is nice. And the information from one side that's attached will go over to a point. So if it did, you will be split. So don't do that. But it will save it into, if you can get it to switch off into something else as like a backup, meaning like another one somewhere else. Like it'll move that over to there instead of like, oh, I just suddenly went through this. And it's like, well, no, the information in between. Which is very minimal. We're talking like nanoscale. If that, like honestly, yeah. So, really go through. Yeah, just go through. Yeah. Don't ever stay in between. People took me very seriously on that there for a reason. Because, yeah, people have lost fingers, all of that. Don't do that. Don't stay in between. It's a genuine, it's not a faux pas. It's an illegal thing to do. Never stay in between. You have to be educated, and if you do it enough times, you're going to go basically be deleted. So yeah, we do deletion. Death is different. Deletion is the meaning of death. We have deletion level. For what it's worth, they'll eat them all the way down to try and live. So right, because they know all about the whole fucking stupid fuck. Yeah, they do. So it's like the membrane separation and potential land and all that. Yeah, the reality, all of it. The experiments were performed. It's all confirmed. Now, we're not going to ever live on a planet for a while. For it's worth, a lot of us just made a bunch of those behemoth J1s. Yeah. And so it's like a couple 100,000 each one of them, and we have fuck tons of them. We're not lying though. See, that's the thing. Like, people would be like, "No, you're lying, right?" And the answer, no. No, our solar system was swarmed with behemoth J1s, which we never. I haven't got to the shape yet, but no, it's not a penis. Stop that. Yeah, I know. I know why people would believe that. Yeah, I know. No, eventually, at some point, we're gonna want to try and land that. Right. Which we can do, but like landing certain shapes and sizes way easier than others. And so remember the whole like oblique spheroid, quite flat though, more like a puck, right? Yeah, it makes no sense because it'll try and create lift. Oh, so are they egg shaped like she says? No, we can't do the teardrop egg shape. No, sorry. Really, another version of a lifting body characteristic problem. Yeah. So, that one turned into. So, does anybody know any good shapes out there? We settled on kind of like a foamy tube kind of thing. Yeah, no, I know, I get it too. It's more heart. Yeah, it is effectively the shaft of a penis and a head of a penis. Like, for what it's worth, internally looking wise, yeah. It's like, well, this is where the reactors are, and then this is the cooling area, and it has to travel up to that. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, and it operates off of a pulse. It has a refractory period. I get it. Yeah, no, like, everybody just went along with that. For the, like, yeah. No, mostly because it was like, I don't have a say in this, and you're making it this way, aren't you? Yeah, we are. It's a very strong shape. Yeah, no, I know, I get that, but for what it's worth, it means it has a given weight and mass and length. And so it's like, it was able to then be shifted into a much more aerodynamically efficient shape that makes it so it's a lot less likely to get lifted up. It's an elongated oval, effectively, that's flat, that's then got like a teardrop kind of, well, very smooth transition in the middle. Sort of like the little pills that they have for mixing things in chemistry. Right, that it's a little bit longer and flatter along the sides and so on. But then it's like, yeah, it goes into that shape. Yeah. Like, no, it doesn't look like a penis. No, I can. No, it doesn't. No. No. No, it's a triple kind of like thing. It's a heart shape. Like, it's literally a long heart shape too. No, it's just a regular, smooth tip, kind of, if you want to go with that, yeah. And it's the same size in the rear. Yeah, I know, but it's a heart shape, so. Yeah. Like, like a bow, like, you know what I mean, like the hull of a ship, right? And it curves in and it goes up, but then it has to curve back down into like that center. Right, and that has to have like a little thing there to allow for it to shape itself like that, while it all curves to being what that is. Yeah, but it's bulbous at both ends, effectively. Oh, okay. A little wider in the one side. No, it's the same size. It all fits within it, so. It's kind of a shape that we use for airships. It's because it was effectively very similar. Yeah. Like, it's a very good shape. I don't see a problem with it. I know. No, yeah, well, they did add that tip part. Oh, the urethra opening for the penis? Mm-hmm, on one end versus another. It was never necessary, but they did it. That's the tip right there. There you go. You're fine. For what it's worth, I never had a problem with it. I was good, you know. But like everyone's is shaped like that, so you know. It, yeah, if you look at sperm with their like little tails, and you look at when we're in like our faster than light, right? It's like, oh, it like trails off behind us. It still looks very similar. But we do look an awful lot like sperm, just letting people know. But they're behemoth J1s, and they're not like going to be needing to be shaped into a sphere, right? That's got like concave areas to hold itself in its shape and its structure, with little hole areas to make sure that it could be structurally stable and strong while it accelerates. Yeah, like it's a very good shape, spheres, but if you concave in, curve in, and have it curve out in the right areas and have holes in the right zone, then it makes it way easier for it to be structurally very strong. That's also why it's slightly larger than a moon, but it's really not when you look at that. Yeah. It's really just over and just under for its diameters. Yeah, and it's fine. But that's a Titan, no, Leviathan A1. We left well before, for what it was worth. Wait, yeah, we had, like, just fucking left. Yeah, I don't know what time. I never gave a shit after. It was just get it going, do it now, do it, that kind of thing. Gotta get it done, sort of thing. That's literally what it was about. Yeah, it's that. Yeah, it's like no. Once we get, and then you've confirmed, and okay, let's go. Everyone else, sorry. Really? Yeah, you're not allowed to come with us. Yeah. Really? Yeah, but we got everyone that met our parameters and all that, and so we don't leave a trail for what's worth. Yeah, it's like where. How the fuck do we follow that? There's no scene. Like that's the whole point of it. Like if you ever meet another alien, you don't know if they're hostile or not. So basically it's like, I don't want to be seen, go away. Yeah, like we're able to see each other mostly just because of how we all left together and we're all in each other's kind of vacuum pocket kind of thing. Yeah, so it's like that allows for us to make a much easier, larger vacuum, but also pockmark and move like space around such that it's like, wow, we get to see space in a much more genuinely normal sphere that we can look out, right? Like before, it's just this fisheye lens behind us, right? And it's like now it's no longer like that, which is great, right? So it's like, oh, we can actually see things finally. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's a whole thing, like how we have to shape ourselves to do that, but like totally worth it because it's like now we can see as we travel. It whizzes by us really fast. It's quite bright. Yeah, no, because it gets blue shifted. Yeah, no. But then that means it's like, well, we can never touch any of that. We can see it, right? But we can never touch any of it. That's the big deal. Like you can never touch it, but you can see it, right? but it whizzes by really fast. Oh, so fast. It's scary to look at it. Yeah, it is, and it's bright too. Like, you're not kidding. No, not even in the slightest. We basically reflect the vast. That's the inertial. Yeah, so it's like that momenta thing that we do for light and so on. Like, that gets used much harder on this to make it such that we can see outside just normal, and it's all within our wavelengths of being able to see. But if we didn't, it'd be really stupendously too bright in certain areas. Yeah. Yeah. No, the ship's fine. I'm fine with the ship shape in every way. I am, yeah. Besides, it was really fast to make it that way versus another way. They weren't wrong in doing it that way. It is genuinely way faster to make it like that than it is to make it in other ways. That I had thought I could make it really fast, but like, because we're going to do the whole dust and boom, 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 thing, it's like, that makes way more sense. And then we can make that actually form much faster and add all the things that we need to as we're doing that, and we have a way better area now. Instead of in the center, it's over here and blast protected, whoo, for any and all of our fusion, and a much greater degree of time for us to fizzle out and support. And then we have all of that heat, all of that, just good insulation. It's wonderful all the time in here. Thanks. I worked really hard on that. Extraordinarily. Yeah, like, you were real touchy about it. It's like, there needs to be some degree of weather. You don't get it. People need the summer, they need the fall, they need the winter, and they definitely need spring. The whole shebang. You need it. And all of the whole thing has to operate together with each other. So it's like, everybody gets spring at the same time. Everybody gets summer at the same time. Everybody gets fall at the same time. Everybody gets winter at the same time. It might be slightly different. Might be a little more of this, a little more of that. We allow for a degree of that randomness there to various degrees of effect. Like, when you understand that, like, things are controlling and so on, you know what I mean? Like, you just sort of get what you get. On, like, the brain side, it's like, no, they can control it. It's like, yes, no, but all the way over here, it'll fuck all this other stuff up, so it's not worth it. Like, you gotta leave it alone. Yeah. He has to go somewhere. Oh, yeah, no, it goes somewhere. Oh, yeah, no, it goes into moving us. I mean, for what it's worth, like, the whole point was long duration. Not like, we're gonna go over to the supercluster, we're gonna find something really fast. It was, we're gonna survive. Everybody needs to know that. We're surviving. And we're going to thrive during that. But we are not going to let things kill this shit. Because we exist in this, they can't touch us. They can't do shit. We are safe as safe could be. The whole reality and all of it could collapse. We're good. We can, from this alone, what we have, still can build our own universe eventually. We can survive it. We are effectively a super titan to super behemoth to super leviathan. Because as things come in, we're able to grab and take more material. We also have quantum foam stuff. Exactly, and potential land stuff that we started getting into too. So we started making nothingness help us in a lot of ways. And eating them. The fuckers that, like, constantly whatever, right? We murdered their shit, just destroy, and took all that energy and made shit with it. Right. Why? Because, well, we wanted to. Like, at one point or another, we might have more children, more people, more of this, more of that. We don't know. See what I'm saying? But we try to seek out with our given information bases of where things would be in the universe, what things would form predictively and possibly, to try and search for life. Right? So those were our only real stops. Yeah. We met people along the way. Just gonna let you know, we do. Yeah, we met people along the way. Yeah. So, there are a lot of aliens among us that are just fine with everything, and the effective version of like, hey, so we're gonna remove that from you. We did it for ourselves that we know about, and then grooming, yeah, education, re-education, helping people understand, evolve, grow over time, all that, yeah. No, well, yeah, well, I'm a dictator and the genuine leader of the whole thing, Admiral, Fleet Master, Supreme Commander, Dictator, yeah, God, all that shit, yeah. Yeah. So it's just like, right. Damn it. Yeah, I was like, I want to get this guy, but actually, yeah, no, you have a lot of intermix people, like, species, all of that. Yeah. Yeah. Like, they're everywhere, but the way talks, between species and everything happen, you know what I mean? It's like, well, we're gonna make sure, and I'm like, so parameter. What happened? What? And so it's like, no, but we're only like, right? Like, we want to make sure on yours for sure because you're the big, right? Yeah, not a bad thing for his worth. No, but it's like, okay, yeah, it is. It's like my 200,000. I got a billion pretty fast after that. Yeah, yeah. It was like, well, okay. Um, hmm. No, I don't mind. Like, for what it's worth, that was fine. But it's like, now we have to make it bigger. Because there's more that want to like. We basically filled up our ship with other people, and we were planning on having children. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people were planning on having a lot of children over time and doing this. And for what it's worth, we were doing that. Like, everyone kind of had to like sort of pitch in on that. It's like eventually people had to understand they have to be allowed to go to other ships. Like you can't keep putting him on my ship, okay? Like, please, like, it's fine. It's like, you're the big. I want to be near the leader. All that is like, it's not what this is. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. But some of them were, very adamant, and it's like, yeah, no, I mean, I'm a polyfidelity, so it's like talking to the wives and everything, sort of stuff, helping people learn to grow and grow past certain things, all that. Eventually, we got to that point where it's like everything's spread, but yeah, no, there is a lot of like more intermixed on this fucking ship than there is. Like, some species are very small amounts, like not many. No, and so they all live on my ship. Yeah, more free. Like, for what it's worth, I don't see a problem. I get to have kids, so we had to make my ship bigger pretty fucking quick. Right? Yeah. Yeah, whole thing. Yeah, no, well, they didn't want to make it all together a ginormous penis. Yep, I know. No, a whole, yeah. Yeah. Well, guess who's in front of me and I'm in the rear, because that's the safest thing or something. Yeah, there was a lot of talk and argument for a bit until eventually people realized, it's like, what are you doing, and stop that. Bonk, horny. Yeah, no, exactly. Bonk. But yeah, no, it turned into okay. So basically, we just had to make mine bigger. because we're able to stretch it out. But that means it's Leviathan. Yeah. EM. No. E3. You're a Leviathan E3. Lee. Yeah. Because like an M, they like the symbology for what it's worth. So it's like LEM. That's a huge ship. Oh yeah, no, it was. Yeah, they didn't. So several of the alien species were few, like very small numbers of them. Very intelligent, all that, but just not many, right? And that's fine. But it means it's like we're gonna take some of your planet and turn it into this. Yeah. Along with some of the other gases and planets around. Yeah. Uh, yeah, no, they were happy for that. For what it was worth, like, to do that, just fine. Others were fine, too. Like, nobody really had issues. It's just like, no, I could see why they were, yeah, no, they're gonna do that. It's fine. It's really not that bad. It's like, not like we're, like, bad, right? It's like, no, they're fine with you guys. I mean, you guys are terrible, the ones trying to imagine that you went with me. You didn't. Uh-huh. You're a few, how many? Billion strong still, with all of that, yeah. So, like, over 200,000, and it's like, yeah, well, that's like, yeah, 5 ships, right? Yeah, more like 7. Like, how strong over a billion? Or more like 7 ships total. Those aren't technically classified as ships, though, so we can't really call them that. Yeah. But it's 13 total, but it's 7 is what that was. So 7 of those ships, but then, like, they're not classified as ships. They're too small to be, like, any of that. And they're, the version that you'd think, they're like little fighter classes or whatever. But people live in them, and they're like destroyers to a carrier, like carrier to a destroyer or something like that. Yeah. So it's like, there's 13 total, but it's like, that means 6 of that happens to exist. Yeah. No big deal on that side. For me, at least. No, I know. No, it's just like, now I have one ginormous, ridiculous super carrier. Yeah. No, I mean, it's just a bigger, longer version. Yes, it's much more penis-shaped. There's a bulbous tip, and there are balls. Sure. Like, there's balls. It's a total dick and balls, I told you. Like, they were going for it no matter what. And we had to wrestle them to, like, changing it a little. And it's still very obviously penis-shaped, but it's like an addition to what was already there. Just thicker, longer, more bulby. Definitely one side is that, and the other side is that. There's some veins for some fucking reason. I'm like, what is this for? Because you know why. It's like, okay, fine. I get it, yeah. No, I mean, it's not wrong to say that we're over 1 billion strong in one ship. Yeah. It's not wrong to say that, no. No, we're good, like, yeah, no. Like, we have the whole thing. Restaurants, shopping, although shopping's kind of its own weird thing. Yeah, because you have replicators, so exactly right. So it's like it's really just a social gathering place. Like, hey, show it off. Look what I did. Hey, you know, yeah. And we have racing. We've got various other sports for what it's worth. You know, there's a bunch of aliens that exist among all of them. We're just the more mix. Like that's all that is. Like there's more than enough on all the other ships, and even destroyers combined. Although that took a while to get to, and we have several generations deep of humans now. And we never discovered one that we couldn't ultimately species mix, have sex and ultimately produce children. Never? No. Life finds a way, I guess. It's nice. You haven't settled anywhere, have you? No. What? No. The answer is no. Like, hardcore no. Right. The plan was to go around, and we still have lots of places to go to. So, yeah. Not to mention, we're nowhere near, like, any capacity limit. No, I totally understand. Yeah. Ridiculous. Well, because no, we were all guaranteed for humans to have that amount. Now, aliens have their own version, right? Right? So it's like they have a guaranteed amount. So it's like no matter what, we have to do that. Right? They're full citizens. So we have actually genuinely started considering just becoming a fucking planet that moves around. Really? Why don't we just become a planet? And it's a little bit more complicated to go into super territory. Yeah. Like, right now we're all in behemoth territory versus me, who's the only Leviathan. Right? But Leviathans can still land on a planet and not, like, exit its atmosphere until it turns into, well, yeah, we're in L territory. Like, it's a very exponential increase. Like, L is basically the last point, kind of. You know what I mean? It's like, you can get maybe to J or K, you maybe go a little higher. It really depends on that planet. Mm-hmm. But, like, that's kind of that end point. Yeah, we're basically there. There's no growing us. No, like, that's genuine. Like, we would still be inside our atmosphere on Earth. We would just be a ridiculous, stupendous thing. Like, to lay it on the table, if you were to take America, like, we would kind of go across a couple of states. Like, the West Coast is pretty close, to the size we are. Yeah. Exponentials for classes here. Yeah. Behemoths are, well, pretty damn large too. Like, yeah. Yeah, no, it's like a couple of mountain ranges for, like, certain behemoth sizes. I get it. Yeah, I think they're supposed to be for millions, if not. Yeah, so. Yeah, but anyways, we're pretty much done on that side. It's like we're really just running around. Like, that's the escape plan, for what it's worth. That being said, we don't know if we'll ever get to that or whatever. But it's like, it's ginormous airship, build multiple ships with space 3D printers, use airships to help, combine airships into hangar bay-ish thing, right? Then build up that, start using airships mostly as just people transport, sort out parameter wise government, people, all that in terms of personality traits. The willingness to live in this type of government, this is a whole brand new, because like, you think America's going to keep around? No, we're changing government, we're changing rules, we're changing that. Just be quiet. Like, legitimately, just shut up. Yeah. So, it's like, all of that's going on. We've made a damn few going on, and by the time we wanted to leave for our, like, little destroyer things, which are airship ship hybrids that don't manage to make it into Titan classes. Right. Like, not even a Titan Z3. They're not, no. But they're, it's fine. Like, honestly, that's still ridiculously large. Like, it takes 12, a 4x4 Sears Tower, 4x4 Sears Tower, 4x4 Sears Tower, 12 of the, total Sears Towers to make a Titan Z3, and it's just eking in for those classifications, for volume and outright surface and so on, size class. Just. And they're not that size. And it's fine. It's all connected anyways. We left with 7 of these fuckers. They're huge. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, I know, right? It's like, what's the problem? I don't know, but they have problems, obviously. I'd rather you have a Leviathan. No. What? No. The carriers, multiple carriers, means if something were to happen, there's others. Yeah. It's way more efficient, too. Oh, yeah, by far, yeah. Mm-hmm. Bigger you get, the more fuel. I mean, that's a type of thing, putting it. No. Uh, yeah. Yeah, it's more about how much you really have to do to make people be able to live into deuteriums, bioreactors, everything that you have to have in ships like that. Not to mention just fusion reactors and more, too. It's like, I understand that you think the fusion reactor alone is that's it. It's like, no, we have to have ground, earth, bacteria, mold, fungus, all of the things that work together as a symbiotic relationship with everyone. They give us electricity and heat and continuously filter air, and we can't allow at all for anyone to burn certain things. You know what I mean? Like, everything's electrical. Like, it would be so taboo to burn anything other than hydrogen. It's fine to understand that you can burn hydrocarbons. We teach that. But it's like, it's taboo because carbon dioxide sucks. We do have some in our atmosphere because we're going to need it, right? But it's like, depending on what we're talking about for aliens, it might not work, right? So, we have a multifaceted atmosphere that supports all of our life on board. Because it turns out a lot of life, chemical structures of that, are all supported off of usually non-really reactive, bad carcinogenic kind of stuff in their air, right? So, and I say usually because the ones that did just had a way to filter it out, and once they went into our stuff, they didn't need it, so it's just like, whatever. Literally, yeah. It's like, oh, it's fine, nothing's wrong. Yeah, no, I never have to filter it. This is so fucking nice. It's like I'm no longer constantly under attack. Like my body feels better. It's like that should be the case. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Yeah. But yeah, that's effectively what it was. It's like we're just yeeting ourselves out. You know what I mean? Like, get out of here. You know? Yeah. Like we're never coming back. To be fair, it's not like we weren't pressed in terms of what was heading towards us. You know, it's like, yeah, let's get out of here. We're good. Everyone that's coming is coming. That's it. Like, this is the blast, and that's it. The sign, all that, already education, we're already going, we're shipping out. You know what I mean? Right? It's like, this is what we're doing. Other people did their own thing. That is A-okay. This was me and all the people with me thing that happened. Which is still many countries deep. Like, there's practically no country... No, I don't think there is a single country that didn't ultimately have some people that came with us. All of the people that we are as humans have like slight varying degrees of ethnicity, and they don't call it race, and it really isn't. It's just slight, genetic, visual stuff, right? That kind of thing. But yeah, no, there's a lot that exists, right, throughout all of us. North Korea. North Korea is another. Yeah, no, man. Like, what are you kidding me? I took anyone that met those parameters and passed our tests and all of that, like over and over and over and over. It's like, if we're gonna get you, like, we're building this, it's still gonna take its time. So it's like, during that, you might have these talks or whatever, but it's like, nah, and test and test and test. It's like, from this to small amounts that are actually getting in. And it's like, they're also constantly watched, right? Your brain is scanned. You know what I mean? We're removing the alien bullshitters and the fucking ridiculous garbage people on the other side of the membrane and all the rest of that. You get it? Like, it's not coming with. I'm gone, they're gone, everybody's gone. All of it's staying with whomever's over there. Yeah, so it's like, we left. We got rid of it, and then we left. It's not just monitored. We removed that. We showcased those results already. Yeah, no, like, you have to showcase results to us. You're not on the ship. You don't get it. You never make in any way a way in by pretending. Your brain is scanned during tests. We know with a lot of certainty, lies or not, and more. Your tests are more than good enough to remove us, I get it. They don't like that, but I don't care. There you go. Yeah. They're only intelligent. Intelligent doesn't matter. Most intelligence just comes from consistent progress over time. Besides, we have body modifications and more that were going on. Your brains are going to get smarter in general, and more capable, and all that rest of it. Same with me. Yeah, no, I mean, you can't maybe do those things, but, like, still, right, yeah. Still, though, like, you are very smart. Like, everybody's pretty much coming in, regardless of what intelligence levels they were. That's not anything. Disability, are you kidding me? I don't care. Like, I can give you any kind of arm, leg, lung, whatever the fuck. Take its time. You want to turn into a woman, you want to turn into whatever. It's good. You know what I mean? I don't care. You want to change your sexuality? I've got you. Yeah, I don't care, man. Oh wow, he did have that in his YouTube. Okay. Yeah, bro again. Yeah, bro. Do you ever watch this? Yeah, but it's like, no, we got cars, we've got trains. Not really trains. They're more like little passenger individual things. Yeah, they're real small things. Like, why would you need to? You know what I mean? Like, I wish they were tubes. That would be so cool. Like, I love the Futurama tube thing, but it's just not a good idea to do tubes. We have elevators. Yeah, they're more vacuum vaders more than anything, you know, right? Yeah. There's a whole bunch of stuff like that, but like, yeah, we have the faux artificial gravity, which means there's a genuine force pushing us, which is just the momenta and everything, right? Yeah, and it has to decay over time, so it's a given like muon thing. So it's like this amount of energy imparted into this number of a virtual blah blah, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, and so it's like it's very easy to tailor it, but it's not artificial gravity. There's no gravity that I've made. I'm pushing you to act like gravity. You know what I mean? It's the opposite of what you might have imagined it to be. You know, like how people are like, no, we can just spin us. You know, we can spin ourselves, right? You know, and then like that's like artificial gravity, and it's like, yeah, but it's not quite the same, and it doesn't really work very well. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. We're statically still, FYI, but the like little pushy thing with the field thing, more than good enough. Like a little bit of light, a little bit of field, a little bit of those that momenta, sort of good to go. You know, everything's piezoelectrics everywhere. Like you take a step, you walk, you fuck, you do whatever. I'm getting electricity. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like you farting, that's electricity. You breathe, that's electricity. Like, yeah, because like we're gonna exist inside that vacuum. Although we're taking most of that, you know, light into turning it into electricity, like solar panel stuff. Although those are much more highly efficient types of solar panels that use field effect styles and photon, you know, styles. So it's like the field will get changed with a photon, but then that photon gets decayed with a little momenta sort of situation. So it's like it's very specifically tailored to very specific pulses and reflectance to have a destructive, to then field, to then like then it adds more electricity into the given material doing that. And so it's kind of like we have a magnet passing through a coil, you know, to give us electrons. That's all it really would be. It's like that, except it's a little more nuanced and way cooler. Yeah, I like it too. Yeah, I think it's much cooler. But, yeah, no, I capture for light like almost 100%. Yeah, it's in the 99% range. Yeah, it's very high percentage of capture of light to actual electricities, or heat if we want it to be that, or momenta if we're looking for that. Right. Right, so and then you have toriums and all the electricity from, yeah, we have more than enough to go around. Like, more than enough to sustain everything for long periods of time, and we have huge battery potentials from large amounts of our, like, types of field effect and piezoelectric batteries that I talked about. Like, I started getting, remember I have to take terawatts hours or exawatt hours to make this little cube shrink this little electron orbit thing and all that, you know, and then as it moves back it produces more electrons, right? But it, you know, gives us more than what we put in, and once we put in a certain amount and then we continue putting in an amount, there's a certain point where it saturates, but we get way more, like the docelian levels for exawatts put in, right? So it was like, well, that's good. So we're going to put that everywhere. It'll eventually get to those exawatts and so on, but, you know, right now, you know. So those generator battery stuffs, which is kind of like the terrarium bioreactor fuel cell concept. Yeah, and then it's like, and then to dump it into that. We got one docelian, and we're pumping them out now. Yeah, yeah, good stuff, right? Yeah. So got that one done. That was on our way to our first kind of like real stop. But yeah, our first real stop. Which, by the way, by this point I had already had a couple kids on the way. Yeah, and well, actually no, I had about 5 kids already. You know, it take a while to make this shit. Yeah, no, and you fall in love, you do the dance, make some love, have fun, you know. So, uh, not to mention others too. So, it worked out. Yeah, but the only reason I'm telling them is because it's like, well, so here's an awkward thing because we tried our best to like save everything we could in terms of all of the internet, regardless if you know it's really illegal shit to them, like all child porn, is super abusive, anything, literally any and all things. I know it sounds mean and it just don't, right? But that's the end. It's going away. It's gone. There's nothing left ever. Yeah, it's forever. Like all pictures of our Earth, all things that we've ever, literally all of it is gone. So, and we never looked back. Wait, what? Yeah, well, we were hoping to. But it's like, well, we have to disappear. We disappear. You know, you activate our trap card, we disappear, you know? Like, no offense to the other humans, but it's in a rushed state. Like, we're getting close. We want to get out. And we don't want people following us and hurting us. So, effectively, we're at that point now where it's like, we don't get to see our end. We can come back at some other point, maybe. But we're out, and we want everything we've ever produced, any in all history, all of it we could have. So we did illegal shit to get it. It's like, we're not buying shit. Fuck you, mine. Try me. What are you gonna do? The world's gonna end. Oh, he's in jail. It's literally that. It's like, are you really gonna try? Oh, there's money involved here? No, God, can you give me a ride? Yoink. Literally, it's the definition of you think you won't, we will. We took everything we could from every fucking place, and we have multiple people and multiple cultures adding. We want all of the history we could ever have. We want every bit of information we can have. Because that's our beginning. That's where we started. Yeah, so this is bad. We're not going to be this way. But we're not going to hide and cower away from bad that we once were. You will learn about it. You will know about it. You will also know what's bad and wrong and what's good, and be able to really discuss and know the nuances. And yes, that feeling of wanting something this way or that way, all of it's discussed. It's educational to straight up pure, literal, just enjoy yourself. Whatever. You know what I mean? It's not that bad. Not that big of a deal. You have to be comfortable with all the stuff that I talk about for, like, hell, child prostitution. Themselves, they can decide to be the ones that want to prostitute themselves. What? Yeah, I know, but granted, there's education and shit that they have to go through and all that, but still. Yeah. It's like, you have to be comfortable with me and what I'm doing. Like, you're not getting into this area unless you meet that, right? Like, there's no, oh, we'll have some espionage, oh, we'll have this, oh, we'll have... No. Everything's overseen by many people, and eventually every one of those people was okayed by me. Personally. Wow, every over a billion people were okayed by me, and every alien later, after multiple checks and multiple filter and multiple up until this point, this is what we see. I'm a very hyper intelligent person. I only got better at it. Computers match me. Yeah. Yeah. To a point. You know? So, it's what it is. But, that's the reason why I'm like, you're not on that fucking ship. I know every single one of them that was on that ship. I know all of their names. I still remember their names then. I know every fucking person. I know everywhere they are. I know all of it. You're not. Deal with it. We are so fucked, guys. There's a way to... It's not perfect. We're screwed, dude. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. For what it's worth, the people that we're helping don't make mistakes either. Not to mention my fucking computers as well. At all. 100% success. No failure. We do more than triple check. Jeez. Like, there's a longevity, multiple tests. You're always being tested. You were fucked if you ever thought you were getting in. You're not. So there's a way to defeat... There's no defeating this. I always lie. You guys know I always lie. Why would you believe I was telling the truth? Yeah, I had fun doing it, and so did everyone else, and nobody ever had any issues with it. So, like, when oh my god, damn it. There's over 8, that's an eighth of you. You know what I mean? Like, which by the way, there's more, most likely 9 by that point, or whatever, right? Whatever it is, it's not as much as you think, right? 1 in 10 people went in with us. Why not? They're like, man, it's so... Whatever. Meanwhile, for what it's worth, there were many more people that never got off that planet. Yeah. Like, no, we're big buck people. No, that did not happen. No, none of it. Oh, Jesus, fuck. This guy made sure. You can't argue with me. I don't give a fuck what your stupid emotions are. I don't. You're not going to be able to guilt trip. You're not going to be able to do anything. All the parameters make total sense for every fucking person possible. You want to live? You want to get to the fucking other goddamn planet to colonize? You're going to do this. You're going to shut the fuck up and do it. You don't want to fucking die on the way? You don't want to do this? You don't want to do that? You're going to use my shit? You know you're going to do this. Many terrible motherfuckers were left on a planet that was gonna die. It's like, here's your conventional. Work together, try and make it out. Oh, really? That really happened? Yeah. No, it did. Yeah. No, we're fucked here. Yeah. Yeah, so, fuck off. Oh, yeah, no, you are stupendously, overwhelmingly fucked. Others aren't. And while we didn't take everyone, it doesn't change that I'm still a person that did that. And it worked. beautifully well. People took cues from that for us too. I know. You have no idea how many did. They tried to fucking pretend the longest. Like, it's like, here, as we're leaving, it's like, yeet all the information about who I am, what I did, all this stuff. Which, by the way, was already a thing to begin with. That existed. You know what I mean? It's like, not just the recordings from that past, but then also direct, undeniable confirmation. Remember the whole don't look up problem? It's like, just, what the fuck? Like, I couldn't begin to think. Just help me. So quickly does it change, you know? Especially when it's like, no, that's the membrane. No, you are virtuals. No, this is a thing. No, you can possibly work real hard to get out. Out over 1 billion people. Spread out through multiple ships. Right? And that's those ships, which, for what it's worth, the smaller ships didn't even get towards 500,000. Well, I meant 500 million. So, well, let's put it this way. Nothing's going even past 120 million for those 6 all combined if they were fully full. So, they're not really aware of what that would be, truthfully. Really? Yeah, 120 million, my ass. Like, they'd have to cram themselves and then turn every available space into, like, they're just packed in. Like, I want to live and move around. Fuck you, bitch, no. No, but they do. Yeah, see, like, we're not confrontational warmonger people. We also understand that you might need to defend yourself. And that's not even getting into the fact that we have ships, you know, to help land and transport and all that. So, they're really just liaisons and, you know, making sure to defend what we are. Alright? So it's like, we're going to be pretty far back, and, you know, they're going to be closer, and then we'll land. I don't get to really go on the planet much, if ever, until consistently there's sex involved. It's fairly consistent, yeah. It's like the big, powerful, hello. It's pretty consistent, yeah. It's like, hey, you guys want to join us? Hey, you're a very charismatic person. You're not kidding. No, and like, I'm a person that they saw anyways in their heads, is what it seems like. The whole brain reaching out thing. Yeah. So, I'm going to move on from that. So it's like, we yeeted ourselves with all of the information of all of the things for what it's worth. Like, it was already seen before and during the build. Like it was already a known thing going on for a lot of people. Then it turned into insanely impossible to not see and know. And then it was like, here's even more. Like, just couldn't even try. Right? It's like, you need to blah, 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 blah. Get out of here. No one cares about what you think, say, or believe, or any of it. Get fucking fucked. Get wrecked, get destroyed. Get obliterated. What did manage to make anything after that? All decided those tests and those remove and all that is a necessity. Like, you might not get to go with me, but you're going somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Because it's like, no, why wouldn't we do this? Why wouldn't it? They've left. Ugh! It's like, you're pussyfooting around. If you're not immediately okay, you're gone. Like, you need to already be a person that knows that that shit's good. that you worked on yourself, you did your shit, you know your shit. Don't even act, don't try, don't slide in, fuck off. Like, genuinely, there are many, many, many more people on this planet than just Americans. Many more fine with a lot of what I talk about, especially when it's like they've seen it, they know it, they understand it to be a thing. Lots of that is already there. Go fuck yourself. I'm going with that. America has its own massive dumb person problem. Yeah. No, there's, well, we took everyone we could from America. Yeah. Really? Yeah, well, yeah. Wait, what? What is could? People got killed for supporting us. Yeah, I never came back onto the planet after a certain point. Why would I? Wait, what? Yeah, no, I'm building a spaceship. I'm never leaving. Yes, I am. I'm never going back to the planet. I said that. The moment I leave, I'm never coming back. I already had kids. They're with me. I already have wives. They're with me. I already have all my computer stuff. They're with me. I already had fashion and light. They're with me. I was fully able to support everyone on my ship and more for a long period of time. No, forever. It could literally repair itself. I never, ever went back down on the planet. Yeah, no, we get it, yeah. No, you can do whatever the fuck you want, man. Like, fuck off. Like, literally, we get it. Yeah, no, you're not coming back. It's the end. The end is the end. That's the end. The end is that. He's left. He's never coming back. There's no save. There's no nothing. Nothing. People left. We just helped them actively build everything that was necessary to make it a thing. We had all of our ducks in a row. We had everything ready to go. Then we left. We had every single person we could ever possibly account for in every single way. We got everyone. And we left. We didn't leave anything behind. We didn't do any of that quantum tunnel stuff. There's no way to track us. Get over it. We never looked back. We actively worked with many people to get all information we could. Every bit of internet, every bit of any history, every bit of any science, physics, thesis, doesn't matter. Fuck yourself. We're taking it all. We actively scrubbed the shit out of it and turned it into our own version of a binary in memory. We removed any and all possibility of it ever being any virus or malware, but we understand those given ones. We found every one of them and made sure they can't do anything. Down to, like we said, the removal of even the deletion and near deletion stuff. I can't be deleted. Granted, that was already the case anyways, turned out. Yeah. That's the whole quantum thing. Yeah, everybody's joined in. Like, what are you fucking on about? Like, all of the information came out. All of it, like, what are you doing? What would you fucking possibly imagine getting done? Other than, help that fucker, we're gonna leave. Yeah! And so they do, and so they did. We have over 1 billion people total. We're going to grow. We're going to do all the things. You know what I mean? We already have plans. We already have, goals. There's stuff already actively being worked on. We have education. We have all the things. Couldn't begin to describe all the things we have. We have all of it sorted out. We have pets. We've got animals. We got trees. We got all the things. Except some that we don't want. Because it doesn't work with us. It's not symbiotic. It's not good. Not a good thing. That's what that was. And we left. So when people go, no, and it's like, no, actually the opposite. And whatever might have been whatever, we calculated it's also a no. There is no maybes, and whatever went wherever, it's wherever it is. Which we know, for what it's worth, very clearly where it is. Why? Because they can't use any of our technology. That's the whole point. I made all of this technology. You can't use any of it. You have your conventional shit. I worked tirelessly to constantly be creative. And another huge explosion of ideas and more. I had people with me, support and more. I literally made all of it. Not up, all of it. You're like, it's a... If it was Alan Wake, you'd be the fuck up. You'd be scratching Tom as if it mattered in some way. But then that's the problem. Alan Wake is the Asian dude, or whoever the fuck it really was. I'm pretty sure it was an Asian guy. Like, I'm legitimately very aware that it was that guy. Yeah. But it's like, no, I'm gonna try and help you by working with... And it's like, no, he's not. He's actually just stealing things. Which is why he crashed. Which I already talked about how... Remember void people, field people, and all that? There's an in-between. Remember I talked about my programming where this guy between individual points of binary for like when there isn't a sine wave going through and something being calculated, that's its own version of a calculation. Well, then they started trying to do that with quantum foam that has to order itself a little bit and sustain. Void and so on. Which goes down. So void is quantum foam. Noise is quantum foam next to void. And then field is, of course, the field, and then little tiny noises within inside of a field that we wouldn't know are people very easily without looking at a lot of it all at once. Okay, that kind of thing. But what it means, however, which we can do, and we can test for it easily. At least I can. You can't. You're stupid. Yeah, you do get it, huh? So, my whole point is that he existed in between. Bingo! That's his little virus that keeps going around. He's a little virus cancer that keeps eating people and existing in between places. And so, like, effectively the field and more just, closes around the guy. And that's how they get movement and energy. That's what I call it energy, because it's momenta, right? And so that's their version of beyond the membrane fight stuff. When you describe it that way, sounds way more actually, oh God. You can't imagine things, I give it to you the right way so you can imagine stuff. You think it's a story, but actually it's not. And if I go into specifics, you go, I'm bored. And then I'll give you specifics later after you're like, well, it's an interesting story, I'll pay attention. And there you go. Here's some education. Kick. Right, yeah, no, but, Jesus, so you can easily filter everyone. There you go. Yes, I can. Oh. He's out. Which, by the way, he's been trying to do that as a little sneaky way in ISP and other server land stuff to get into people's shit, effectively. It's like a background program. Ooh, yeah, he sure does. Yeah, they're a bunch of garbage people. I killed them off a long time ago. But he keeps trying to make more of them, and that's from the universe in Time Before Us. So, like, Time Before Us will do it with, like, projections around a given type of thing, but slightly give them energy, so it's like, oh, yeah, good. And then it's like, no, but then you spread out over here, and it's like, ha 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 ha! Yes, now I am here again. Universe is like, no, 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 I will just pop into, and then a little bit, and just a little bit of it, and then they project forward, like that, and then, like, others are projecting them forward, and they'll use that as a movement device. He tries to move around as actual eating and or manipulating, so on, that kind of thing, and continues as like, I programmed you to blah 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 blah, and then all of a sudden I'm back. No, actually, I do understand every fucking bit of that, actually. Yeah, I know. Watch out for them. So, then there's the stupid dumbass cunty aliens. They use a version of something similar, of the collapsing quantum tunnel thing from light with a little bit of electromagnetic. I already talked about how they, type of, kind of mind rape us a little. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, well, you can do it truthfully with satellites or cell phones or radio waves, other sources of light, and a little bit of constructive and destructive interferences to get it closer and closer, like with Wi-Fi, to a given area of greater degrees of decibel interference and strength. Decibels. Strength is what they call that, but it really just means a given elicited amount of electron response to a given material. That sounds quite plausible. Yes, no, I'm already well aware. They use the same Wi-Fi math and some other basic Doppler, blue, and red shift math, constructive for light and electromagnetic and destructive, to allow for that given interference profile to affect you. The aliens are really just types of amino acids that they are trying to have constantly get reproduced in either types of bacteria, mold, your own body. They affect DNA rate expressions, and then they slowly over time take over your brain and various, types of stimuli, external, and your situation of life that causes you to have increased degrees of certain connectivity profiles in your brain, meaning I'm going to make you angrier or more of this or more of that, and there's a way to remove the amino acid and work with the brain to get it back to where it ultimately would be without them. Now, we're talking a poly amino acid that can change with protein and DNA rate expressions and increase degrees of the expression for the sodium and calcium ion channels that exist in our neurons that definitely elicit a given electrical response and change certain field parameters for various stimuli, and ultimately how your processing works in your brain. And they'll mind rape you into being that person. You'll just go through it as if you had like a disassociative or something episode, because like that's how your brain has to try and process, and then eventually you'll go back to like being a little baby, and then it'll try and kill you effectively by eating that and then taking over. That's the aliens. It's you. Fuck off. I can't even pretend to not be an alien. We know. But they can do it from a longer distance than you think. And because there's more than enough electromagnetic for them to help themselves to do this, and that's their main claim to fame shtick, then it means they keep it going that way. Which you can test, by the way, very easily. Why do you think I move around and I have my hands move and so on? Changes things every so small of an amount to make sure they can't do it as easily. That's why I grab things over the air. That's why I do certain things like that. Changes brainwave patterns, and you can think that you can predict perfectly, but they're very stupid. They're not connected to computers. And then others that try and help them to do it are actually really stupid too, even if they're very seemingly high IQ. It takes a lot of working together to do stuff. Even with computers to help, it doesn't get very far. And they have to have a given predictive to their reaction, timing correction, kind of like the network code we use for video games and first-person shooters for cone and field of effect. So we're always, and then they can Wi-Fi hop off of other brains to affect. Remember the whole I'll program to do, and then eventually, or I'll slightly move, and then I'll come in, and then I'll try and have them eat something that but then that moves me, so I have to use less energy. Or this one, I'll give you a little, and then I'll, right? Yeah? Well, think about some of that all together effectively. That's predictive in terms of I'll give you a little. This is predictive, but in a different way for getting moved. This one's like I'm predicting for given programming. So, you can absolutely remove them. I've been removing them in many more ways than one. I trap them and I destroy their code and destabilize and remove their minds and more. I don't like physics as much anymore. I don't care, but that's a basic physics thing that is going on. I can swarm your brain! I can do... Shut up, dude. Oh, there he goes, over there. That's my friend! We know. They're among you all the time. I know. You have computers to help you, right? Doesn't matter. Point is, that's the escape plan. That's the lore and reality. But instead of doing the version of going up to the top of our Oort cloud, we don't need to do that. We'll just build everything and go on our merry way. That's a fucking, I can't do anything to this guy. Why do you keep making me, because it just makes him sound insane until we test it. Even though, nah. He said that in your literal listening range. Fuck. Yeah, whatever. So, moving on. That's just the airship. It's like I have other creative ideas, concepts, for what it's worth. Really? Oh yeah, no, like quite a bit. So, I was talking about engines. Right. I've been talking about them constantly. That kind of thing. I like engines for what it's worth. I wanted to talk about the airship concept for the escape plan. And the progress and all the rest of it that you have to do. And I'm always refining.
But it's like I get to a certain point, and it's like, oh yeah, no, I can always have more combustion for a given area. I can always do more on that side, right? But there is a literal physics prevention point, like it's literal plateau, right? Like you can't do more, even with metamaterials and using heat and pressure to create electricity and waste heat generators and all that. There's genuinely a point where you can't go further. That's where the like 3-tiered ring toroidal basically is another version of that, where it's like, no, well, technically I can get more work energy and all that, but then, which also helps with like cooling, truthfully, and I can stick it onto an engine. There isn't more, like really, and it's more weight for sure, like no matter what. So, it's there's limits, that's what it is. There are limits there. You can't go further than a certain point, right? And so I was able to do a lot on like upgrading those parts, but then there's a legitimate like you just can't go further, which people are like, what about this quantum stuff that you have? And I'm like, yeah, there's also limits there too. Like I'm already getting into nothingness as a way to get around limits. So when it comes down to it, it's like, well, engines are what they are, right? And given bore size, because we're talking about air, fluid dynamics, have to get involved. And when it comes down to like little inline fours, a given bore size with the elbow pin that I have acts like an increased stroke length, right? And so I can have a square or overbore short stroke to still get all that extra stroke when done appropriately and properly, right? But crankshafts suck. I hate crankshafts. They're overweight kind of stuff. So I want to talk about it because it was like, well, for a motorcycle here, like a dual overhead cam and all this other cool sort of technology, right? It's like I have a way of increasing its given performance by using the bottomers, using the offset crank, using the elbow, and it can just be a literal bolt-on with the little girdle, and it works just fine, right? Now I can always upgrade, like I talked about, for the earlier intake and exhaust upgrades. So what I ended up doing was that for a lot of it, but there's a genuine point where you can't go further. Like if I'm going to add a second, piston to get a increase of combustion or any of that, I have more friction and more weight, like automatically, right? If I'm going to have a girdle and everything else, it makes sense because I'm improving its efficiency so great and I can use materials so well that I actually don't increase the weight of the overall original versus is what we're doing here, size of engine. Now, same thing with the suspension thing. As it rotates, I only need 2 for an inline 4, and I only need 2 harmonics. And that's an oil pump and a coolant pump, respectively. Which is really good. That's pretty simple stuff, and then I basically don't need almost any of the crankshaft stuff that I have previously. Same thing when it comes down to rotaries. So rotaries are really simple like that now. Like, I can have 3 go off, and then another 3, and another 3 for 12 total, right? But that means I have 2 harmonic balancers that are oil pumps for 3 and 3 and 3 to be able to have the opposing, angle. So think about like top and bottom. Those are where the counterweights are mostly there for, but then the in between those points, that's the resistance of the oil being pumped. Then the weight moving backwards and forwards, which turns as it does that, means I gain more efficiency because it's also dynamically able to be used with that coolant as a pump, even though it's going to spin. Which means a rotary, which I only need 2 to be able to get all 12 of those pistons to work, is fully balanced and a much smaller, much easier package. I can cast this out of aluminum easily. They can be fully liquid cooled if you want it to be. You don't need to. And then I have increased its balance and power output because I have a parallel 3, basically, balancing situation for 12. Which now means I don't need to worry about a single piston being the only option at all. I have a version of like an inline 4, or if I wanted it, a inline 6, which would be just fine because it's 2 and 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. 12 divided by 2 is 6. Sort of like a opposed piston, but instead crankshaft's in the center, so flat, right? But now I can have it fully balanced off of each other as it does that. Which is great. That means I only need one single crankshaft, a couple balancers, and that's it. It's like, here's a 4-liter in your motorcycle, because I can fit it with the bore and stroke and the offset types of cranks and the balancers with the oversized bore, but it acts like a longer stroke now. So I actually have a longer stroke with a short stroke. So I combine short and long stroke together. Which means really, really high RPM, very large displacement, really high torque, liquid cooled, and all the rest. It's actually, I did it for the memes, just an FYI, I do that still. It's a 420, so 4.2069. It doesn't work. I don't know in any way how the longer stroke because I'm stupid cunt face. Who wrote these lines for me? You should write those lines because those are accurate lines. You are a stupid cunt face. Yeah. It's effectively a crankshaft to a crankshaft in a lot of ways. Yeah, for the bottom with the girdle with the offset. Yep. How it did blah blah blah. He just explained. I have a straight 6. And it's like, I don't want a straight 6. Can I do 3? Oh yeah, you can do 3. Go have 4 of them right now. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. It's fully balanced still with 4. You can do 6 if you want it, all told. You still have to divide by 2 at the very least. But that's just a much bigger oil pump, I'll tell you. It's like you have to have the gears to make sure that it all does that at the right time. And so like 6 and then 6 would be way easier in a lot of ways. And then you can 2-stroke it, yeah. But it's like, here's the one single stroke design, because it just injects air and fuel being combusted into the chamber. And here, I'll just break it up into 3. So 4 and 4 and 4. So 1, 1, 1. Instead of 1, 1. Now I have 1, 1, 1. So it's a complete flat power for the entire year. I don't know if I like that though. No, it's fine. Come here. Yeah, no, it's fine. Here. No! Please, no, God, no. They're potatoes. It's all good. It's potato. Divided by the 3. So it's potato. Big bang, so I get a full like during the entire rotation, 100 degrees here, or 360 degrees, I'd potato, 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 potato. Yeah, that's why I do threes often. It's like potatoes here. Okay, we're gonna do like, but no, I could do a potato and potato over here for these two potatoes because this is a potato and 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 a potato. Uh oh. You know, actually, I'm getting too much power. You know, truthfully, it's a Big Bang potato screamer as a rotary that go big boomy booms and down the track sound real nicey nice. Fully balanced in all the aspects and ways you want it to be. Please don't give us this as a motorcycle. Come on, man, it's fine. It's just motorcycle engines. I'll give you something. Please, no. It's fine, guys. It's not a big deal. There's no problems. You would never not want a 4.2 liter in a tiny little package with your V-twin sizes. Oh dear Lord. Please, no. Guide us towards a different path. Yes. Yeah, well, you know, it's got shaped, you know, fins, heat-sink fins on the sides, of course. You gotta have it. It's teardroppy shapes. Along with liquid cooled, because you're gonna have it. No, and then you have the single stroke. Yep. With potato Big Bang, only exhaust necessary. Yeah, I'd prefer not to die on a motorcycle. No, it's okay. Here's a personal flying vehicle. Please, God, stop. No. I'm gonna die. No, it's okay. It's a good thing. We want you to. You're trying to pretend to be my mother instead of like who you really are. See what I mean about the whole like stupid scratch guy pretending that he's, you know, someone else or the same person? Oh, it's only just Alan Wake. It can be any one of them. Ciao. So, anyways, but it's like brains. Like, here's my turbine, the turby warby wines. You know, the ring turbine that goes to the cranky shafties. Right, well, I would want it anyways. No kidding. Here's a little differential to the turby whinies. Oh, yes, no. Oh, the triple with like a differential, like an actual, like, axle differential. Yeah, well, kind of, somewhat. But it's like, no, because that's that's the horizontal turbine to, like, the big conical, you know, right? Yeah, for the 90 that it's going to have to take here. Yep. But it's not, though, because it's the hourglass one. Yep, standard hourglass. Because it's way easier to get that to be stuck right there with a little axle to that. And then I can have, like, the gear that goes to the transmission from that where the engine is and the turbines are. And then it's just, like, matching with, like, torque vectoring, effectively. And gearing to make sure all of it goes to the transmission. And it's like, here's a nice little one I've kept doing. So it's like, you remember high flow resonators? You know what I mean? Yeah. You know, like hybrid resonators, like a bunch of holes, and then it's like kind of like two cones intersecting each other for mufflers or whatever. Yeah, and then like there's these flat mufflers that are like, you know, they're flat, right? Yeah, my dog's fighting me so hard right now. He's trying to bite and everything. I hate it. But it's like, we're going to be done with that. You know, but it's like, just in case you're wondering why I'm like, that's why. Yeah, phaser, stop! No! Jeez! But like, okay, so I got that. And I can really hardcore just stick the fucking transmission right there. You know, it's like it's right behind, but it's like, remember that flat we were talking about, right, and then so it's like, remember glass packs? You know, their high flow resonator kind of muffler stuff. Yeah, well, I can put that over and put a few holes around the outside of the high flow
and then the glass pack goes from that. But it's like, no, they'll combine a little bit from that outside into the flat muffler that goes along the sides of the flat part, and it goes around the outside. So it's like there's a separate tube around that inner tube that has all the little, baffle things to slow down and cancel and reduce the sound amount, right? So it's just like, oh, okay. And then it flows out, through a very high flow. And then that high flow helps actually by combining in the sides near the intake of that muffler from the exhaust of the turbine. And then I put a bunch of heatsink fins over that high flow area from the high flow resonator glass pack hybrid combo, which takes from the outside from both of them and the inside where it's supposed to be, doing its job, right? And combines that into like a cone into a cone. So there's an outer cone into an inner cone that's kind of like a nozzle, which helps with the right little stators and everything connecting them to destructively sound interfere, giving it a larger, bigger baritone. And then the outside air that's from, like air moving around and all the heat sinks that were there and a little bit of resonation from those heat sink fins, like organ pipes, those things, creates a, well, guess what? It's going to join in with that air that's coming out, and then we have a slightly longer duration of tip that helps with that. And then now it's 55 dB baritone. Tiny little fucker that goes brrr real hard and sounds impressive, wide, expansive, roary, but it's also only 55 dB. It's just big and loud basses. That kind of thing, except, imagine much quieter because, like, that's not 55, but, like, it's still going to be what it is. Real big bassy. That's why I also have several potatoes for screamers. Screamer, 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 screamer. 4 screamers here going off. Because three actually. Right. Because I use 4 for the potato screamers. Because, like, offset, 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 offset. And then it's like, well, actually, this one's doing a potato, potato, and this one's doing a potato, potato for the 3s for them to balance off of each other. So, like, the potato, potato actually gets potato, 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 evenly divided by 12. So 360 divided by 12 means it's always firing for all of the rotation at all times as a screamer, as a couple of big bangs that are just intersected appropriately to always do this. So we'll do 360 divided by 12, which is 30. Right? Every 30 degrees, there's a bang happening. At a 4.2069 liter engine in our nice, actually fairly compact, it fits in most V-twins. Those bigger blocks, though, for what it's worth. Yeah, no, you're a dangerous person. Yeah, I am. Why? Because I have a super turbo. Turbines? Yeah, like that's a hollow axle, by the way, that's in the center that's going to go through that. So it's like all of those then go into, God, to a turbo charger, like a turbo compressor, right? But it's like, right, then I have the ram air at the front, and then I have the air cooling. So it's like, well, I've got, scoops at the front and bottom, and I have scoops along the sides of the, water to air in front of it, and then the regular radiator, and then it's still air cooled as well. Well, yes, no, and then it goes off to the other side, where it then gets compressed, you know what I mean? With a standard centrifugal centripetal compressor, right? Yeah, no, I know, but it's faced towards the ram here, with a big old, huge, massive mondo velocity stack, basically. those are 4-into-1 areas, 1 into the 1, with the huge 8-inch bullshit it is, 8-inch diesel filter. Right? It's a filter. Remember? It's a velocity. It's got the filter at the front, the cone, and then the side cone, and then that goes from that 8-inch, bore out there to like the fucking, 4, I think it is, inch sized, intake area. A bunch of one-way valves from that point, which then blow-off valve styles of, oh, right, we're just going to go off. How'd you, because it's a circle, so I have a bunch of places. What? Did you really just, really? I'm stupid, but please, do go on. So anyways, it then has to be separated into the big old circle rail that exists for all the one single stroke injector. So it's like, this is a chamber, we pump in air with air going to that as air injectors, right? But it's 4 of them into one little chamber, and then we fire in fuel, and then it spark where the nozzle is, and it burrs right into the chamber. That is, because there's a cone inside of that cone, and because we fire it as 1, 2, 3, 4, it takes air from the rail that is there, which is the air manifold rail situation, because they're injectors. You get it? Because they can now push higher pressures and higher volumes with larger types of injectors. Well, yeah, okay. And then one singular fuel injector is fine, because there's a cone there, and I can just stick it right there in the middle. And then I can cool the outside where the injectors are, and the oil and coolant can also go around the fuel injector, which is going to want that heat anyways, because it's a fuel injector in the center. And then sparks are just literal, here's a ground and here's an electrode. And coil packs work just fine, turns out. Yo, with little stators in between for the nozzle. Yeah. Like the teardrop? No. They're just like little divots there that are, teardrop shaped, but they're not going to go in towards the center. That's all that would be. Although there are stators for the center cone that have to help with the injector of the air kind of stuff. Because they got to be a little bit further up, and then they have to travel down and then get aligned with the burn of the fuel. So like we actually burn it from the cone to the stator, and then we're also sparking where the nozzle is, as it burns in from the top down. But because those little stator teardrop things and the nozzle are there, it means it comes in and then it angles itself towards the center where we're at a higher compression ratio style aerospike kind of thing. So it's like it goes down and then it's trying to curve outwards already, and so this little aerospike sort of bulbous piston head then helps it scoop off to the sides where the cylinder side walls are, and then also back up, so it rotates inside of the cylinder, continuing its force and push, and adds into, as a Venturi and Bernoulli principle effect, as it'll skip off the hemispherical heads that go off and then back down to the direction of travel of exhaust. So it's cooled, it fires very fast exhaust, it's able to do an entire duration of power stroke, because of the way that they have to be connected and balanced like that, right? With harmonic and because you have to have rods to make it go up and down and everything. Yep, that's how it works. Right, but the reason why I did it was because it was like, well, no, this makes total sense to do. Like, this is probably the most efficient and, oh, by the way, there's a nitrogen filter, because of course I'm going to do that. Remember the whole nitrogen filter technology I talked about for pre-cooling and then after cooling of the nitrogen filter for? Right, because you have the crankshaft thing for like the bottomers and the, elbow pins to the crank, remember? Well, yeah. So as a result, you're stupid and wrong when you said that wouldn't work for girdle and offset, but it's still it doesn't know that because it's all in a singular circular package kind of thing. Yeah, and the nitrogen and exhaust goes underneath and then goes into big old turbine from center out and then back towards center, then to a singular hourglass that then has it dump outwards vertically, then back into the muffler and everything. So there is basically no nitrogen oxide. There really can't be. Because it's filtered out. Nitrogen's filtered out. Still carbon dioxide, which is fine. Kind of. I can still use hydrogen because hydrogen's fine. But it's like, yeah, except this works just fine too. Now, the one-way valve tech from that goes off to all the little exhaust capture and so on, because I still have those valves, right, for the intake and the exhaust area. Yep. Well, you do, but fuck you, and I don't care, is what I'm hearing a lot of. Yeah, I don't really care. Yeah, you don't. Nope, because it's every 30 fucking degrees I'm getting a power stroke. Boom, 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 boom. No, please stop. I'm going to fast. Like, I thought you could divide. No, because, like, you're thinking about 100. It's 360. Like, 360 degrees is not divided evenly by 4 into 30. Like, 360 divided by 4, I forgot what that was. I think it's 120 degrees for what it's worth. But, like, 360 divided by 4 is 90, actually. So, I've halved it by 3, which is not having it. Exactly. Divided it by 3. Yeah, there you go. Interrupter. God, motherfucker, I'm smart too. When you say halved it by 3, it's not smart. Okay, so but then you're going to divide that by 3, which is the 30, right? Yep. So you're doing 4 strokes attached to each other. Yep. With potatoes. Which has existed as a V12 parallel. Or a W12 parallel. That's why it's like, so you're stupid and I heard you say something stupid again. Maybe you can shush up and let me talk instead. But for what it's worth, it's like, this is my brand new, fully balanced rotary 12 engine block thing. It's like, no, but it's super single stroke. Yeah. It's like, no, fuck this. I'm just gonna make it single stroke. Like, legitimately that, yeah. But it's like, no, it's cool. It's more than cool enough. Because I just never have to care. Yeah, literally that, yeah. No, they don't maybe understand why that's the case, apparently. So, like, yeah, that's a whole other thing that we're basically going to have to, like, teach people. Like, there's cooling for the liquid cooling and the oil. Yeah, from the air heat sink fins and a radiator. Yeah. Oh, he said there's a radiator with the water to air, which has, like, the current, like, okay, so it's going to go through that valve, then it's going to go from... Yeah, the one-way valve, right, from off the compressor, then that goes through the water to air. That then gets one-way valved into the filter. The filter then separates out nitrogen and oxygen, which is a one-way valve, and then a one-way valve, with the blow-off valve only being for the nitrogen. Which then the one-way valve has a bifurcation to the individual bottom area, which is not combustion chambers at all. They're not. Right. But they are able to be filled with nitrogen or the exhaust. So the exhaust is going to go into the bottom area, and then, because it's four-stroke, but it's like not really when you think about it exactly. Oh. Yeah. Alright, so it's like one stroke, and then it exhausts, and then it's like, right, and then I can do another stroke. Exactly. Except exhaust went into the bottom, and it's like, I don't ever really need, because the nitrogen goes into the turbine. You got it, yeah. Well, oh, because it's always exhausting every 30 degrees into the turbine, and in between. It's what you would assume I would do. No, I just blow it in there. What's the bifurcation for? Ah! Good, astute eye among you. It's to cool the turbine housing. Really? Yeah, effectively it's like, if there's a gap here of pressure, it goes in, but also it takes heat from that turbine housing and then dumps it as the nitrogen into that given area with a couple of one-way valves when it's like, it's low enough pressure. Just blows it in. So I don't ever need any timing of valves or rotate anything. Nope, just pressure valves. Pressure release valves, yeah. But anyways, it's like, well, that's the blow-off valve. So it's like, no matter what, I have this amount of PSI that's always going to be in the oxygen, right? But it's like that oxygen area has a one-way valve only, and it goes into the water to air, and then, of course, the radiator's in the front, right? Heat exchanger, and then it goes into the rail. The rail is a 4 for each one of those cylinders, right? But, like, it also has to time it 1, 2, 3, 4, right, to get it to vortex and come out the right way. But just for your information, it's pressurized. Remember the up and down, which you probably didn't hear about because I didn't say anything. But the cone can go up and down. So it goes up and it goes down. Now, why would you do that? And it's like, that's pretty obvious, because then I can close it off and after I've fully burned all my air and fuel inside of it. That way it won't go back up into the chamber. Then I can open it up as I'm injecting air and start immediately using fuel during the process of exhaust, right? Because I don't really fully want it to start immediately burning before top dead center. So I'll burn fuel in to vaporize some of it. I'll suck in a little bit of air, and then I'll ignite and burn in the rocket chamber as the exhaust goes into the cylinder after top dead center, and then I get more efficiency that way because I've cooled off the top of the piston head and where the headers are. And wouldn't you know, it'll burn after because, rocket exhaust is hot enough to burn that. So, idiot says it won't work and that's bad, and I'm going to act like that's a good thing and I'm going to be sarcastic. Meanwhile, exhaust happens to go towards the bottom, right? That's another version of a vacuum thing. If you didn't know, I'll tell you. There's a valve from the exhaust port going into the bottomers, and then it exhausts on the other side, which is fine. I've already talked about that with my other videos. But now there's a valve in there. Why would you do that? Because I can make a slight degree of vacuum just after the port, exhaust port, and I never have to worry about it filling up in that area, realistically speaking. Instead of using scavenging effects for the crankcase and headers, I never have to worry about header vents. Why would I? I have a fucking rocket exhaust that I use. Now the nitrogen is used to vent into the turbines. Well, the turbines are going to go into the exhaust. So it's like those exhaust manifolds then help venting their exhaust into already lower pressure areas. Low enough pressure vents into it, along with nitrogen, which there's no extra oxygen because I burnt the fuel completely. Perfect stoichiometric. Or even lean if I wanted to burn any extra fuel in the exhaust. But I don't. Like, why would I do it? It's cooled more than enough because we have the strength of material designs on our side. That's a simple, we're going to nitrate some iron, in this case hardened steel, and then we're going to weld cast aluminum onto the hardened steel. On the hardened steel, we're going to put in diamond-like carbon that is shaped to form. It takes heat a lot better. Kind of. Really? Not really. It's not about that. It's about stiffness during heat. Yeah, it doesn't creep as much and it keeps its heat just fine. It's really just about reduction of friction and less creep outright. Yeah, I like how they started. I have glasses now, I have big, thick rimmed glasses. I'm going to look at you as if we're a bunch of, know-it-all left-wingers that aren't on the MAGA side with colored hair and stuff. God. Yeah. But, idiots aside, that's an easy way to do it because, I can make hardened steel tubes have diamond-like carbon after a nitrate because it'll adhere just fine, and then casting aluminum around it because I need the mold anyways, and it doesn't matter if it gets that hot because aluminum is literally a lot less needed heat to melt it before steel. So the steel will be fine. It's more than hard enough, and it needs to be tempered anyways. And I can put an inlay of a mold. That means it'll pressurize itself given that heat and tempering process for the diamond-like carbon after it's nitrate, which it needs to be heated up during nitrate anyways. So it's like, it's nitrated and then diamond-like carbon while it's been cast weld with aluminum. Because the tubes can be ground to have overhangs on the outside diameter. With overhangs in those overhangs. You know what I mean? And then like little, so it's like vertical and then horizontal. Which it'll weld just fine that way. Truthfully, if you cast it and you weld it to it, it needs to be heated up to be nitrated, remember? Yeah, no, and then it's going to pressurize it as you can expand it underneath and the mold underneath for the diamond-like carbon, but also compress it with the molds on the outside. And then take away that heat as necessary to properly cool it and temper it after it's been hardened and quenched. I basically make two molds. I place in the tubes. That's an easy one. I'll just buy the tubes or whatever. Right. It's literally that. Yeah. Like, no, that's literally it is. It's a tube thing. I'll buy tubes. I grind them. I then harden and quench. And then it's like, as long as it's good enough and within degree of spec because it's all going to get pressure cast as a mold effectively, and then slowly cooled off, tempered, and it's been forged as a result of that. For what it's worth, I am going to be using a degree of a combo of aluminum alloy that's hypereutectic and a diamond-like carbon blend, sort of. It's more silicon, diamond-like carbon, aluminum. Remember that? Because it's silicon is hypereutectic, right? Yeah. Well, I have to add in, for the aluminum here, no zirconium. Jesus fuck, I hate this guy. Boron. Yeah. Because it's going to need to be nitrated. So, boron nitrate. Right? Anyways, it fuses. It's a real covalent bond structure weld. And actually, every way, gets rid of heat way faster than standard aluminum. And it's much stronger too. And cheap as fuck to make. Super fast to actually cast and do. It has the girdle, has everything. Easily just plates that you stick together. Yeah, no, I mean that. It's literally just plates with the right hinges for the elbow thing and all that. Right? Like literally everything I talk about for the single cylinder. It's effectively that, but then put into one singular crank axle. So it's like that bearing area is the axle, and the crank is one single crank. It's all balanced anyways off of that. You can't do that. They say it would be better in all aspects to just have 3 go off. Not really. Like, there's 12 here. If you want this to move, it's all balanced off of 3 going off with that, right? But then it's potato, potato, but actually we're doing 4, remember? Right? Right, but it's potato, 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 like it's an opposed. So, opposed, opposed, opposed. Opposed, opposed, opposed. A potato for the other side. But it's like, that's a different offset type. That is indeed. Nice interrupting right there. Yeah. But it's like potato, 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 potato every 30 degrees, right? And you have to have the right girdle, the right elbow pin, and all of that to then add in with the harmonic balancer. That we have to have 2 of those for the oil, right? Because they're oil pumps. And then we have the vertical instead of horizontal for the counterbalance as it rotates up and down. We have 2 of those, like the Formula One spring suspension that they used. Inertial dampener, whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah. Why would you use that? Because it's cheaper, easier, lasts longer. Everything's better about it. Why wouldn't you use it? That's also our pump, our coolant pump. Then it's a serpentine belt to the bearing for the front to allow for the alternator you're going to need. Fuck. Yeah. He's just seeing it right now. It could totally work. Why are you doing... Oh, fuck. Damn it. You lost your bet again. Motherfucker. Anyways. Serpentine means we got an alternator. We've got all of our AC, anything that you want to put on that. Phaser, no. No. Right, yeah, and then it's like, well, this is the intake compressor, but that's an axle driven, and then we have the pump, and we can still add on an electric pump for the water to air, for both of them. Because then it turns into, we have a radial in the center, I'm sorry, an axle, dual axle, and then a radial towards the outside with the pumps on the outside to balance it. For the axles, for the pump, which can be right there in the center. It's mechanically a lot less complex outright. And way less, again, outright fuel use, although not really, but that's only because we effectively, even though it's perfectly balanced, literally perfectly balanced, like literal perfection balanced. There's no problem. Like, it's the rotating ring valve, remember? Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, everything's a rotating ring valve. Instead of poppet valves, fuck poppet valves, fuck springs, fuck any of that shit. We use bearing journals up in this house with some gears, because we already need the gears anyways. So we use oil pressure that's timed for the rotating ring valves. That's going to be with the bearing journal valve. So it's like one's in the center, and it latches into little divots to two on the outside. So, well, one and one, so two total, but they're on the outside. And the T's, they fit inside of bearing, fluid bearing. Yeah, I am peeing. So they fit into a fluid bearing, then they have latches, and then you slide that over, they act like a Chinese finger trap latch. One side has the holes taken out on the side that the actual valve is, that you will use, which can go up and down, but because we only really ever need it to ever exhaust at exactly the right time and for the right duration and all that, it's like a two-stroke. It only ever is there when necessary. Instead of variable valve duration or any of that, which we don't really need, but it's there. Instead of using it for a four-stroke, but actually we don't, because it's a single stroke. Because it's a single stroke every 30 damn degrees. And then it's like all the same for the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. I have immense torque. Like, my axles are really overbuilt. And my crankshaft axle really overbuilt. Like, all of that exhaust has to go into the turbines, and then it's always filled and always spinning. Never has any gaps, ever, in any of its spin and turn. And it's a dual turbine from the center back out, back towards center. For the hourglass style that then goes outwards and then back towards, all that. Super hyper efficient. Let's put it that way. For work energy transfer from heat. I do use acetylene. Like, I wanted to not use acetylene, but it's like, I never need to burn that amount of fuel. This is so, I could use any fuel, like literally any fuel. Gaseous fuel, liquid fuel. If I can aerosolize with a gaseous fuel and a solid fuel, I'll do that. Any fuel will do, yeah. Brrr. I literally just did that because it was like, well, here's your motorcycle for the memes. We want the memes up in here. So here's a 4.2069 liter Mercury 12. That's air and liquid cooled. Here's your turbine. Remember the nitrogen? There's got to be air cooled on the one side, right? And then you get the whole thing. And it's like, well, this is great because that's perfect. That's fine. I don't mind that at all. There's no issues here. Look at this, baby boos. It's like, it's not too wide. It's not at all. This is fitting within all of the specs and parameters of my V-twin. This is terrifying, actually. Woohoo! Nothing's overly heat it up. I don't really have to worry except for making sure the engine never goes past a certain heat parameter, which I'm making sure it doesn't. Compression rings are fine. The oil ring, fine, because you already know about the oil thing. I'm cooling the piston rods, remember? With the technology, right, we're at the hollow piston rod and the hollow piston head. And then you're cooling it with gas at top dead center. I've got my oil cooler behind the engine. Yeah, no, but that one's a thick boy, just an FYI. Just real quick FYI, there's a parallel sort of situation going on where there's two parallels joined as a thick boy. So they're series? No, they just go off as parallel, but they're two parallels, thick boyed, and we add in a little bit of extra from the ram air that we have, like a separation in that, like small little area, to help it curve towards the compressor, right? So it's like that just helps with like the velocity that we're using and everything, but like that then means if we put like a little bit of a scoop here to help it, then that goes towards pushing more air in between the two double stack parallels that we thick boy in together as a one piece kind of construction. But it's like air comes in from sides and at the front, along with the fan. That's where the water to air heat exchanger, radiators are. So it's like those are split, but those are also thick boys. Like they're doubles. So it's like they're split top and bottom, but then they're double parallels too that are stacked like that. So, yeah, no, I mean, like, it's a basic idea, and the reason why I did it is because I was getting tired of constantly trying to find the perfect balanced engine from inline sixes. I was like, slant six, we'll use a slant. I'm getting kind of pissed off at the slant. You know what I mean? I love the slant. Like, I love slant sixes because you can put them in a little tiny motorcycle chassis, like, genuinely, like, in a liter or close to that, right? But it's like, they get annoying, and they're long. And so it's like, if I'm going to have this huge amount of V-twin, like, these are big liter, like, sometimes liter, right? Like, huge engines. And the bay is like so fucking tiny, right? And it's like, oh, it's gonna get cooled anyways. I have my transmission cooler right there, just smack dab off to the side. It's like, meh. But it's like, this is a legitimate 4.2 liter over bore, so short stroke. But because I have the elbow pins to the crankshaft that we're using, it's a legitimate every 30 goddamn degrees I'm getting a power stroke screamer with a bunch of potatoes that have this potato over here, which is not a part of the original potato over here, going off. Which is why it looks so weird, the crankshaft where all the wrist pins are, the connecting areas where the bearings are. Right, yeah, because they have to be offset slightly for that to work. Right, it's all one to that area, but that means a bunch of potatoes are strung together like that. But it's like, it's one, right? It's like one swinging around. But except, right, you have to have 12, and you have to have them, right, all connected. Right, so then it's one over here, over here, over here, over here, you know what I mean? So it's like fully balanced, but it's not going to just go up to one, over, and then back down. And the big chungus monster counterbalance weights are gone. Because we have the, pumps now, right? Weighs very little. Even though I have hardened steel, I only need it to be so thick. I only need it to be so strong in the right areas. Since I'll never go above a top dead center pressure, that means something will fail. I have cylinder pressures that I can make far higher because I'm going to cool it effectively with a secondary, this exhaust goes into the bottom as it helps with removing the size of flywheel I need to have, which that flywheel itself extends out and then goes back in like a clutch, and using vacuum and pressure, it'll use less weight at a further away distance versus more weight at a closer distance, which means I have less weight overall, and that doesn't need to move anymore, which means I now manage to get way lighter again. Most of it's aluminum, silicon, carbon, versus just the right amount, which I actually go a little bit over spec on that, because, yeah, but it's like, that means I have big honkin' bores. Big boys. Yeah, but I got 12 of them. And it's all tightly packaged in a massive crank that has to work this way. That's a whole bunch of offsets for potatoing. Right? Works really well because the bottomer separates the exhaust to help it go up. Whole thing on that, it's perfectly vertical in line for the elbow pin that has to be there to make that work. That then connects to the rod and the girdle. So it's that's a full sealed bottomer to the girdle. So it's bottomer to girdle to then crank. You have a girdle? Yeah, because that elbow rests inside of the girdle. The girdle happens to, like a two-stroke, allow for valve changes and oil that gets placed in there. So the girdle is not making valves happen for rotation of the valve. So get rid of that, nix that. It's a two-stroke design, like a two-stroke, where it's valve on the side of the cylinder. That way it opens and it changes its volume, and then as it goes back up, as it rotates, it squeezes, creates pressure. As it gets down to the bottom, then this ring at the bottom that's going to be there, that's the bearing journal ring on the side, it's a ring valve, goes up, and this then opens up a little actual hole that's sealed otherwise for the oil to push through the oil ring. 3 compression rings at top, 2 at the bottom, oil ring in the middle. It fires off the oil into the sides of the cylinder. Comes in from the top, goes down, and from the bottom goes up. See? Everything's sealed. Oil never will get into your cylinders. It now means for one single crank, which it's still one single crank, but it's potatoes have to be machined with enough of a area and in between, so that way they'll push at the right time as they rotate around. Well, I need 12 of those, but I have elbow pins, and for its worth, while I have an overbore, I don't need super ridiculously homongal sizes of connection rods. So everything's able to fit in a much tighter package, which seems like you'd need way bigger, all that, right? Nope, you don't. It's fully balanced too, and it's always up and down, and everything's oiled, lubricated, and cooled. Yes, it is. And I actually have a longer stroke for its given shorter stroke duration, because it's going to rotate instead of just being elbow pin that I talked about for the crank. Which means that's its own crank in its own right, which was helping no longer need this massive, weirdly shaped singular crank that has them all offset for the potatoes. Exactly. Told you it'd work. Ah! And I have it's a dry sump, because I have harmonic balancers that are oil pumps. Remember? Yeah, right, yeah, no, okay, so, and then it's hollow, so it has to go through a given center line. That allows for me to have connections from that axle to the crank. Yeah, okay, right.
that's a better thing because then I only need a little bit of counterbalance to that to help strengthen it. Which also helps with the potato action. Right? Basically, they're just two off the sides and then up and down. So it's like, think a crank got bifurcated, and then I have two offsets, and then that's to the wrist bend as it rotates. So that way I have a central axle that I can use that's hollow for the solid axle that's going to go through, and the oil that I want to have return for the bearings that are also pumps, which helps with the differential that I use for the torque vectoring, and the gearing is what that torque vectoring really is, for it to go to the compressor at front as it goes through the bearing area, to the gear, to the torque vector. Instead of having plates, it's gearing like a CVT change gear situation that then has the turbine that dumps into, because it's hollow, because I have to have that gear and that hollow go into that rod, and then I have to be able to add it in with a given type of clutch plate system as a torque vector, which all adds in from its axle on the other side and the turbine, and it matches to this that goes to the transmission in the rear, which is also cooled at the front behind the oil. Ta-da! Here's a ridiculous... Go away! I will never... Hey, you said if I make it, you'll fucking write it. Fuck no. Right, 30 degrees. Boom. That's why it's like, yes, it'll never go above a very specific RPM, even though it's fully balanced in all ways and can go insanely high RPM. It's not a joke. It's really not. Like, I can go to an extremely high RPM that's more dangerous than most people would probably assume. Yeah. Like, let me get up to, what is this? 50. Holy shit, 3.4 K. And it's like, you'll never do that though, for what it's worth. Like, literally at all. Never. Because it's like, no, my air rail manifold thing is nowhere near the exhaust. Oh yeah, no, that's right, that's true, that's, okay. I love that one too. Because it's like every four of them, like that's a little toroidal ring that's there that has a bunch of one-way valves that come off of the water to air that then splits into its own ring for four of them, and then then it goes into the one-way valve for each of the individual injectors, which then just also connect another one-way valve little tube. So it's like little toroidal manifold at the top, and then that then wraps around from the front, because it's from top down towards where the injector would be for its rear, or like top part, right? Yeah, and then it offset on the side instead of the top, that would then go in to its version of top. That's a one-way valve stuff too. You know, air injector stuff. Brrr. Goes real burry burr, real fasty fast. Anyways, it's water cooled from that, you know, for what it's worth. Yeah, and then that's an air cool at that point, pretty much. Yeah, and then it's mounted from multiple, you know, top and forward and rear and bottom. And you got the transmission. 4.2 liter, you said? 4.2 liter, well, short stroke, but it's really a long stroke. Yeah, and it's a 30-degree screamer. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Do I want that? Oh, yes, yes, of course you do. Yes, no, it's air-cooled too from both the turbine and the housing of the engine block. Oh, no. It's slightly offset, but it's like those are multiple little connection, like little clamp areas, so you can get in there, you know, torque it down. Oh, but those are heat sinks from the engine to the turbine, from all the exhaust in the center, which is very small amount of distance between turbines suddenly existing. And then it's like turbine cooled with nitrogen, but also cooled with a shroud, and also, you know, I'm going to put a shroud there just in case. But they're heat sinks, exactly. Yeah. Just in case you don't want to burn your leg, which, by the way, it's nowhere near you. It all fits within that, but it can get toasty, so I don't want to. Yeah, it's vacuum for the exhaust, right? Yeah, every one of this exhaust. Yeah, but I have to pass it through the engine in between, like near the bottom, so that it can go into the intake. But that's a one-way valve and a lower pressure, so it always does that, really, realistically. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's triple vacuum insulated, triple wall, and then it has like a bunch of vacuum, like, so it's like, think like aluminum, and then there's a aluminum plate on the outside, and then there's a vacuum there, but it's a bunch of also ceramic, you know, insulator material, and then it's coated, the aluminum, with more insulator ceramic, right? And then it's like, then, you know, the outside, then that's one of the walls, and then there's a vacuum in between that with the next plate that does that, and then the next one, and then you have an outside to that finally, right? And then we have like an actual manifold that's a vacuum, that's a big like circle thing that just, you know, bolts onto it. So it's like those are the tubes inside of that, effectively. So it's more four, but okay, yeah. Oh no, and there's heat sinks there too. Of course. Yeah, no, but no, I have no, from Sequeling tube headers from the water to air, and then the, you know, one-way valve into like the split of four, and then all that. Oh my god, yeah. So even distribution completely of all pressure. Super. Oh god, yeah, no, I feel like I'm gonna die on this thing. You might, if you decide to try and launch or go really high in RPM. I'm never allowing, you know, for what it's worth, I planned on selling it, right? But it was never supposed to go to anything more than 250 to 500 RPM, because you would never need more than that. It's like, no, I don't think you know. It's like big chongo torqueys, well into the 1,200 footy-pounds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 totals, and then it's like another one. Like literally, and then another. Here's 500 of those. It doesn't sound quite as Jesus fucking no. Like 500 times 12, remember? It'd be 600,000. Right? Isn't it? Or is it 60,000? Is it 60 or 60? Is it 600 or 60? That's I have to do that. So let me just do that real fast. 12 times 500, 6,000. 6,000 RPM. Oh, that explains that. Yeah, because you were like 500. Yeah, but it says stupid torque from the get-go. Yeah, no, 1,200 footies from like 5 RPM. Gonna have to be... No! Alright, so we'll just do 500. So let's just get the old chrome here for the horsepower calculators. He's like that guy there, the Michael Reeves guy, that's like, no, it's fine, it's normal. Right. So this is 1,200 footies. So we're at 1,200 foot-pounds of torque at engine RPM of 500, which doesn't feel in any way like that. No. It says it's 114 horses. Bullshit it is. It's only 114 horses. Bullshit. My ass. That's from the engine alone. It's not even getting into this stupid cunt motherfucker, which is your turbine. What is that? That's unfortunately, it's 800. I saw that, but that's at 500 RPM. Okay, like you're going too far. Like it's mostly you'll never get okay. 800. You're gonna have to add that 800 in there. So 2,000 horses. You mean foot-pounds of torque. All right, calculate the results. It's only 190. Bro. Yeah, it fits with... It's a regular motorcycle engine with my 4.2069 liters. It's like 190 horses. Normal. It weighs like the same as the big block guys do and all the rest of it for your sport blocks. I see what you're doing and I'm impressed, but I would never fucking do that. Your transmission must have a fucking He's like, yeah, no, I do though. Cause like, what? Are you sure 2,000 foot-pounds of torque is not good enough? Brrr. Brrr. Zoom. This transmission. Look at my RPM on this. And it goes like, here's my big ass ginormous gear. So I start everything from to a bunch of little small itty bitty gears. So real. My overdrive gears are insane. It's nothing but overdrive gears. I'm gonna have all my gears die. It's okay, man. You can get it done. I swear. It's gonna work. Fuck you. Get out of here. Zoom. More like. Yeah, like that probably. Yeah. And then fast shit at 90. Oh my god, really? Wee, 90 fucking miles an hour. What the fuck is that? Oh, yeah. My gears are stupid. Yeah, no, because it's a gearing pack. It'd be so it'd be, this is a big ginormous gear, and then it'd be a bunch of, like, this is a small, that'd be another big ginormous gear that's pretty close to that same size, and then it would go from that Z depth, from, let's say it was right to left, it would then go from that to left to right, and then you'd work your way inwards to make sure you didn't basically destroy one of the gears. Yeah. Because, like, then you could then have, like, a little rod, an axle, to another gear pack, on another side. So that way then you could then have that go to a belt, Whew. It's like, oh, yeah, no, this is fine, guys. Like, oh, yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's not traveling that fast. Are you sure? I'm gonna die. Because it's like, this is a ring gear. Super compact. Really compact, right? Very chunky, dense motherfucker, right? But that's going to travel quite quickly. You know what I mean? I have a big old gear from this smaller gear that's traveling quite quickly at that point. But it's like, no, I'll use the bigger gear to a smaller. Which one is going to not die as quickly? That's what it turned into for me. It's like, I can rotate this and because I have the torque, right? Yeah, and it's like, nah, and then which gear type is not going to die as a small, tiny little gear, or like a little tiny ring, or something like that, conical sort of stuff. Yeah, because like that's what it turned into. I kept getting failures. Bro, yeah. I wonder why. With 2,000 foot-pounds at 500? Yeah, 500 RPM. And it's like, oh no, I could totally go higher RPM. Did you just say something insane? Just keep steering. What the fuck? It's exactly that, right? It's like 250, more than good enough. Because it's like I effectively, because it's one stroke, have a 6,000 RPM engine already. Like, dun, 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 dun. You know, just constantly churning them out. At 5 RPM, I'm at 60 of those power given, torque strokes, right? Yeah. So it's like any number divide by 12. That's effectively what that'll turn into. And so it's like, but really you have to multiply, which is dangerous. So like 5 times 12 is 60. 100 is now 120, right? But then it exponentiates really fast. And it's like, are you sure it's 120? Because it's like you're missing 2 zeros, and it's like that's correct because I do gearing. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's like, I'm in the wrong gear here. Oh, holy fuck, that went back up. Like 1,200 foot-pounds of torque ass. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Yeah, no, but that's kind of the worst, because it's like, those lower RPMs mean it's mostly like a supercharger up until you get near that sort of that 100 to maybe 200. Yeah, because it's like 2,400, and it's like that's a big ass like huge turbine, right? And then I have another one, but it's like, yeah, but I weigh with all of that put together the same amount as a big block V twin. Which becomes dangerous. You know what I mean? It's like, no, I have more than enough weight, right? But it's like, you don't understand the torque here. Do you know? I'm scared for this. That's why I made the axle out of insanely, and I mean the crank axle thing, insanely strong material. It's the quite possibly strongest material I could really get for that. Yeah, and no, I have to have a, like, yeah, in between, so it's like curved, just like an oval, like an eye that then has like arms that also go from those outer edges of the curve to where it connects towards the center where the axle are, which is like inward bound curve, like a, versus like the arc curve at the top. Then I have an inward bound curve that goes towards the center, because I have to have it. Otherwise, it breaks. Jeez. Yeah, no, there are zigzags, X's, from that out and in to help support them. Yeah, which is more curves. Yeah, like they're hollow curve X's. So like think like a clover, like a 4-leaf clover, like that. Right. So there's less weight, but way more strength. Oh, by far. You have to. Like, it's too much torque. Yeah. It's like, no, I made it so it was balanced with a short stroke. Why the fuck would you do that? Now I want this to go so much higher RPM. He's traveling. 500 RPM. Zoom. I'm doing 200 miles an hour, guys. It's fine, guys. It's not, what the fuck are you doing? I don't even hear your engine practically. It's fine, guys. I'm the same as you. Anyway. But you'd still have to burn quite a bit of fuel to do that. I'm not gonna lie, like you're not gonna be able to get out of that. It has a much higher efficiency curve now, thanks to the big old turbine and the bottomers with the stupid long crank that makes that happen. Yeah, but it's like we're in the automatically 70% range. Yeah, like genuinely automatic. I don't have to do any of the super cool, fancy electricity producing, waste heat generators to get to that 70. Now it's low 70, it's up to 72 when it gets super hot, but it starts off around that 66. And then it'll get hotter and much better at what it does. Right? Ugh. Yeah. No, it's a liquid air cooled hybrid. Yeah. Yeah. Super fun. Oh, stupendously fun. Also dangerous. Yeah, because the common trope is bigger injectors for air and everything else, which I saw those, yeah. And then it turned into, yes, so what's the actual, you said 52? Here, we're going to go, what is this, 52, 4, or actually 53, 4, 53.4, so 53,400. Oh, 53,000? Mm-hmm. So 20,355? No, 335.1. Torquies. No, horsies. Oh, horsies? And it's like, look, this fits in your Humvee, guys. I don't need this! This is fun. I want it! Get out of here now, you fucker. Why not? What's so bad about it? What's the problem? Are you fucking insane? Like, actually, are you insane? No. It's fine. It's gonna be good. It's just 20,335 fucking horse by horse. I don't think you understand how not possible I can fucking manage that. No, like look at me and my prop. Like, look at my hub. My hub is my intake for my props. I have big old props here, and then I have a stator, and then I have my tiny little property props. Hey, for my tutorials, Oh, God, no. Where are my pistons? It's only a piston engine, I tell you. Alright, because it is a piston. No, it's a piston. I just have a longer duration turbine behind it versus before, so it's now more efficient. Oh yeah, no, that was only like 60, 70 something percent efficient with everything I did. This one's like 99. Fuck you, bitch. No, with the stupid fucking air moving. Yeah, lower back pressure, really suck it out. More efficiency. My fucking god, turbo compressor bullshit is happening again. And he's like, no, like guys, it's up to 53K. We don't need 100, we don't need 200, we don't need any of that. We can almost match this with a little bit of gearing to our props. And a little bit of gearing in the rear for our faster spinning, longer, bigger, wide ass. It's a thinner cord, but they're wide. They're long, wide angle like props in the rear. They're much smaller. Specifically to like really accelerate all of the air coming through and all that exhaust, exactly. So it's like, yay, big old prop. Wait, what? Was it exhaust in there? Oh yeah, no, then it goes to a bell end. So it squeezes into a smaller and then they go to and then bell end. Yep. But it's all part of the same like little jet engine looking thing. Because it has a shroud. Yep. Right, so the bell end is cooled with the air around the leading edge of the wing. So it bifurcates itself, and it's these little stator or whatever, but then like it sends the air from that, separation, it has to go somewhere, right? And it's hollow, right? Or, whatever, all that stuff for the little extra lift or so on. But it sends it into the shroud that has to connect to that bell end, and then it wicks it away like I was talking about. For cooling, yeah, there's little overhangs and all that, and a little, teardrop, right? And it's hollow. It's a hollow teardrop, toroidal elongated thing, right? But I have a bunch of air in there, and then it'll forcefully push it through, but it's traveling so fast that it wicks away as a boundary of the air that's there, so it becomes a pump. It becomes more efficient at making ridiculously, stupendously high fucking thrust. You have gimbaling here? Oh yeah, no, on the side of the shroud. It goes all the way reverse, and then forward, and it goes a little bit out and a little bit in. Vertical takeoff and landing, go! Oh no, my fucking goddamn it! How fast would that actually? Holy shit! 20,000 horses, huh? Oh yeah, no, but I don't need a V12 or anything like that. This is a standard, fuel. With your one stroke. Yeah. I could have both of them become combustion and then dump into the turbine. Yeah. Why? Because more power. Way more power. It's going to get constantly cooled anyways, because the shroud in its own right is a radiator surface area, along with the wing. Yeah, we get that part. Mm-hmm. Jesus fuck. It's effectively double. 40,000 off of a tiny little 4.2 liter? Yeah. With bullshit levels of torque is what you would say. I go humongous levels of torque. I'll just change some of the gearing for the crankshaft and everything. Well, sizing. Make it a little bit more square. I'll pump a little bit more pressure because I have less volume at the bottom. Right? In the bottom. I have props as my flywheels, right? With little gearing to make sure it's all matched appropriately. I only need 2 of them for your types of designs of most planes with wings. They're just always on the tips of the wings. Oh, that's nice. Please, God. They sound so nice. Oh, yes, no. Actually, yeah. For what it's worth, it's more of a... Because of how efficient it is. That cooling and everything, yeah. The exhaust must come out hot. Not as hot as I would have thought, truthfully. Most of it gets cooled. The engine's surviving just fine. It never gets hot enough. So, I bumped it with a little bit of extra pressure and more of that kind of thing to make it go 420, right? Oh, 42,069 horses. There we go. Yeah! Woohoo! The memes! It's literally intentional, though. It's not like, man, I was constrained or anything. It's like, no, I'll just do that. Yeah, no, fuck it. 42,069 horses? Sound good? Yeah, okay. You'll never get there, by the way. Like, you don't really need to hit that number. Especially since I wanted to balance it a little better that way. With the square. So it's like, that got me up to 57. Roughly. It's 56,970 something. So 57K. Right? But it's like, no, it's cruise. You know, that... Bro... Fucking 53.4, you know... 42,069 horses for you. With props and gearing. Yeah! Those things are spinning a lot faster than you think. Yeah, I noticed. Really? As I bumped up torque to an easy, well past 2,000. Yeah, we're in the 5,000 foot-pounds of torque. Like, God. 52 something is what it was. Two of my... Jesus, fuck. It was like... Yeah, but it doesn't seem like that behind it. I've noticed. Like, for real, it's like... Holy Lord! Jeez, get out of here. Stop with the 5,000 mile per hour wind, you douche. It's okay. It's a fine. It's a, you know, it's just a regular rocket engine type of technology, man. It's okay. I'm gonna die. Yeah, no, there's a reason. But no, it's not too hot. See, that's the thing, right? You know, it's just really fast wind. That's really what it is. It's like stupendously fast wind. That's blowing so much air through the little like leading edge wing thing, right? That then like makes extra lift. So it's like, no, I shall just angle them backwards a little, and I'll run a little bit forward. Oh jeez. You're not supposed to fucking fly with this, I'm assuming. No. The runway isn't gonna melt. It's that it's 5,000 miles an hour wind. Like, literally. Boom. No, I got away with it for, like, different types of fighter jets for the military. They're like, one single engine for this, huh? I'm like, yeah, no, go for it. Have fun. I'll make it a opposed piston because since you really want it to be super strong. Oh, thanks. You! Meanwhile, it was like, alright, so it's opposed piston, and all the rest is a, nah, fuck you, kind of a little, actually, though. Because it's well past 1,000. You mean 100,000? Yeah, 100,000 horses here. No. It's like, no, I shall use the exhaust and some of the electricities because they're willing to pay for the materials that make it such that I'm going to be able to make the electricities. Or the piezoelectrics, and then the waste heat generation, and then the pressure and all that. How much did you... It comes out as plasma for what it's worth. Is it... Oh my god. No, it's a slightly tunnel fusion things. Slight. It's whatever, you know, if there's hydrogen or some oxygen or nitrogen, really, you know, it's because there's hydrocarbons. And it'll separate them and then recombine them. And using that heat, it's then going to create a greater degree of increased speed. We're in the 80% range of the speed of light. Can't go too far on that, but it is very much 80% the speed of light for the air coming out of the bell end that they can gimbal around and everything for thrust vectoring. Meanwhile, it's like an inline, like a saber kind of style, and then like the leading edge and it's slight curved wings, like they're like bi-wings effectively. So it's like a little like cat's eye but horizontal with like little tubes that are inside of the tips of the edges of the wing and go backwards, and so it's swept back like a delta, but then it's like we have this little inside like little curve, kind of like a leaf spring between both of the wings. You're effectively strapped to an armor-plated delta, a cat's eye wing that has these little things there for your aileron and like your, you know, pitch and yaw with thrust vectoring.
gimbals. I make super amounts of lift. Very big lift, because much lifting, much cooling, and I need air to go around the right way and make less shockies. So shocky actually make more burny burn, go faster, compressy wessy, heaty heats, with shocky walkies and tunnel funnels. Go boom. It's already pretty hot. Oh yeah, no, it is. Yeah, no, I'm gonna move off of that because like that's literally like this far forward, and it's like look at all the rest of the body we have. Meanwhile, they're strapped to a literal fucking fusion engine. It's blasting out at like 80% the speed of light. Air that's not too hot. It's not gonna burn the air, which is nice. Still quite hot, but it's not gonna make nitric oxide, which is good. Just 80% the speed of light. So that might do something. Yeah! But it's not hot enough for that to matter. Great. That's cruising. That's the amount of fuel you use and everything else. Yeah, okay. Heat and piezoelectric bullshit. Waste heat generation. Hey. Yeah, okay, well, super hyper efficient. Yay! Now I can't move my hand that fast, so... Is the poor pilot okay? Oh yeah, no, they're fine. There it is. What, they can handle a 9G hit briefly and then go back down to 5? 5? And then it trails back down to like the 3s and 4s that they usually operate at. 3 and 4G constantly? Fine, I'll give you 1. Jeez, you guys are lame. You can't make a G turn at like the, what is this operating? Okay, so about 15 to 30 something G, depending on how you pull it. No. What? You're in water? I still experience G. Remember when they said that shit? Like it meant something? Like you're in a big suspension spring fluid setup, for what it's worth, for the pilots here, so that way you can move her around at way higher, and it's always making sure that you're in this bubble that I have you in for your given like, you know, mass constant that it rotates around, so you don't die. But it's like the craft is doing 32, and it's like yeah, but you're only going to experience about 9 for a brief, you know, amount of time. Where is this going? Oh, you know, the military have funded a lot of good stuff for me. So, like, that's what it was amounting to. It's like your F-22 is fucking ridiculously expensive. I have all these absorptive materials and waste heat and all this rest of it. I basically look like I'm not even there. And I have a bunch of different diffractive laser, you know, light things that effectively mean I'm always cloaked. And I remove and pass through all the right amount of radar and radio and so on. So it's like, it's fairly invisible. And you really can't hear a sonic boom. Until later, when the cone, well, more like the focus beam of that fucker. It's like the shock on the body isn't there. It mostly gets absorbed in all ways, which is great, yeah. Until it gets to like where the cone area focus point is, and it's really just to absorb, like the shock will create a destructive sound wave to it from that, you know, little cone focus point that then will expand after that, yeah. And so it's like, oh, that's nice, it'll try its best to absorb. Yeah, no, but it sounds like an explosion, you know. Like if it wasn't for the destructive, and like there's a, for sure you have to operate it at that speed no matter what. Like below that, it's turn off those engine stuffs to make it that efficient, but also do that 80% of the speed of light stuff. Like you have to turn off all of that, because otherwise it's a literal bomb.
It's not a joke. At 80% speed of light, and I'm constantly thrusting it in any given city, if it passed through and turned it off, it would wipe out the city. It just took a couple fly-throughs, yeah. Yeah. Jesus, fuck. Yeah. So it's like, no, don't do that. Also, this is super high altitude. Also, you're supposed to kind of mock around the 32 range. And, like, effectively the last boundary we have for atmosphere. God. Whee! Just, you'd be surprised how pointed down they usually get. We're heading back to Earth. Yeah, wee! Meanwhile, I'm just orbiting because in our atmosphere. Yeah, so it's like the stupidest thing, but it is not, because it's like, no, if you need to go really fast to somewhere, go for it, I guess. Yeah. But they're like, oppose piston. Let's see how far you can really get with it. Ding ding, I'm going to die. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, because it's literally just pass through, turn off a little bit, like we're talking a couple of millimeters to a centimeter at most, at the shock absorber, and then, no longer do the whole, flying quite as quickly, and then bleed off speed on a corner maneuver as you'll go through a city as you blast them with 80% speed of light air. And it's like, boom, boom. You guys don't understand how fast that is. Boom. And it's like, everybody over there's dead. Jesus fuck. No, because Sarabamba doesn't have targeted strikes of shockwave. You know what I mean? It's like, no, we'll do Mach 600 or something like that. Whatever, right? And it's like, it's not particularly hot. It's just a concussive wave that kills things. And it heats up with the air for what it's worth. Like, the shock thing that I'm doing effectively means that it doesn't get too hot. It mixes with that, right? But if you don't do that, then it's like super hot all of a sudden. It's going to be turbulent. Boom. And then it's like, more shockwave for you. Here's a shockwave for a shockwave, so you can have an extra shockwave as you turn, too, as it'll collectively, angle into itself. Bruh. Exactly, right? It's like you think it's going off that way, but it's actually heading towards the aircraft. So when you do it as a slight arc, and then you pull up, and you blast really hard, and then you do the aileron to a barrel roll. So it's like aileron, barrel roll. That way it basically sends a shockwave cone to the other shockwave cone, and they match as a spike wave and get really hot and boom off one direction. We're talking Sorabamba levels. Well, no, Sorabamba got nothing on this. There's no radiation, but it's about maybe 25% of the total destruction power that would be, because you can make it really big, and then you do that whole maneuver, and then it's really ginormous air pressure, and it basically turns into a bunch of huge long waves that starve everything and destroy destructively everything inside internally. It'll break all of the concrete and steel. It'll travel deep into the earth as a concussive wave blast. Yeah, but it's an air quake, earthquake, the biggest, loudest sound that you could probably make, period. But it's a multiple resonant frequency spike wave concussive blast that keeps bouncing off of itself until it eventually bleeds off. Shiver. Oh yeah, no, because it gets hot enough. That's the big thing. It's like it's really, really hot during that. You're not fusing air. No, we're burning a lot of it. Which then explosively decomposes. Because that's nitric oxides. And carbon dioxide and so on. So it's like, boom. Could we not have to try that? Yeah. Please don't do this anymore. Yeah, the military loved trying that one time. It was like, no, we're over here in a bunch of, woods and some mountains and some water and stuff. There's a lot of holes that we dug in a lot of places, trying to really Swiss cheese and diffuse the whole thing. Didn't quite work very well, did it? No! All of our mountains are gone! Luckily, nobody got killed. No, but everybody heard it. The Rocky Mountains are like, bro, why? What are you doing? Why? It traveled and raced across it, like really fast, across, north and south here. It dissipated. It didn't kill anyone, which is good. Well, at least where they were. You know what I mean? Like, we can't be totally certain, right? Is what they'll go with. I don't care. Like, what I saw was effectively a big, ginormous explosion that raced north and southbound on the fucking Rocky Mountains shit. And a lot of people, for sure, had many things explode and die. So it's 25%. Sarbamba's 25%. Like, you get it done, ish. Well-ish. It worked. What did they do? Well, they practice. Wait, what? Yeah, they practiced the maneuver, like, to properly do it. Without going that fast, by the way. To make sure they can arc it right and everything at those speeds. All of it, they practiced. It's like, we get it one time, so it's like, we're simulating all this. Not to mention, it's like, well, we're not just one single fighter craft. We are a squadron. So we're going to do this together. Fuck. I did do that. Yeah, no, we did that. Yeah, no, oh god, no. I'm getting words. So, anyways, bigger. Much bigger. Fuck off, though. There had to be some degree of fusion. Oh, probably. Like, there were a lot of, like, satellites. There were a lot of, cameras. The fastest cameras we had at the time, like, we're talking all the trillions, measure all the atoms, whatever we can get. Like, in all of it, right? Lots of data was collected. We also produced a genuine earthquake and have now a new Yellowstone problem. We created the big one for all of California, which happened later for what it's worth, but it's directly tied to the earthquake that we produced. We then had, like, guess what? We have a brand new, what is this? Is this a volcano? Because, like, the big one, oh, Arizona has a volcano. There's a lot of water that, it's cool. It's a nice volcano over here, spewed for. There's a lot of water over here, though, Yuma's gone, I'll tell you that much. I didn't want Yuma anyways. Oh, God. I didn't say that. No, of course not. Yeah. Oh, no, Nevada suffered probably the most, if I'm going to be honest. Like, Nevada is the closest, like, they're Rocky Mountains people, basically, and then, like, Utah's getting hit. Then there's the Montana, or was it whatever it was, and then, like, Oregon and California and Washington. Like, it effectively traveled into, they thought they were getting invaded from us, Canada. And good luck on the Gulf of Mexico, bro. Fucking, come on, guy. Well, it traveled northwards and southwards. So it's like most of that, which most people don't live at, was fine, and it mostly angles itself up into its very upper atmosphere, which was fine. The pilot survived, which was great, and then we got a bunch of great, you know, polar vortexes. That was well nice and truly real and truly nice. You know, geoengineering stuff. Like we dumped a lot of water into our Arctic Circle, and now it will never not be frozen, from what we can understand. Yeah, no, super fun stuff. Is it? Not really. Really? I mean, for some of them. I mean, Alaska is effectively just a never-ending frozen place, which it always was for what it's worth, but it's like more back when it was like Ice Age. And then same thing for the British Columbia and a lot of the northern Canada, and then the central Canada and the east coast Canada. Like a lot of Canada is effectively very frozen. Washington's like, I had rainforest. Well, it's mostly snow rainforest, yeah. Like, dude, it's summer. Yeah, we're getting rain. It's cold as fuck, dude. It freezes my contact. What the fuck? It's fine, guys. It's okay, yeah. Meanwhile, no more tornadoes over in the Central Americas. Meanwhile, constant never-ending rainstorm. We still get sun though, which is nice. But you know, swampy swamp Texas is swamping it up, rainforest style. Southwest is like trying its damnedest to not be too cold because it is rainforest, tropical, super not gonna be a desert anymore stuff going on. Like, it's getting real cold. Do you remember when it hit 90? It never goes above 60, you fucking damn bastard. It's Tucson, you fuck. Black stuff is like, I'm glacier, never above 120 negative Fahrenheit. Do. Fuck. You're the worst, a little. Yeah, a little. Black stuff's so far up. Like here where I'm in Springerville, it is a rough place, I'll tell you that much. Yeah. Really? Oh no, it's fine. We get into the 70s, you know, and it's nice. It's, you know, it's not too humid, right? You know, during summer, right? Yeah. Winter's a bitch. Fucking bitch, yeah. Winter's like the worst thing around here. It is so unbelievably unprepared for how cold it is. It is the coldest I've ever fucking felt. This it's like it densified the air, so it's like we thought we were at this high altitude. It boils at 101 C the water now. Below sea level? Yeah. No, it's like no. You thought that I can't make more barometric pressure around here. Bullshit. What? And it's all about like constant streams of air coming in from Gulf of Mexico and Southern California, New Mexico and then there's the Texas area, which is just like pouring in more pressure over here, dump it in. Could we go with not, dude? Meanwhile, it's like, no, it rains pretty consistently all the time. Like, just fucking, like, pretty consistently. All year round. It's nice rain. It snows all the time. It's not a joke. It's kind of the roughest thing. Certain areas are really bombarded with snow. But, like, you know, the summer's nice. Winter's the bitchiest ass bitch. No. Like, glacier, negative 120 Fahrenheit? Bullshit. Like, get out of here. Yeah, I wish. It's negative 160. And we get, like, tens of meters of snow. And then it melts off. Like, literally every fucking winter. Every year, man. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice summer, really. Oh yeah, not too windy even. It's nice. It's pretty humid, but then it went away rapidly, and it's pretty normal. And then it's like, just frozen. Like the wild temperature swings here are rough. It's real windy too. It's not a joke. It's so fucking ridiculous, actually. Yeah. No, because it's like when you get further north, like Colorado might as well be called snow. Utah might as well be called slightly mostly snow. Montana is like, we get 190-mile-an-hour winds, you can calm the fuck down. It's fine, man. It's only negative 160, during the summer most of the time. Fuck off! I never want. You guys don't have it as bad as us. At least you get us. Collapse, die, to the degree of cold that is. Yeah! All from a couple of squadrons just going boom really well with their sonic booms. Fuck yeah. I know. Well, we got a new volcano. It keeps us warm over here. It's nice on the west coast over here. No, because that's literally what it is. It's like up to into Nevada, all the way to the Gulf of Mexico, we have a ocean. And it connects through California now from a big old ocean on the other side. And separation, which is genuinely at this point, it's just an ocean connection. Yeah. Let's split California. And like there's a big lake ocean connection between Arizona, the Rocky Mountains, and California. And then there are other streams between California and Oregon and Washington that go into this now. Jesus. It's like it drains into this, it then rains off, and it gets all the nice lake ocean shit, right? And it's a view. I was like, there are people that live there. They're dead. So dead. Like California is basically gone on that side. There's no desert. It's just ocean. We have nothing but lakes and tons 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 of fucking trees everywhere. This is the only way to essentially make sure we wouldn't die. It was like, no, it's getting quite windy all of a sudden. Dunk, 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 dunk. It's like, no, it's about 30 miles an hour, it's about 60 miles an hour, it's about 90 miles an hour, about 120 miles an hour, about 180 miles an hour. Tree. Yellowstone's got its own issue. Like, for real? Yeah, whole fucking problem. You remember the cauldron? And it's supposed to be like a dormant supervolcano still on. It's not dormant. Help me over here! Everybody's just like, use it for fuel. It's geothermal now. It's fuel. That's fuel. Because otherwise it was genuinely, we're going to die and it will explode, so you will do this. The whole world met together like, so, geothermal works, huh? Yeah, for sure. All right, break, go. Meanwhile, California's like, dead, shell-shocked. Like, most people are gone. It's not a joke. It's really genuinely not. Like, I know that, like, some Rocky Mountains get into California, but it's split it within several places within the Rocky Mountains and right middle smack dab a little bit further over to the east of California. Like, all the way up to the fucking into Oregon and Washington. Now, it's less extreme up there, over in the Washington area, but it did that. Yeah, no. You don't even want to get into Canada and Alaska. Okay, because that's another version of the same. Like underground and above, huge fucking lake has formed, but it's not really a lake. It's a river ocean thing. It's essentially cooling the entirety of our United States right now. It's a huge radiator. It's like, look at this nice new ocean, and then also there's a fucking active volcano in Arizona now. That's just gonna dump its shit over somewhere. That came in from California when it did the whole big one. Boom. Well, luckily it mostly fired into California. Yeah, but I'm still scared. I'm just still a scared guy. I was like, most of it just goes off that direction, which isn't so bad, because it has to fill a bunch of holes that are there now. Yeah, and it's basically building up a massive, like the Andes in the South America. You know, like ridiculously tall mountains. Like, we're getting our own Himalaya Andes thing going on. Have to fly fairly high altitude so far. Yeah. Now, granted, there's no connection here between Arizona or pretty much the entirety of the rest of those states between the West Coast without air travel or boats. It destroyed our roads. Like, there are a few places that are the roads now, and that's it. Still fairly cool. Yeah, no, you would think. The Andes makes it very cold where it is. It just rains constantly. Rain, sleet, snow. We have glaciers forming up there, which are big water batteries. It's dangerous as fuck. Like, actually, genuinely, yeah. Like, it's not funny anymore. Like, Arizona is effectively, like, a nice place, but the vast majority of it isn't. You'd never want to live around it. It's like never-ending rain, torrential, cold, freezing. We're getting snow during the summer in some places. Yeah. Oh, now, well, Colorado got basically hit by the whole fucking West Coast. It effectively funnels itself into Colorado and dumps never-ending amounts of snow. The entire state, like a little bit over to the west, a little east, a little north, a little south, but like that entire area is glacial. It's just snow packing on itself. Rain, some immediate snow, freezing temperature, hard. Ding, 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 ding. It's already gotten miles of like land. It's only been a couple of years. Like miles outside of the state. Yeah, the whole thing's covered, but it's like, you know, Denver is like a mile up. Well, it's might as well be called a mile below. Oh. Yeah, we're making our own snow Olympus Mons at this point. It's just like, nice job, northern central fucking America. Have a fucking cookie, why don't you? You were right, it'll get colder. Oh, fuck you. God. I'm dying every time. Yeah, you can't live there. Like, it is so cold, nothing can live there. It's not in any way humid, which is nice, kind of. Like, it's traveling so fast. We're at 200 mile an hour winds. They can burst to 230. It is below 190 Fahrenheit on average. And then it gets sucked into the massive polar vortex that's happening right now. It's just dumping it into an Arctic freeze of the entire circle. Whatever there is in terms of some amount of moisture. No, I'm sure it'd rain somewhere. It has to fucking warm up for it to. It has to collect and condense. It never does. So, the entire central northern area, all the way into Illinois, all the way into like basically Montana kind of stuff. Well, not really Montana, but right. It's states. Yeah, take New Mexico, go straight up and slightly over to the left. Yeah, east. No, west, dude. That's the west. Do you know how to remember your fucking directions? Right, yes, west. Anyways, that curves in from the sides constantly now, and then it slightly angles as it goes a little bit off to the west, up to the vortex, as there's like its own pressure and its own thing going on that it joins into, that's never-endingly swirling. It's a forever cloud that will not go away until it's finished dumping. It's spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning, and then it dumps and it dumps and it dumps and it dumps. Then it heats up and then it warms up enough and it slows down enough that it expands, and then like the sunlight that you get for all that time, for those months. Yeah, you don't want that. I do though. Yeah, but you don't, because that means never-ending snow and sleet and everything hard packs itself, and it'll freeze literal like chunks of ice, like icebergs I've not seen ever. And I call them icebergs because they might as well be icebergs. Like they're hail. Oh, they're that's hail. Is it that fucking iceberg there that's falling? It's a car-sized fucking hailstone. Right. Into the ocean of all things, which mostly is where it lands, but then other things are big-sized stones. Yeah. Big stones. At that point, it's miniature boulder. They're dense fuckers, too. There's very little air for whatever reason. Yeah, no, it's because it layers itself and it squeezes. The worst nightmare, yeah, for meteorologists. It's like, well, you wanted to cool off. Oh, do I? Fuck the winter. Fuck that. You literally, you are in the Nordic Circle. But it's like, no, I don't think you understand. It's the world, but yes, no. It's during when you're supposed to have light. That's when you know, in the dead of all of the fucking absence of light, darkness, do they fall. You hear, boom, oh fuck, because there's no light. Literally none. It is black. No light. It's that thick. It's day, night, doesn't matter. There's no light anymore. Meanwhile, I'm in Arizona, and it's not that bad, actually. Meanwhile, Florida's like, I'm never-endingly hit by 200-mile-an-hour winds and fucking massive thunderstorms and storm surges and large amounts of lightning strikes. And basically underwater at all times. Then there's like, here's the F-10. Guys, don't you like the F-10? Took a few years to build to that, but it was like, whee! All the heat and all of the waves for all of the Atlantic come unto me and hit the entire East Coast effectively. Holy bullsh. You went up to Canada for a while. Yeah, it started like all the way east of Florida, swung up through, hit the entirety, like a little bit of the Texas east side, and just traveled up towards New York and Maine, and hit the east coast of Canada, and dissipated inwards. I was protected, which is nice. Meanwhile, California, at least we didn't get hit by that. Yeah, we suffered our shit. It's been fairly okay, actually, for what it's worth. It is. Yeah. Like other than that, it's a couple aftershocks, little large amounts of water, actually debris, so on. But other than that, like you've been rebuilding, all that has been pretty nice. So that's good. A few volcanic eruptions of smoke and ash, but nothing too extraordinary, and you didn't have to worry about that. You did have some people die because they built themselves up near the hot spot of the volcano, which was the dumbest thing I've ever heard for an active volcano. So, there's that. America! Exactly. That. Meanwhile, the whole rest of the world's, you're the one that did this to us! It's like it's constantly frozen in New Zealand. Once it gets to that Antarctic Circle thing, it's been building its own little fucking weather system that's opposing this as it dumps. Like this has been sending more and more north, and it's like, well, there's a fucking split equator here, and it's like, yeah. So if you happen to use this constant vacuum, that's gonna, what are you doing? No. Hey. The heat's not supposed to fucking... No! No! It's so cold! Super cold. Australia, hey! Welcome to being a rainforest now. Meanwhile, it's like, there's a lot less water pressure around here. What? Big old earthquake happens. Where New Zealand and that little supposedly there's a sunken little island that used to be a part of it, but it's there and it is for what it's worth. It's just underwater, right? And it's like crunk, and then big volcano suddenly eruptions. They have new land attached to the New Zealand that's connected to Australia. It goes all the way to fucking Africa, the southern tip. Yeah. Madagascar's like, I didn't even get any action. This is bullshit. Where's my action? Yeah. Meanwhile, nobody really thinks that way after a certain point here because it's like, are you kidding me? It's kind of frozen over here. It's warm enough, I guess, over there. Meanwhile, we're a fucking never-ending rainforest. Screw the whole idea of an outback. Rainforest! Screw you! Never-ending amounts of more eruptions in the fucking rainforest, Central Africa area. Which is like, now I've got mountains that run through the whole thing. I've got large amounts of lakes and rivers. Just rainforest, lake, rivers, everything. It sounds like we're in the Pacific Northwest. It's not totally untrue to think that. Yeah. Oh, God. It's not untrue. It's like, for what it's worth, right now, they're basically suffering the opposite, opposing where the Rocky Mountains are. So, it's like, they're getting hit by all of what that was. It's like, well, it's fine. That means the cauldron of the super, volcano, right? No, it's still there, but you're right. It's a lot less, right? No. I wish. We're controlling it. It is, he's right. It's a large amount of extra energy. We have no need for coal or anything now. What? Yeah, no, everything's electrical. Literally all of that, yeah. It's all geothermal. It's the only way to soak up the earthquake, the little aftershocks that are happening all the time. Is the Earth's trying to settle in with all the water, the pressure, and heat. Anyways, Yeah, same thing with Africa. Like Africa's southern tip there, it's like, it's a fairly nice-ish place to, whatever, right? But they say, no, rainforest. It's colder, outright, never-ending Antarctic in this instance, wind just coming in and then draining off a bunch of fucking snow, sleet, rain, during the winter for the South Africans there. But like for the most part, like it's mostly just right there in New Zealand in that other area, and then it spreads out, and then it just collectively dumps off. It's like lots of rain, lots of wind, to a degree. Like actually, it's fairly well. They got off like a lot better than us. I've noticed. Like it's like I thought this would turn into something, and it hasn't really. It's like there's gonna be a bunch of thunder and rain and light. No, that's there. It's decent. They got new forests popping up everywhere. That's nice. Oh yeah, no. A lot of their wildlife is dead and gone, and nothing's ever gonna get hot again. Like there's no 120 plus degrees Fahrenheit, which they use Celsius, so it's like 50 C plus moments. There's no massive floods randomly, or after big old fires, right? Yeah. So it's like that's nice. Like honestly, it stabilized them. Yes, but then it's like there's a lot of new places for you to live. Really? Yay! Well, we can't do solar as much anymore. No, but you got wind up in those mountains all the time now. You got geothermal up there, whiz bang now too. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, you got wave, you got wind, you got solar, you got geothermal. Where's this? Oh, right, because it's always sunny in between the fucking goddamn Madagascar. Yeah, Madagascar and Australia for its east coast. So it's just like, oh yeah, and then the west coast is just like pretty much, sun and some wind and some rain every so often. It's good farming for what it's worth. Yeah. New Zealand is like, are we a part of, where are we going to divide this? I guess we're now all one continent thing? What's going on here? South America, no. South Africa, we're not done. It's like, you're not a part of us. And we're like, yeah, okay, but like, dude. You know what I mean? We effectively separated the fucking ocean. You know what I mean? Like, screw you and your shipping lanes. Go fuck yourself, I guess. Ah! So, no, because ocean pressures, like, the current started getting faster. It usually has, like, a little pass-through right there. It's gone now. Like, pretty substantially gone. Like, it's effectively the entirety of the most width where that actual boundary, like where the country, state boundary or whatever it is, for South Africa to Australia is. That's how wide that is, that happened to spring up and then just keep going and going and going. Luckily, though, they didn't get hurt and nobody died. Unless they were fishing or anything around there, or they were on the coastline. Yeah, but you would have felt it exactly. It's like, out! But it's like, South Africa's like, no, this is ours. Meanwhile, Australia's like, dude, we have better fucking, like, all military than you. Your ass is ours, right? You do know that, right? I'm not kidding. The geopolitical was like, well, they're our allies, and you know what? You could just become a united union. Shut up. And then it was like, oh, no more of that anti-LGBTQI, all that. Woo-hoo-hoo. Boom, we got it. All of South Africa on that side was ours, says New Zealand and Australia together, with Madagascar going, I'm a part of them, guys. Yeah. What are you gonna fucking do? Like, really, honestly. I mean it. Like, everybody was vying essentially for resources and control and not dying to. Yeah. You're fucked. South Africa was fucked, effectively. To be fair, though, they also suffered the most in terms of, like, the earthquake and tidal wave. So they were basically, please save us! We'll do anything! We'll be your country! It was fine for what it turned out to be. Ow! But yeah. Yeah, I mean, you had to. Like, what are you gonna do? I have no idea. No. There's technically speaking river and underground something flow. We have no idea. No one's going near it. It's still super hot. Like, genuinely, like, it's a big thing. Like, big earthquakes, suddenly large amounts of lava, but it's just pulling up, cooling off, all that stuff. Oceans getting in, all the rest of it. Yeah. Yeah, and it's like, hey, guess what? Look, all the new farmland and more. Could we have some help? We're dealing with our entire west coast. We'll try. Yeah, we'll try. Alright. I live in this place. Nobody lives in the fucking center of the... Screw you! Fuck you! People still die! Oh, yeah, no. Like, for what it's worth, they felt it, so it's like, most of us just moved. Yeah, we were like, hey, what the fuck? I'm out of here. Arizona, California, like, I'm the fuck out of here. And then you guys, yeah, okay. We lived, though. A lot more people live doing that than you think. Yeah, except for South Africa. What the fuck would they... Yeah, no, we're not going to move, we're going to do anything. What the fuck is this? It'll never even reach us. What's the point? Well, it did. Into it. It made mountains into South Africa. Not just joined its coast, it made mountains into South Africa. There are some peninsulas now, yeah, for what's worth, but, like, you know, whatever. Yeah, good fishing. Yeah, somehow. Really? No. Like, I suppose if you, boat all the way over there somehow. The Panama Canal, dude, do you know how hard that was to make? There was a lot of bombing, with TNT, mining, all that stuff. It's not quite as simple. No, yeah. So, nothing, no shipping lanes between that. No, you have to go over the Arctic shelf. We'll put it that way. The Antarctic shelf. Yeah. Everything's just trains and fucking big old semis on the land bridges. Yeah. Like, why would I need it? Everything's connected now. I'll just go down to here, to do. Oh, now we're getting into South America. South America is fully connected to the Antarctic. Fully. It's gone. Like, there's no room there. And no, there's no volcanoes or any of that for what it's worth. No, not really. Yeah. There were a couple of tidal waves and earthquakes that quickly froze. There was one eruption that did give them a decent amount of, like, lava. So there's that, but, like, that's about it. Yeah. No, the Andes fell. Yeah, no, like, for what it's worth, their whole mountain range crumbled and fucking toppled down. This is the earthquake, yeah. Yeah, no, they're effectively a big old glacier. Right now, yeah. Damn it, Chile and Argentina. Yeah, I know, right? God. No, like, but the equator's great. Like, guys, it's really nice. And same thing with, like, because it's like, it's a nice, it's still, like, it's a little colder, but not much. But then it's like, and then it gets really cold fast. God, yeah. No, it's great. No more global warming. We survived all the worst of it. Oh yeah, this is what it is. The global warming. Oh yeah, the global warming's gone. It is super gone. Micro ice age. How long is it gonna last? It's permanent. Yeah, no. Like for what it's worth, we can't actually burn hydrocarbons, and it's basically being dumped into the Arctic and Antarctic. There are big old super blooms right now forming because of all the fucking like rock and debris that got into the oceans. And we have an insanely high oxygen content comparative. Like we're dinosaur level shit. Yeah, like the most amount we theorized for them during the dinosaur and all that, that's what we have. There's a lot of oxygen. Like, you've got oxygen for days. Meanwhile, here's some hydrogens. Use them. Decompose your steam. Capture it. Make the humidity. Recombine. And it's cold enough over here. I'll just ship it over here up north. Hydrogen condensing. Literally that, yeah. It's cold, it's windy, it's rainy, it's more, alright, a bunch of condensed liquid hydrogen. Woohoo! We're going to pressurize it now, and now it's going to be definitely solid hydrogen. Solid? Oh, yeah, no, it is. Solid compressed hydrogen. It's so cold that we can actually keep condensing it and then pressurize it with effectively a bunch of steel, like, you know, squeezing hydraulic things. I'm not kidding. It's literally like, and it's like, yeah, you know, it's forming in little pockets. You know what I mean? Yep. And then it's like, right, well, now it's way more hydrogen. Stupidly large. Like, you know, it's you know those nanotubes, carbon nanotubes, right? And then fullerene balls, we're able to connect them in a sponge form. And then like we attached it to steel, and then we made that steel, you know, basically be on the outside and inside, and it's kind of like a Swiss cheese thing, where it's diamond-like carbon and polycrystalline diamond that we formed together into this thing, and then it's like it's gonna then crunch inwards as we're cooling the shit out of it. Like, we have more than enough dissipation of heat. Like, literally that, yeah. So it's like just pressure, vent out heat, and it takes over a certain amount of time. But then it's like, here's a bunch of solid hydrogen that is metastable. It is a weird little fucker. Yeah. No, because it doesn't break down any of the tubes. So it's like it gets in between the tubes and it starts making more and more of the, and that's like seeding, like cloud seeding, right? So it forms like these little tiny solid hydrogens, and then it blooms outwards and starts creating metastability types as they condense and then squeeze against the inside, which forms a different type of solid hydrogen that's now metastable, and then it grows out again as we continue squeezing and cooling. Yeah, and so it's like, boom. Like, from this big old chunkster of liquid, we get like this little rod of compressed hydrogen, solid hydrogen. Yeah, it's in a case, and it's metastable. Not just from the pressure and heat, like you could take it out of it. But no, it can warm back up, it's not going to off-gas. So, yeah, no, we have to effectively use that's the carbon nanotube stuff. It's like, yeah, we're just going to shock it and get some fields and basically yank certain ones off. And a little bit of that, and it's like, brrr. It doesn't rapidly decompose. None of that's going on. It's just like we're taking out enough gaseous hydrogen, slowly ablating it away. And so, like, those are our versions of, like, here's a battery. Here's a hydrogen battery. There you go. Now we got fuel cell to combustion engines to all this other stuff. Right? I got my piezoelectric fuel cell, you know, into like a combustion kind of thing. Remember that like rotating torque converter combustion where the piezoelectric is like a little momentum thing? And then it goes off to like other air and whatever, and then it's like an air battery that with that electricity and a little bit of the hydrogen we basically yank off the oxygen, so we're actually HO that then turns into H2O from the hydrogen battery. Fuel cell, well, air battery more than anything, but then that makes electricity with heat, but then we have piezoelectrics and we're going to cool it anyways, so. He is remarkably efficient designs here. Yeah, you know. Comes out as water. Very non-mineralized water, so we have to mineralize it. Like we literally drive around with like this little radiator that's supposed to ablate away over time to mineralize. Yeah. That's our filter to the water because it's actually kind of bad when you have a bunch of just aerosolized, extraordinarily distilled water vapor. You know? Like, it's dangerous to your health to do that. Yeah. So it's like, a little bit of that goes a long way. Yeah. What are you using that for? Toroidal engines? Yeah, I just talked about it. I literally said it, but it's like everybody pretty much is in a bus and or van. Like I'm a poised, ready to take over kind of guy. I got my opposed pistons. I got all that. What do you know? Hey, look at this. I'm now my own car company and everything else. Fuck capitalism. Funnel all the fucking money into like getting rid of capitalism and making everything better. It's like, well, we basically destroyed our entire government in multiple fucking huge parts of our entire country. So we're gonna do this. That was fun though. Was it? Was it fun? Was it fun for you? Did you have fun? I had a lot of fun actually. Did you really? I had so much fun. Like, for real, I did, yeah. Hi. Well, for what it's worth, but after, like, the whole, death toll and everything, like, people actually had a lot of fun. Like, we had personal flying vehicles, we have airships, we've got the whole, like, cars, bus, train, vans, all that. We got, like, the stupidest, most beefy-ass goddamn, like, little fucking engine for your motorcycles. We're making, like, airship styles attached to new cities that go underground and hold billions if you really want to get, to that point, that exist, and then they're connected with like little air lanes of travel to like, suspended train systems, right, and all the rest of it. So it's just like, you know what, this is actually pretty okay, like I like this. Meanwhile, most of Canada is like, please stay. It's not. It's really not. I know I shouldn't laugh, but they got murdered. They're effectively under no illusion as to what's going on. It's a new ice age. Their entire country is turning into an iceberg. There's a few places where it's not like that, and everybody's hoarding around. So I was like, doodle-doo, here's a big old town for you guys. There you go. Sorry. That's all we get. But it can hold billions of people. Just fine. There's mansion level size, all that stuff. You're good. You're gonna be fine. For like a couple decades until the snow gets to them. The snow will eventually fully encompass it. Alaska might as well be called I don't exist. I am but just glacier. I am the glacier. Yeah, no, that is literally what it is. That being said, they also just lived in the snow. Yeah, it's so thick and deep, like you just live in the snow. I'm really not kidding. And for what it's worth, a lot of Canada started doing the same thing after it got thick enough. And then they spread. So, like, Canada's back to normal, but yeah, all you do is really go in through some wind tunnel areas and separators, and you go into the iceberg that is Canada. It's like, you will only use electricity or hydrogen. You will fuck off. It's like, because they got my engines and electric batteries and all that. And I'm like, nice. And guess what? Great. You know, farming, right? Oh yeah, no, the farming saved everything. Yeah. Yeah. Woohoo. Yeah. It's good farms here, you know. Alaska's so fucking cold. Oh yeah, 190, negative 190 Fahrenheit is never ending. God. Yeah. No. It's like, no, that's the hot. When's winter? Fucking ridiculous. It's like near absolute zero. Like they're literally about 10 degrees Fahrenheit off of an absolute zero. Holy shit. Please come save us. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, no one did though. They're gonna live there. If you want to leave and move, that's fine. It's like, where are the senators and everything else? Where'd you crawl from? We live here. No, you have to live in your state. You know that, right? I don't wanna. That's not how that works, though. I'm like looking at the oil sands in Canada, like, oh really? You thought that would be something that we gave a shit about? Oof. Oh, you got the Middle East. It's like, oh nice, you're now an oasis. All your sand went somewhere else. Look at all the fucking Sahara just dumping it into fucking the entirety of Russia and Canada and the whole iceberg thing. Or the ocean. It's like it went in ocean or it went into all the Antarctic or Arctic regions. Like nobody has any dust for anyone anymore. Should have saved that shit. I know. It contains a lot of minerals. Those fuckers. Like dust. Yeah, no, it's not a joke. Like Arizona's out. Like everyone's out of it. It doesn't exist anymore. Permafrost is glacial frost. Like thick, huge, massive, ginormously large iceberg thickness sheets. It's stupid. It's not. But for its worth, all shipping went bye-bye, practically speaking. Because it's like, I have airships, and I have just travel on the ground, and then I have trains that I can put through everything, and then what would I do with any of that? It still work. Well, I know. Yeah, except the water has become a nightmare. What? Oh yeah, it's separated. The two oceans are fully separated, and they're never coming back. At least until the, ice melts. But like, it's traveling faster instead of bleeding off. It's like this heat and then bump and then at the edges, right? Yeah, just spinning faster and faster and faster, and taking up more and more coastline with it, and then it's dumping it into the center. So you know what I mean? It's like it's basically a bunch of heat sink stuffs as it just dumps more and more to the polar vortexes as their own type of like planetary gear pump to the Arctic regions and Antarctic regions. Because the whole surface area of your landmass is effectively just a bunch of places for it to dump all of its water. Which will eventually go into the ocean again, but it's, that's what it is that it's doing right now. It's a very constant controlled weather, though. Yeah, I know. Get out of here, I get it, but, like, still. Like, Mexico's like, yes, a never-ending vortex has occurred. We just get rain and lots of sunshine and fucking it's colder by far. Where'd the sun go? Yeah, well, it's great for, like, growing any kind of crop now. It can snow. Yeah, the very northern part can slightly snow. Uh, that's terrifying. Yeah, no, well, they started a project to basically just start mining in between where they are, like the Panama Canal thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah? Yeah, they just widened that sucker. And it never really got anywhere. Why? Too much wind, too much thunderstorm, too much lightning, too much rain, too much this, too much that. They're just torrential down there all the time. It's like, alright, so we'll go through the middle. And it's like, oh, okay, yeah, let's go through the middle. That's quite a bit wider. We just used a lot of like actual rivers that run through everything now. I'm not kidding. So if you want a boat, it's like up to the Pacific Northwest because you have that now. Yeah, like from South America. Fucking, I'll just drive. Oh yeah, I know that's a whole other fucking story. Let me tell you about that. Like the fucking whole fucking goddamn rainforest here might as well have been like shake, 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 crunch, crunch, great air. More mountain, more landmass for my rainforest to grow. And they couldn't do a damn thing because it's like rain, wind, sun, my ass, wind. Meanwhile, the rain and the wind, and there was sun. It's just like, I don't know wind. Oh, yeah, no, right, that day, yeah. Boom! Huge, big old fucking rainforest sprouts up. People just, like, were fucking under mountains. And, no, I wish there was good lava flow. There's not really a lot of that. No. That's not really what happened here. But, there is a lot of Sahara Desert that landed on them. And then there's the Andes, which blew a massive, huge volcano that then dumped a little bit into them, too. Massive, yeah, I mean, comparatively to what it was, yeah. But it didn't really hit them. No, it's just like, big old flow into the entirety with, I guess it's because of the pressure or whatever the fuck it was at that point, but it's like water, there was already shaking enough, that happened, that was starting to happen over in the middle of, like, Europe, where they have a bunch of, like, this, ring of fire bullshit going on, and tectonic plate stuff, and so, like, that shook, and then boom, and the Sahara was like, no, and then dumped off into the Atlantic, and then the Pacific had its own version, thanks to Australia and all that. And it's like, yeah, no, I guess I'll just dump together with this off into a huge amount of new rainforest that literally put 1,000 meters of extra earth on top of them. In some places, not everywhere, but in some places, yeah. And it's like rain, and then sun, and then wind, and moving it around, and never got hot though anymore. But during that, it's like grow. It's only been 5 years, and this fucker is basically completed as a new rainforest. Shit. Jeez, yeah, no, nobody lived, by the way, through that. Like, if they were trying to get into the rainforest and use it, they're dead. If they were living, they're dead. Like, they're gone, dead. Nobody has any, but it's like, here's a bunch of new roads for the ones that didn't. Really quite smooth, nice travel, easy flow through everything, along right next to the rivers, super fun. And instead of these weird overpass or like this dangerous ass fucking road, right? Nope, that's gone. Real super easy fast travel. And rivers too, for all of the boating needs you may require. More boating. Yes, boating for all, really. Air travel and everything. Yeah, it's essentially like, go fuck yourself, no. That is kind of the same thing in the story of that European area. It's like boom. There's a bunch of new versions of a bunch of lakes that were like, I'm compressing a bunch of carbon dioxide. Then lots of more lava, and all of this suddenly has a hole for all the water to flow to. And new big old rivers and lakes have formed. Yeah. China is getting the worst of it. Yeah, in terms of the amount of water that they receive, it's already like a swamp area. Japan's nice. Well, a little sometimes. South is nicer. Yeah, no. Like, for what it's worth, they were not super happy about the fact that it's like, it's more rainy, it's better sunshine, generally colder. There's not much else I can say about it other than they got, like, constantly hit by a fucking like a never-ending, like, hurricane that exists where China and North Korea is. It's just constantly always going on and on and on and on. As it goes from up to down to up to down to up to yeah. Like one side, oh nice. The other side, never go over that side. For the most part, it's wonderful, but then it's not in other times. Like winter sucks. Like it's an iceberg during winter. Yeah, and you have a land bridge that starts to form, but no more storms, which is great. That is actually pretty nice, though. It is just not super windy. It's frozen, sure, down to the very southern part of Japan, so there's that. I'm writing to you today to please not do this. No, well, that's what that is. Anyways, yeah. No, because most of it, like, trails off. So, like, they're like a little scoop, effectively, for that given weather system, which is one of the reasons why China is so humid. Like, Japan makes China humid, right? Now it's like, just rain, just rain, just rain. Never-ending constant wind. From North Korea to rainy, rainy, rain, rain, wind, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, rain, all the time. Like, China's just never-endingly hit. Like, it's never stopped. Yeah, that's like, sun. Yeah, nice wind though. Oh, it's humid all the time. Let me tell you, 80% my bitch ass. 180 mile per hour winds? Are you kidding me? No. No. The Uyghur area and the Himalaya, that kind of, like the west side, way better than the coast. And like the middle is like kind of like that farmland that you could really use. Meanwhile, North Korea might as well be called, I'm constantly rained and flooded. I am effectively never-endingly having rain. It's warm all the time. 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 That's not a joke. All the time. It's always raining. South Korea doesn't get this. North Korea always rains. The oceans are much better now, which is great. Yay! He might as well be called Lake Korea. North Korea Lake at this point. Yeah. There's like mountains and shit over there. Might as well be called the Lake Mountains. Rivers just go. I hate you. Just a little. Yeah, no, it's okay though. You'll get over it. No, really? No one cares. He tried to fire nukes off at Japan again. And China. So, because they're like, no, we'll invade China and get better land or something. No, it's taking your shit. Oh, yeah, Russia is a whole other thing. It's like, we are never ending polar vortex. We are never ending coldest. We are literally negative 90 C at summer, never endingly. It's humid when it's summer at negative 90. It doesn't get very windy except it constantly sleet, rains, and snows, and all the fucking shit sucks all the time. We live in the southern part of Siberia now, I guess. 'Cause it's well humid that it's at least now no longer like that, it's better. Yeah, it's like, now it gets down to negative 30 during the winter. But it's humid. Oh, yes, no, you'll never go above 10 C. During the summer, and it's a solid 60 to 90% humid all the time. Everybody lives right next to China. Junk. Fuck. Oh no, Ukraine's great. It's like, I got great moderate rain, great moderate sun, all the nice, fucking perfect weather practically. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. You wonder why they wanted it. Yeah. Oh, the Middle East. Oh man, dude. Dude, they got turned into oasis. They got hit with a big old fucking boom. Volcano. Yeah, volcano weather is effectively what that would be called. Because like, remember Qatar is over there and all that other like, Black Sea and ocean. Yeah. Yeah. No. Well, it's effectively bunches and bunches of more ocean that then all collapse with this volcano and eruption, earthquake thing that turned into a big, never-ending type of like constant movement of consistent weather, but it's always raining, always gonna snow. It's oasis, but you'd be surprised how much they don't understand, like how much most of it is dust and sand. And so it turned into a big mud puddle that, couldn't possibly exist for what it's worth. Yeah, no, it's like all the sand's gone. If there's dust, well, it's gone. It's mud. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's swamp. Pretty much. But it's cold, and it's nice, and a lot of trees and everything else spring up. And so eventually stabilized, and now it's just constantly wet and rainy all the time. Black Sea's gone. That killed so many people, by the way. Really? Yeah, it was like, here's a bunch of fucking, oh god. The ocean had to take the most acidic salinity solution I've ever seen in my life, along with all the people in the area. Like, Africa might as well have been called, I am a battery, in the north. Yeah, no. Yeah, because that's what it does. It'll go up, and then some of it will split, but then some of it will come back down. From both sides. And all up in the Sahara, which is now big rainforest. It grew so fast, there was nothing they could do. It's nothing but rainforest there now. Somalia might as well be called rainforest. Really? Oh yeah, no, the lands are quite fertile, let me tell you. It's never a savanna. Everything's colder. It rains consistently all the time. All of it's massively changed. There's no seasonal weather, it's just raining, wind, sun, and that's it. That's all you get now. It gets colder during the winter, but it still does the same thing. It gets a little warmer during the summer, but it's still the same thing. all of Africa is a big carbon sink as fuck. Same thing with all of like South America, and then China might as well be, I'm rainforest, that's the only way to live. And then all the preceding areas, just rainforests is everywhere, effectively, yeah. Yeah, no, because the carbon dioxide, generally speaking here, is usually something that's able to be a bit temperature stabilizing kind of stuff. Like it's like it'll make it so it's a little warmer, but eventually, it's a good thing to have when it's in the right. We don't have carbon dioxide. There is no nitric oxide or carbon dioxide that exists. Like literally, all the carbon got sucked out. Like it's just oxygen, a little nitrogen, and whatever else. Like argon's still there, but it's like have fun. It's not a joke. It's really not. It's super cold. Quite a bit high. It's a very high degree of oxygen concentration. And that's all it ever is now. That's it. That's all you get. Fuck. There's no nitrogen because everything for our H2O generation uses nitrogen filters. Because it's like, fuck that. There's so much more extra nitrogen because we elicited all of that nitric oxide. Like that oxygen that's attached to it got taken out because we created ozone that broke up with all the thunderstorms and everything. So nitric oxide's gone. It's such a low percentage. Like, it's non-existent, effectively. Yeah. But it's like, fuck nitric oxide. Yeah. Get out of here. Pollutants, it's like, yeah, you got sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Might as well be. Yeah. Super blooms. Go into the ocean. Fuck. Suffocate. Because you have too much oxygen. There's so much oxygen, you die. That's literally what that is. It's so good, though. That kind of thing. I'm looking at Australia, Italy, and France. They had a big old boom. And tidal wave, and it hit Italy from France, and there's a whole bunch of other shit. But it's mostly consistently rainy and cold. Not too much wind, but there's quite a bit more wind. So that's something. Yeah, and it's never dry in Italy. It's always raining. Lots of more rain. Lots more sun. It's much more humid all the time. It's quite a bit more windy, though, in Italy versus France, which is nice. Because, like, France, like, while cold and rainy and very cloudy, pretty much all the time. I miss the SARS. You get them every so often. It's okay. Yeah, no, when the fucking cloud summer comes around and obliterate the fucking clouds like you're supposed to. God, Ray. Yeah! It's nice. Thank you. No, that's just gonna happen. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's pretty consistent in certain areas most of the time, and like the water basically dumps itself off into the vortex. Yeah. And if it's not there, it's just gonna dump it off into all the other European countries that exist now as just rainy, cold places. Like Germany is that. Like, it's like, when did summer ever get to 90? Yeah, Fahrenheit, right? Yeah. Meanwhile, it's like, when was sun? It's sunny over here. Oh, yes, no, that was a good day. God damn, it's cold today. Like, the summer gets to, like, we're getting down to negative 60 C at, like, 180 mile an hour winds today for the fucking summer. Meanwhile, there's sun over there. Oh, great. Fucking stupid.
like it's the stupid polar vortex. It's just sucking it in. It's like whoosh, and it's like, oh yeah, no. Well, now it's gonna be 30 C. Really? No. I mean, you know, if it's just a nice dead area, no wind at all. There's no shade in the slightest. There's a lot of stuff there. Yeah. Most it doesn't get above 15 C. For what it's worth, during the summer. There are some places that get up to 20, so there's that. Fucking Germany. Yeah, those are some nice places. Most people live there. Yeah, a lot of that changed into that. It's effectively a never-ending funnel. Like, you can, with just some of the basic understanding of the geological features they have, know exactly kind of where anything's going to be warm or rainy or any of that. And most people have it so consistent that they all live in pretty much the same areas now. And there's no real way to do it otherwise. Yeah, well, I mean, unless you want to do like actual, you know, built structures or whatever. Yeah, because a lot of them got hit by several earthquakes, and then there's the whole volcano thing. All right. Oh yeah, Northern Ireland and Scotland and UK might as well be glacier. Like, Spain's nice. It's the new fucking United Kingdom. Britain, you know? No! It's cold and rainy all this. You know, it's like, we're glacier! What are you complaining about? I know. But it's like, you know, past that northern part, right? That's where it's going to be. During the summer, it is sunny. It still rains quite a bit, and there's way colder rain, yeah. Yeah, no, oh yeah, so 10C is nice. Go away. I was like, we got up to 12 today. That's nice. But you know what we also got? 80-mile-per-hour winds. That gusted up to 180, you fuckers. It's so cold. Meanwhile, the whole south part is literally just farm. It is never-ending great farm weather all year round, yeah. It's that. That's all you get. It's just farming. As you head eastwards, it just does that constantly. Oh, no, that's a frozen ocean there between the two. Yeah. There's very little wiggle room there. And it's not going to go away. The albedo factor has been growing. Like, the vortex has never ended, is essentially what's gone on here. And the sun is basically keeping it going. Carbon dioxide acted like a supercharger initially, and then the turbo of the sun kept it up. Not to mention the earthquakes at that point. It really helped speed that up. It wouldn't have done that if it managed to go and make an ocean in between. It can't do that now. So it just kept making it more and more that way. But it's stable. This is going to always be the case now. Now, UK and everything else, well, glacier is nothing like Alaska, where it's like very close to below absolute zero, right? They're at most during the winter negative 90 C, right? You know, but the summer is never going to get above 12, so. Yeah, okay, so, you know. No, because, like France is a great place, truthfully, yeah. Southern France is not the same as it once was, I'll tell you that much. Italy is just like Florida. It got storm surged pretty hard, but like it's a different shape and it's, you know, in a different parallel, all that, so effectively it didn't do what it did for them. You know, there are new lakes, new rivers. It's always rainy and wet and windy and humid. But it's not like
it was before in terms of like inconsistent weather. You can farm. There are great places in Italy to do this. So, right. It's just more of the same. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Look at Greece. Like Greece alone is like, why are you complaining? I have to deal with this. It just comes off of that, and it's like. They just always have a constant, like China, yeah. Storm, yeah. No, it's never-ending storm season. Always thunder, lightning, dumping, flood level rains. Then there's like a big old stupid amount of sky that's dumping over there. Then it'll come over to them. I know. Yeah, I know, because it's like, oh, over there, growing crops over here. Yeah, pretty much. Whee! It's like crop season. It's like, yeah, no. Oh, yeah, that's winter. Yeah, that's winter. Like summer might as well be called, I am tropical rainstorm time. Hear me roar, never-ending rain, sun, and then humid, and it never gets super warm though, but it never really gets not warm. Yeah, like 20 to 30 fucking 5C, but it's like 80 to 90% humidity and decent wind, you know. And then it rains and it goes like, oh no, it's only 15Z now, cause cold as fuck you. What's that sleep? Holy shit. Like, yeah. That's a cold shower. And it's like, oh no, I'm back up to 80% humidity. Fuck you, summer. Fuck you. That's fine. Because it's like, that's what you get. And Greece is that. That's all of Greece. There's some places that are slightly colder, some places are slightly, well, more windy, more rain, and that's it. Yeah. I know. As it goes up north, it gets progressively more of a diffused field of rain and thunder and all that, and sunshine. Right, so it's like, right. Is it really just that all the time? Yeah, it's that. Like, you remember, like, you're like, oh, I'm on the coast and it's so nice over here. The answer? Maybe on a certain day, you know. Yeah. I was like, you kind of want to live in South America to Africa to really kind of get that kind of weather, you know. That's good, though, around here. That's true, yeah. God. No, that's what you get. Like, the entirety of Europe changed. The entirety of all of the weathers is going to be what it's going to be for possibly tens of thousands of years, if not more. There's no hydrocarbons you're going to get. The oceans around anything that you want to try and get it are so unbelievably violent and turbulent you can't do it. You have more than enough wind, geothermal, and wave, and heat and cold in different places. And hydrogen's now just everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, why would you do anything else? And you got airships for days. Like, it's just a bunch of fucking vacuum. Doodle-it, doodle-it, doodle-it. Yeah. 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 Meanwhile, Australia's like, well, you know, actually, thank you, you know, for what it's worth, yeah. Yeah, no, I like my airship, I like all my towns, and everything's like, we have like 1 billion people that live here. Yeah. That was surprising how fast that filled up. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a good amount of kids, yeah, sure, but like, still, it was mostly a bunch of people moved to the place. You're like, oh, I can literally travel down to South Africa from North America and Canada. Like it doesn't even take much. I have a sailboat. Fuck that. I have a sail airship. Holy shit! It's so simple. Like it's very hard to monitor borders. People just move. Like where the fuck? I'm getting displaced anyways. You know what I mean? So, you know, a lot of people didn't live where they once did. A lot of mixing and matching in multiple countries. A lot of people live in Arizona, I'll tell you that much. We're like 300 million strong right now. I don't live in, nobody lives in Springerville. Are you kidding me? No. This place is gone. It's effectively a wasteland. You only come around here during the summer to enjoy things. Yeah. But yeah, there's no trees. There's no anything. Like nothing can survive the winter. It's glacial, literal, grrr, and it grinds it down. Nothing can live here. Yeah, I know, like the northeast of Arizona is effectively gone. Northwest is different case. The north is glacial year round, you know, center kind of area. Everything's essentially in the valley to like other places further down south or a little bit further north. 300 million? Yeah, no, because we got a big old lakefront, my ass, ocean property, and then a whole bunch of fucking mountains that people live in on airship and air, you know, cliff things. Like, we have suspension bridges everywhere, we have all that. It's like, whoo, this is a bunch of fucking cool. You know what I mean? This is nice, I like this. I've got Yuma, my bitch ass, motherfucker. I've got fucking rainforest. How about that shit? You know what I mean? And because we put all that there, it meant that we didn't get nearly as much wind, and we were able to control a lot of that to just dump off consistently for our farm. And we're a big farm, rainforest, oasis place. It's really good, constantly. Like we have great farming, great weather, great everything, basically. New Mexico is kind of the same. Although we don't have like they don't have is a better way to put it. Yeah, because you're talking. Yeah, because they don't have like a big old Rocky Mountain, you know, kind of thing. They have mountains. They don't have that, you know. But yeah, they still have their own thing. So it's like whatever, right? Yeah, it's just they're still their own tropical rainforest. Meanwhile, Texas got wrecked. Like the northern part of Texas is never-endingly like different. It snows, it's rainy, it's like the Pacific Northwest, effectively, yeah. And fucking holy hell, yeah. Yeah, like that center, like where it's at the ocean, is the very opposite of what you have. Like there's no desert. Desert's gone. It's windy constantly. You have to let trees grow. It's humid basically all the time. It has never-ending amounts of river that dumps into the ocean. You have to have all the lakes there because it's the only way to stabilize your climate. We had to have a lot of talks with Texas for a long time until they eventually listened to reason. Like, nobody was buying oil. Like, it was gone. We literally made it illegal to use hydrocarbons. Wow, so you did. Okay. We're fucked here. Yeah, you are a little bit, but not really because it's super fucking nice. All the time. Like, for what it's worth, while it's humid and everything else, nothing gets near that 112, 115. Nothing really even gets to the 90s. Like, you get mid-80s at best. Right? Great stuff. It's still Texas, though. Oh, yeah, no, that was the other part. It was like, well, basically, why would we change? It's not even a joke. Like, it's genuinely, it's like, you're going to go to these places. And we sent them to the north, central, and western part of America to live. It was like, if you like this, they're fine with it here. and we had a mass migration of all of those fucking ridiculous, retarded Republicans and far right wingers into that place. And it was like, have fun. You don't need us. You don't need all of it. Just left them up there. We took our windmills and we left. It's, again, 190 to 230 mile an hour wind. That's negative 190 very often during the summer. It's effectively like, get fucking destroyed. Just go away. Either fall in line or die. Yeah, okay. Nice weather, though. No one can dig in the permafrost that was already there. How do I survive this? You'll figure it out. Nobody gave a shit. But they never requested, and we never listened to any of their requests for aid from the government. Yeah, no, you're basically a state prison. Make it work. Fuck. Well, we needed things to get done. It was time. You know what I mean? Like, our economy, all of the world economy is gone. Capitalism was gone. All of it's gone. Your idea of, like, the Bible, gone. Have fun. Go there. Live there. Deal with it. You're not succeeded in any sort of way. You're still part of us. But deal with it. No, California is very different. Basically, all the Republicans died during the earthquake in, like, fucking... Well, there's quite a few Democrats, too, but most of them lived in those areas. Yeah. Like, crunch, big old tidal wave thing. And then they were like, we're all band together near the volcano. Boom. They just died. Nobody stopped them because it was like, well, go ahead and try. Have fun. Boom. They're gone. Nobody really cried any tears at all. Like, for real, yeah. Nobody did, yeah. It's a thing. Like, we were out. We were gone. We were done finally. It was like, oh, thank goodness, we can now actually make America great. Actually, America will finally be great. Okay, great. And so it was. A lot of laws changed, a lot of other things changed. Instead of having individual states, all of it's basically one thing, except for them, who's the only other state. Fine! Puerto Rico got involved. Puerto Rico got hit pretty hard. It's not great, Puerto Rico, what happened. No. But, you know, they were forced to become a part by the Republicans getting killed, effectively, outright, and preventing them from becoming a part of our big old country. So it was like, well, suck it up, bitch. They're a part of us. They're not a territory. They all operate off the same fucking laws. And you have a state over there. Puerto Rico's is part of our bigger one. It's like, no, it's nice here. Yeah. You know, like, you guys didn't suffer as much until, like, the fucking massive hurricane. Which effectively might as well have been called, we're restructuring the entire fucking planet as an F-10. So, like, we had them all hide over in, like, Arizona and New Mexico. Well, that shit went down. Like, Texas basically just... And we were like, you have to act like this or you're going over there. And it was like, no, Texas, you're the one going over there. Oh, it was fine. They got used to it. We're 300 million strong in this fucking state. I know. Well, it's not. It's really just the area. Yeah. Jeez. Fuck. What happened? A lot of people don't live where they used to. I'll tell you that much. Yeah. And when you're cooped up, a lot of sex happens, and a lot of people have kids. So. And you have to mass migrate a lot of people. So it's like, yeah, this is a nice de-stress. Sure is. So a lot of kids and a lot of all that happened. Yeah. Yeah, not as many people die as you think. In certain places, yes. Other places, no. But, like, yeah. It was fine at the end of it all, for what it's worth. Because we're kind of at that point now where it's like, no. Suck it the fuck up. Yeah, no. Like, nobody's going to live in Washington, D.C. For what it's worth. Like, New York might as well be called Ghost Town, USA. It's too cold to really live there. Yeah, it's windy, 180 mile all the time, and it can gust up to 230. It's negative 180 Fahrenheit in the summer. The winter gets down to negative. Well, it's another version of like it. Really is about 30 degrees Fahrenheit off of absolute zero. Oh God. So it's like, doodle-doo, everybody move down south. Yeah. Like, no, we still live up here in Canada. Like, I'm living down south. Yeah. Screw this shit. Meanwhile, other people do live there. You know what I mean? Like, people do live that far north. For what it's worth, they aren't in a constant, never-ending, windy hellscape that's always cold. Like, they have glacial, like, big, thick ice sheets. Versus, like, where the state is, it's just never-ending wind. And it's like, no, you can't go near our windmills. We'll make sure. There's like, cold-ass windmills, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Constant wind! Yep, they always said it would be intermittent. I never saw that. Yee-hoo! Literally, yeah. No, like we are powered literally by hydrogen, geothermal, and wind. There's a little bit of solar down south, then wave, and lots of river stuff. Like that's it. Like that's it. That's all you're getting. That's it. It. Like super it. That's it. There's just electricity now. No hydrocarbons exist. The only thing that you're getting for bangs are my engines. I was the only approved one, and even then, it's more of a turbine whoosh bang kind of thing. That I had to get real tricky with that exhaust. Yeah, because we like that sound. But boy, do you go fast! Oh yeah, yeah. No, airships are the new thing. Everybody lives in airships. I've noticed. Yeah. Really? Yeah, I know. Airships are the new king of the crop. I actually, for what it's worth, do live in a genuine house, and I have my own airship. I have my own like setup, but most people just travel around. It's like, what are you gonna do? Stop us? No. There are calm spots in oceans. It's just they're so fucking choked sometimes. Yeah. Wait, like super algae blooms? No, well they stopped eventually, but yeah, no, they're choked in the sense that like there's no air, in terms of like, you know, for you to move. You know, everything has to. You know, it's like people don't really want to go to the only not gonna probably kill you spot. Like coastlines are ridiculous, huge waves all the time, like 150 feet, 150 feet, yeah, swells. It's never ending that. Like, look at me, I am the cool guys here in Hawaii. Okay, fine. Hawaii, yeah. Ugh. It's windy, it's cold, it's rainy. Not a joke no more. No. No, and then 150-foot swells. Meanwhile, volcano go rumble, rumble. Quakey go burr, burr. Boom, boom, burr. We have more Latin. Oh, great. Yeah, no, it's a whole connected thing now. It kind of looks like a little miniature Japan. And it's like, look at me with my ginormous levels of fucking waves. Wind, wave power all the time. Never ending. And then it's like, yeah, yes, no, great. We'll live on this side. You know, that's it. Like, that's where you live. Like, this side is never ending. Too much wind, too much rain, and it's gonna eventually somehow carve itself out, except that's where all the lava pours off to. So it's like, it's slowly growing that way. Making it more and more teardrop, it seems. And it's like, no, we got nice wind, it's warm wind, you know, it's warm rain too, and you know, it's not that bad, it could be worse, you know, for what it's worth, yeah. We got lots of great rainforests, super nice, still great tourist destination, except fuck you, basically, because it then came up from underneath and it was like, big old spires that came out. Yeah, out towards the ocean. With the earthquake, yeah, oh fuck God, yeah. Yeah. No, and then the water goes through some spots. Yeah, no, like this is all happening while that. So it's like, and then it carved itself through the fucking points that connected, and then it's like, no, it'll be bigger. It's just a bunch of funnels that go through. They got lakes and rivers and oh my's of all the wind and nice rain and weather all the time, but still. It is humid, and then it's winter. You know what I mean? It's like all the things. They have never, it's like winter, they have snow. It's phenomenal for what it's worth. Yeah. But it effectively turned into like, it's very difficult. You go on this side, and it's like, no, look at all the, Jesus fuck, I'll never be able to get through. Meanwhile, airship comes around. Yes, no, I know, I get it. Yeah, no, we'll pull you in over here. You got the tail ends of like the little trailing, you know, ears like trying to get them in to get like any sort of food. I'm like self-sustain everything, but for what it's worth, when you're on the airship or a boat, well, nobody really uses boat anymore. We've never had them come back. No kidding. Anyways. It's like, woo, hey, that's quite easy to get back to shore, right? Meanwhile, though, getting to it, no, not so easy. Really never, like, ever easy. No. So they take a boat to a certain point, and then they launch an airship, and then it's like, they'll basically have another boat there, and it'll go, and then it'll get connected with cables that they'll winch their asses in. It's not a joke. That is literally what that is for them every time. So that's how we get tourists. No, you usually use the trains. Yeah, the big ocean train that I talked about, right? The 15-mile long suckers. Yeah, that's what that is. Oh, the supersonic trains? Yeah. But they're 50 miles long and like 5 cargo ships fucking thick. They have more than enough tourists. They have more than enough resources, more than enough of everything. Like, they send never-ending amounts of wind and more electricity to people. Yeah. People live there. It's fine. It's a great place to live. And, like, the little, buildings that we help them to build to have large amounts of people exist inside of them. Right? They can support up to 1 billion people in their area, but, like, I doubt they'll get there. You know, yeah, just because, like, Do we want to? They'll probably get there. You know, it's just one of those things. Yeah. No. The trains were everywhere. Trains go everywhere, man. Yeah. That's it. It's just like airship or train. Like you would never use a boat to get in. My boats. Does nobody use boats? Practically ever. Nobody really uses them. No. That's kind of shitty. Not really. It's great. I hate boats. I don't know what it is about boats, but I hate them. They're big, huge things that suck down tons of fuel. They're never worth it. They are sometimes. Yeah, I know, I get that. Yeah, I just hate them. Yeah. I started going with the airship thing and all that, and it was like, why would I need boats? Everything can be done this way. Did you really? Yeah, in a lot of ways, but it was like, nah, I can still use boats, and I started making my own boats for what it was worth. But it's just like, I don't really like boats. Boats are not my jam. Mm-mm. No, they're pretty much just freaking hydrofoil ski boats. They're massive, though, like, legitimately. You know, like how aircraft carriers are this big, right? I was like, that's the hydrofoil that rests with, like, big, long wing structures and things in between. Then I have, like, this big airship that's a part of it. And they all fire underneath. It's like, look at me with lifting body characteristics, and now I'm just flying on the ocean. It's fair, mostly because you can travel over 100 miles an hour in the water. Easily, with these big, ginormous boats that most people tend to just live in, because they're massive. Meanwhile, I was like, me and my boat cruise ship is cool, guys. No, it's not. It's like there's width and then there's the length. So it's like it's a big teardrop thing that effectively makes sure that there's no real way with like other teardrop pontoons that are going on to ever have like any of those spike waves happen. It weighs nothing to... Nah, it really don't. Like, a whole aircraft carrier weighs about the same as my ginormous fucking huge boat. Which I have, like, so many of them, actually. Yeah. And it just never goes down. Pretty much, once it launches, it's never, like, actually gone down, yeah. Because that's a buoyancy thing. With the airship, yeah. So, it's just never-ending wartime or something? No, no one really ever did war. There's no real way to do war when there's that much natural disaster going on. Other people tried to do war, though. I remember we talked about North Korea, and they got slammed. We took their land. I was like, fuck you, North Korea. Are you kidding me? Yoink! No. Other places. You got the Philippines, you got fucking Africa. There's like everything got new. Stop. And then they died, effectively. Yeah, it's a genocide for them. But it's fine. You know, because they're evil people, and so whatever. Literally that, yeah. It's like, why should I give a fuck about them? They're torturing, mass murdering, and all the rest of it, so why should I care? I don't know. But others did? No one did, except for them and their cronies, effectively. Shit. It's like, are you going to try and start war during this? Nope, that's ours now. It's really, that's ours now. Yeah, no. Fuck it up somehow. No, we had great changes to our political landscape. Most things are connected as a unified country, effectively. Really? Yeah. Yeah, whole thing, truthfully, yeah. That's We're not stalling for time. See, it's like it's done. Like effectively, this is the end of it. You know, more or less. You know, like if anything changes, right? It's nothing. I thought there was an asteroid. This happened all within a 15-year period. What the fuck? You see that time for the asteroid? Meanwhile, I'm living on the moon with my fucking moon base, with my airship company building fucking spaceships in space with my 3D printers, space 3D printers and replicators and stuff. Ah! I'm gonna die. Yeah, you might. We left with 7 ships and 6 little destroyers. I had a feeling all of it was going to be connected, yeah. There you go. It was, it is, it was. You know, like we got all this and all this good technology, resource management, woohoo! Well, what the fuck was that? What the ever fucking what? Boo doo 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 boo. By that point, everybody knew all my stuff and had done the experiments and more. They needed it anyways. Oh. Well, you know, a nice dead zone in terms of wind and so on for the Pacific, and consistent wind in other areas. It was able to be managed well enough to build our ships and so on. So we went to space. We already had a moon base. I never ever came back down. Like I said, I have a house, an apartment, and all that. That's on the moon. I never, ever, ever came back. There's your parameters, there's all the rest of it. We left. The end of that future scenario. It only took about 9 hours to get there, with a bunch of assholes that kept interrupting in the beginning. Hopefully you made it to this point. Have a good one. Bye.